Chapter 13 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 13. Tears are not always fruitful. Their hot drops sometimes but scorch the cheek and dim the eye. Despairing murmurs over blackened hopes, not the meek spirits calm and chasten cry. Oh, better not to weep than weep amiss, for hard it is to learn to weep aright, to keep wise tears, the tears that heal and bless, the tears which their own bitterness requite. H. Bonner. To one of the most tender-hearted of human beings had the office of conveying ill tidings been most often committed. And again, Dr. May found himself compelled to precede Henry Ward into the sister's presence and to break to her the result of the inquest. He was no believer in the efficacy of broken news, but he could not refuse when Henry, in his wretchedness, entreated not to be the first in the infliction of such agony. So he left the carriage outside and walked up to the door, and there stood Ethel, with Ethel a few steps behind her. His presence was enough revelation. Had things gone well, he would not have been the forerunner. And Ethel, meaning perhaps to speak, gave a hoarse, hysterical shriek, so frightful as to drive away other anxieties, and summon Henry in from his watch outside. All day the poor girl had kept up an unnatural strain on her powers, vehemently talking of other things, and, with burning cheeks and shining eyes, moving incessantly from one employment to another, now her needle, now her pencil, roaming round the garden gathering flowers, or playing rattling polkas that half stunned Ethel in her intense listening for tidings. Ethel, who had relieved guard and sent Mary home in the afternoon, had vainly striven to make Abe rest or take food. The attempt had brought on such choking that she could only desist and wait for the crisis. The attack was worse than any ordinary hysterics, almost amounting to convulsions, and all that could be done was to prevent her from hurting herself and try to believe Dr. May's assurance that there was no real cause for alarm and that the paroxysms would exhaust themselves. In time they were spent, and Abe lay on her bed half torpid, feebly moaning, but with an instinctive dread of being disturbed. Henry anxiously watched over her, and Dr. May thought it best to leave the brother and sister to one another. Absolute quiet was best for her, and he had skill and tenderness enough to deal with her, and was evidently somewhat relieved by the necessity of waiting on her. It was the best means, perhaps, of uniting them that they should be thus left together, and Dr. May would have taken home little pale frightened Mina, who had been very helpful all the time. "Oh, please not, Dr. May," she said earnestly. "Indeed, I will not be troublesome, and I can give Henry his tea, and carry Abe's cup. Please, Henry, don't send me," and she took hold of his hand and laid it against her cheek. He bent down over her and fondled her, and there were tears that he could not hide as he tried both to thank Dr. May and tell her that she need not leave him. "No," said Dr. May, "it would be cruel to both of you. Goodbye, little Mina. I never wanted to carry away a little comforter." "I believe you're right, Papa," said Ethel, as she went out with him to the carriage. "But I long to stay. It is like doing something for that boy." "The best you did for him, poor dear boy, was the saying you trusted his word. The moment I told him that, he took comfort and energy." Ethel's lips moved into a strange half-smile, and she took Map in her lap and fondled her. "Yes," she said, "I believe I stand for a good deal in his imagination. I was afraid he would have been wrecked upon that horrid place. But, after all, this may be the saving of him." Ah, if that story of his would only be more vraisemblable. There was only time briefly to narrate it before coming home, where the first person they met was Aubrey, exceeding pale and in great distress. "Papa, I must tell you," he said, drawing him into the study. "I have done terrible harm, I'm afraid." And he explained that in the morning, when Mrs. Pugh had come down full of inquiries and conjectures, and had spoken of the possibility of Leonard's having been drowned while bathing, He had unguardedly answered that it could be no such thing. Leonard had always meant to run away, and by that very window if the Axworthys grew too bad. Prudent Tom had silenced him at the time, but had since found that it had got abroad that the evasion had long been meditated with Aubrey's privity, and had been asked by one of the constabulary force if his brother would not be an important witness. Tom had replied that he knew nothing about it, but Aubrey was in great misery, furious with Mrs. Pugh, and only wanting his father to set off at once to assure them it was all nonsense. No, Aubrey, they neither would nor ought to take my word. Just hear, Papa, and you would know the chaff it was. I cannot hear, Aubrey. If we were to discuss it, we might give it an unconscious coloring. You must calm your mind, and exactly recall what passed, but do not talk about it to me or to anyone else. You must do nothing to impair the power of perfect truth and accuracy, which is a thing to be prayed for. If anyone, even the lawyer who may have to get up the case against him, asks you about it, you must refuse to answer till the trial. And then, why, the issue is in the hands of Him that judges righteously. I shall never remember nor speak with his eyes on me, seeing me betray him. You will be no worse off than I, my boy, for I see I am in for identifying Hector's rifle. The mill people can't swear to it, and my doing it will save his brother something. No, it is not like me. Oh, I wish I had stayed at Eton, even if I had died of it. Tom says it all comes of living with women that I can't keep my mouth shut, and Leonard will be so hurt that Nay, any tolerable counsel will make a capital defense out of the mere fact of his rhodomontading. What, is that no comfort to you? What, to be the means of making a fool of him before all the court, seeing him hear our talk by the riverside, sifted by those horrid lawyers? The doctor looked even graver, and his eye fixed as on a thought far away, as the boy's grief brought to his mind the great assize, when all that is spoken in the ear shall indeed be proclaimed on the housetops. There was something almost childish in this despair of Aubrey, for he had not become alarmed for the result of the trial. His misery was chiefly shame at his supposed treason to friendship and failure in manly reserve, and he could not hold up his head all the evening, but silently devoted himself to Mab, endeavoring to make her at home, and meeting with tolerable success. Tom was no less devoted to Ella Ward. It was he who had brought her home, and he considered her therefore as his charge. It was curious to see the difference that a year had made between her and Mina. They had the last summer been like one child, and had taken the stroke that had orphaned them in the same childish manner. But whether the year from 8 to 9 had been a special growth to Mina, or whether there had been a stimulus in her constant association with Averill, the present sorrow fell on her as on one able to enter into it, think and feel, and assume her sweet mission of comfort, whilst Ella, though neither hard nor insensible, was still child enough to close her mind to what she dreaded, and flee willingly from the pain and tedium of affliction. She had willingly accepted Mr. Tom's invitation, and as willingly responded to his attentions. Gertrude did not like people in the little girl stage, and the elder sisters had their hands and hearts full, and could only care for her in essentials. But Tom undertook her amusement, treated her to an exhibition of his microscope, and played at French billiards with her the rest of the evening, till she was carried off to bed in Mary's room, when he pronounced her a very intelligent child. I think her a very unfeeling little thing, said Gertrude. Very unbecoming behavior under the circumstances. What would you think becoming behavior? Asked Tom. I won't encourage it, returned Daisy, with dignified decision, that gave her father his first approach to a laugh on that day, but nobody was in spirits to desire Miss Daisy to define from what her important sanction was withdrawn. Mary gave up her Sunday school class to see how Averill was, and found Henry much perturbed. He had seen her fast asleep at night, and in the morning Minna had carried up her breakfast, and he was about to follow it, as soon as his own was finished, when he found that she had slipped out of the house, leaving a message that she was gone to practice on the harmonium. He was of the mind that none of the family could or ought to be seen at church, and though Mary could not agree with him, she willingly consented to go to the chapel and try what she could do with his sister. She met Mrs. Ledwidge on the way, coming to inquire and see whether she or dear Matilda could do anything for the sweet sufferer. Even Mary could not help thinking that this was not the epithet most befitting poor Abe, and perhaps Mrs. Ledwidge's companionship made her the less regret that Abe had locked herself in, so that there was no making her hear, though the solemn chants, played with great fervor, reached them as they waited in the porch. They had their own seats in the minster, and therefore could not wait till the sexton should come to open the church. There was no time for another visit till after the second service, and then Dr. May and Mary, going to Bankside, found that instead of returning home, Abe had again locked herself up between the services, and that Minna, who had ventured on a mission of recall, had come home crying heartily both at the dreary disappointment of knocking in vain, and at the grand mournful sounds of funeral marches that had fallen on her ear. Everyone who had been at the chapel that day was speaking of the wonderful music, the force and the melody of the voluntary at the dismissal of the congregation. No one had believed that such power resided in the harmonium. Mr. Scudamore had spoken to Miss Ward most kindly both before and after evening service, but his attempt to take her home had been unavailing. She had answered that she was going presently, and he was obliged to leave her. Evening was coming on, and she had not come, so the other keys were fetched from the sexton's, and Dr. May and his daughter set off to storm her fortress. Like Minna, the doctor was almost overpowered by the wonderful plaintive sweetness of the notes that were floating through the atmosphere, like a wailing voice of supplication. They had almost unnerved him as he waited while Mary unlocked the door. The sound of its opening hushed the music. Avril turned her head, and recognizing them, came to them, very pale, and with sunken eyes. "You are coming home, dear Abe," said Mary, and she made no resistance or objection, only saying, "Yes, it has been so nice here." "You must come now, though," said the doctor. "Your brother is very much grieved at your leaving him." "I did not mean to be unkind to him," said Avril in a low, subdued voice. "He was very good to me last night. Only, this is peace. This," pointing to her instrument, "is such a soothing friend. And surely this is the place to wait in." "The place to wait in indeed, my poor child, if you are not increasing the distress of others by staying here. Besides, you must not exhaust yourself, or how are you to go and cheer Leonard?" "Oh, there is no fear but that I shall go tomorrow," said Avril. "I mean to do it," the last words being spoken in a resolute tone, unlike the weariness of her former replies. And with this purpose before her, she consented to be taken back by Mary to rest on the sofa, and even to try to eat and drink. Her brother and sister hung over her, and waited on her with a tender, assiduous attention that showed how they had missed her all day, and she received their kindness gratefully, as far as her broken, wearied state permitted. Several inquiries had come throughout the day from the neighbors, and while Mary was still with Ave, a message was brought in to ask whether Miss Ward would like to see Mrs. Pugh. "Oh, no, no, thank her, but indeed I cannot," said Avril, shivering uncontrollably as she lay. Mary felt herself blushing, in the wonder what would be kindest to do, and her dread of seeing Henry's face. She was sure that he too shrank, and she ventured to ask, "Shall I go and speak to her?" "Oh, do," said Avril, shuddering with eagerness. "Thank you, Miss Mary," said Henry slowly. "She is most kind, but under the circumstances—" Mary went, finding that he only hesitated. She had little opportunity for saying anything. Mrs. Pugh was full of interest and eagerness, and poured out her sympathy and perfect understanding of dear Avril's feelings, and in the midst Henry came out of the room with a stronger version of their gratitude, but in terrible confusion. Mary would fain have retreated, but could not, and was witness to the lady's urgent entreaties to take Minna home, and Henry's thankfulness, but he feared, and retreated to ask the opinion of his sisters, while Mrs. Pugh told Mary that it was so very bad for the poor child to remain, and begged to have Ella if she were a moment's inconvenience to the May family. Henry came back with repeated thanks, but Minna could not bear to leave home. And in fact, he owned, with a half-smile that gave sweetness to his face, she was too great a comfort to be parted with. So Mrs. Pugh departed, with doubled and trebled offers of service, and entreaties to be sent for at any hour of the day or night when she could be of use to Averill. Mary could not but be pleased with her, officious as she was. It looked as if she had more genuine feeling for Henry than had been suspected, and the kindness was certain, though some of it might be the busy activity of a not very delicate nature, eager for the importance conferred by intimacy with the subjects of a great calamity. Probably she would have been gratified by the éclat of being the beloved of the brother of the youth whose name was in every mouth, and her real goodness and benevolent heart would have committed her affections and interest beyond recall to the Ward family, had Averill leant upon her, or had Henry exerted himself to take advantage of her advances. But Henry's attachment had probably not been love, for it seemed utterly crushed out of him by his shame and despair. Everything connected with his past life was hateful to him. He declared that he could never show his face at Stoneborough again, let the result be what it might, that he could never visit another patient, and that he should change his name and leave the country, beginning on that very Sunday afternoon to write a letter to his principal rival to negotiate the sale of his practice. In fact, his first impression had returned on him, and though he never disclaimed belief in Leonard's statement, the entire failure of all confirmation convinced him that the blow had been struck by his brother in sudden anger, and that, defend him as he might and would, the stain was on his house, and the guilt would be brought home. Resolved, however, to do his utmost, he went with Mr. Bramshaw for a consultation with Leonard on the Monday. Averill could not go. She rose and dressed, and remained resolute till nearly the last minute, when her feverish faint giddiness overpowered her, and she was forced to submit to lie on the sofa, under Mina's care. And there she lay, restless and wretched, till wise old Mina sent a message up to the High Street, which brought down Mary and Dr. Spencer. They found her in a state of nervous fever that sentenced her to her bed, where Mary deposited her and watched over her till her brother's return, more desponding than ever. Dr. May, with all Henry's patients on his hands as well as his own, had been forced to devote this entire day to his profession. But on the next, leaving Henry to watch over Averill, who continued very feeble and feverish, he went to Whitford, almost infected by Henry's forebodings and Mr. Bramshaw's misgivings. "It is a bad case," the attorney had said to him confidentially, "but that there is always a great reluctance to convict upon circumstantial evidence, I should have very little hope. That story of his is so utterly impracticable. And yet he looks so innocent and earnest all the time, and sticks to it so consistently, that I don't know what to make of it. I can't do anything with him, nor can his brother either. But perhaps you might make him understand that we could bring him clear off for manslaughter, youth and character and all. I should not doubt of a verdict for a moment. It is awkward about the money, but the alarm would be considered in the sentence." "You don't attend to his account of the person he saw in the courtyard?" "The less said about that the better," returned Mr. Bramshaw. "It would only go for an awkward attempt to shift off the suspicion, unless he would give any description, and that he can't or won't do. Or even if he did, the case would be all the stronger against his story, setting off and leaving a stranger to maraud about the place. No, Dr. May, the only thing for it is to persuade the lad to own to having struck the old man in a passion. Everyone knows old Axworthy could be intolerably abusive, and the boy always was passionate. Don't you remember his flying out at Mr. Rivers's, the night of the party, and that affair which was the means of his going to the mill at all? I don't mind saying so to you in confidence, because I know you won't repeat it, and I see his brother thinks so too, but nothing is likely to turn out so well for him as that line of defense. As things stand now, the present one is good for nothing." Dr. May was almost as much grieved at the notion of the youth's persistence in denying such a crime as at the danger in which it involved him, and felt that if he were to be brought to confession, it should be from repentance, not expediency. In this mood he drove to Woodford jail, made application at the gates, and was conducted up the stairs to the cell. The 3 days of nearly entire solitude and of awful expectation had told like double the number of years, and there was a stamp of grave earnest collectedness on the young brow, and a calm resolution of aspect and movement, free from all excitement or embarrassment, as Leonard Ward stood up with a warm grateful greeting, so full of ingenuous reliance that every doubt vanished at the same moment. His first question was for Averill, and Dr. May made the best of her state. She slept a little more last night, and her pulse is lower this morning, but we keep her in bed, half to hinder her from trying to come here before she is fit. I believe this ailment is the best thing for her and Henry both, added the doctor, seeing how much pain his words were giving. Henry is a very good nurse. It occupies him, and it is good for her to feel his kindness. Then Minna has come out in the prettiest way. She never fails in some sweet little tender word or caress just when it is wanted. Leonard tried to smile, but only succeeded in keeping back a sob, and the doctor discharged his memory of the messages of love of which he had been the depositary. Leonard recovered his composure during these, and was able to return a smile on hearing of Ella's conquest of Tom, of their Bible prints on Sunday, and their unwearied French billiards in the week. Then he asked after little Mab. "She is all a dog should be," said Dr. May. "Aubrey is her chief friend, except when she is lying at her ease on Ethel's dress." The old test of dog love perhaps occurred to Leonard, for his lips trembled, and his eyes were dewy, even while they beamed with gladness. "She is a great comfort to Aubrey," the doctor added. "I must beg you to send that poor fellow your forgiveness, for he is exceedingly unhappy about something he repeated in the first unguarded moment." "Mr. Bramshaw told me," said Leonard, with brow contracted. "I cannot believe," said Dr. May, "that it can do you any real harm. I do not think the prosecution ought to take notice of it, but if they do, it will be easy to sift it, and make it tell rather in your favor." "Maybe so," said Leonard, still coldly. "Then you will cheer him with some kind message?" "To be sure. It is the time for me to be forgiving everyone," he answered, with a long, tightly drawn breath. Much distressed, the doctor paused, in uncertainty whether Leonard were actuated by dread of the disclosure or resentment at the breach of confidence. But ere he spoke, the struggle had been fought out, and a sweet, sad face was turned round him, with the words, "Poor old Aubrey! Tell him not to mind. There will be worse to be told out than our romancings together, and he will feel it more than I shall. Don't let him vex himself." "Thank you," said the father warmly. "I call that pardon." "Not that there is anything to forgive," said Leonard. "Only it is odd that one cares for it more than—" No, don't tell him that, but that I know it does not signify. It must not come between us if this is to be the end, and it will make no difference. Nothing can do that but the finding of my receipt. I see that book night and day before my eyes, with the very blot that I made in the top of my L. You know they are searching the garden and fields, and advertising a reward in case of its having been thrown away when rifled or found to contain no valuables." "Yes," and he rested on the word as though much lay behind. "Do you think it contained anything worth keeping?" "Only by one person." "Ha!" said the doctor, with a start. Instead of answering, Leonard leant down on the narrow bed on which he was seated, and shut in his face between his hands. The doctor waited, guessed, and grew impatient. "You don't mean that fellow Sam? Do you think he has it? I should like to throttle him as sure as my name's Dick May." This in soliloquy between his teeth. "Speak up, Leonard, if you have any suspicion." The lad lifted himself with grave resolution that gave him dignity. "Dr. May," he said, "I know that what I say is safe with you, and it seems disrespectful to ask your word and honor beforehand, but I think it will be better for us both if you will give them not to make use of what I tell you. It weighs on me so that I shall be saying it to the wrong person unless I have it out with you. You promise me?" "To make no use of it without your consent," repeated the doctor with rising hope. "But this is no case for scruples. Too much is at stake." "You need not tell me that," Leonard replied, with a shudder, "but I have no proof. I have thought again and again, but can find no possible witness. He was always cautious, and drink made him savage, but not noisy. Then you believe? The silence told the rest. If I did not see how easy people find it to believe the same of me on the mere evidence of circumstances, I should have no doubt, said Leonard deliberately. Then it was he that you saw in the yard? Remember, all I saw was that a man was there. I concluded it was Andrews waiting to take the horse, and as he is a great hanger-on of Sam, I wished to avoid him, and not keep my candle alight to attract his attention. That was the whole reason of my getting out of window, and starting so soon, as unlucky a thing as I could have done. You are sure it was not Andrews? Now I am. You see, Sam had sent home his horse from the station, though I did not know it, and, if you remember, Andrews was shown to have been at his father's long before. If he had been the man, he could speak to the time my light was put out. The putting out of your light must have been the signal for the deed to be done. My poor uncle! Well might he steer round as if he thought the walls would betray him, and start at every chinking of that unhappy gold in his helpless hands. If we had only known who was near, perhaps behind the blinds, and Leonard gasped. But this secrecy, Leonard, I cannot understand it. Do you mean that the poor old man durst not do what he would with his own? Just so. Whenever Sam knew that he had a sum of money, he laid hands on it. Nothing was safe from him that Mr. Axworthy had in the Whitford Bank. That could be proved from the accounts? You recollect the little parlor between the office and my uncle's sitting room? There I used to sit in the evening, and to feel, rather than hear, the way Sam used to bully the poor old man. Once, a fortnight ago, just after that talk with Aubrey, I knew he had been drinking, and watched, and came in upon them when there was no bearing it any longer. I was sworn at for my pains, and almost kicked out again, but after that Mr. Axworthy made me sit in the room, as if I were protection, and I made up my mind to bear it as long as he lived. Surely the servants would bear witness to this state of things? I think not. Their rooms are too far off for overhearing, and my uncle saw as little of them as possible. Mrs. Giles was Sam's nurse, and cares for him more than any other creature. She would not say a word against him, even if she knew anything, and my uncle would never have complained. He was fond of Sam to the last, proud of his steeplechases and his cleverness, and desperately afraid of him, in a sort of bondage, entirely past daring to speak. I know, said Dr. May, remembering how his own Tom had been fettered and tongue-tied by that same tyrant in boyhood. But he spoke to you? No, said Leonard. After that scene, much was implied between us, but nothing mentioned. I cannot even tell whether he trusted me, or only made me serve as a protector. I believe that row was about this money, which he had got together in secret, and that Sam suspected and wanted to extort. But it was exactly as I said at the inquest. He gave no reason for sending me up to town with it. He knew that I knew why, and so said no more than that it was to be private. It was pitiful to see that man, so fierce and bold as they say he once was, trembling as if doing something by stealth, and the great hard knotty hands so crumpled and shaky that he had to leave all to me, and that they should fancy I could go and hurt him, said Leonard, stretching his broad chest and shoulders in conscious strength. Yes, considering who it was, I do not wonder that you feel the passion theory as insulting as the accusation. I ought not, said Leonard, reddening. Everyone knows what my temper can do. I do not think that a poor old feeble man like that could have provoked me to be so cowardly, but I see it is no wonder they think so. Only they might suppose I would not have been a robber, and go on lying now, when they take good care to tell me that it is ruinous. It is an intolerable shame that they can look you in the face and imagine it for a moment, said the doctor, with all his native warmth. After all, said Leonard, recalled by his sympathy, it is my own fault from beginning to end that I am in this case. I see now that it was only God's mercy that prevented my brother's blood being on me, and it was my unrepenting obstinacy that brought me to the mill. So there will be no real injustice in my dying, and I expect nothing else. Hush, Leonard, depend upon it, while there is justice in heaven, The true criminal cannot go free," cried the doctor, much agitated. Leonard shook his head. "Boyish hastiness is not murder," added the doctor. "So I thought. But it might have been, and I never repented. I brought all this on myself, and while I cannot feel guiltless in God's sight, I cannot expect it to turn out well." "Turn out well," repeated the doctor. "We want Ethel to tell us that this very repentance and owning of the sin is turning out well, better than going on in it." "I can see that," said Leonard. "I do hope that if I can take this patiently, it may show I am sorry for the real thing, and I may be forgiven. Oh, I am glad prisoners are not cut off from church." Dr. May pressed his hand in much emotion, and there was a silence before another question, whether there were nothing that could be of service. "One chance there is, that Sam might relent enough to put that receipt where it could be found without implicating him. He must know what it would do for me." "You are convinced that he has it?" "There must be papers in the book valuable to him, perhaps some that he had rather were not seen. Most likely he secured it in the morning. You remember he was there before the police." Aye, the scoundrel! But, Leonard, what possessed you not to speak out at the inquest, when we might have searched every soul on the premises?" "I did not see it then. I was stunned by the horror of the thing. The room where I had been so lately, and that blood on my own rifle, too. It was all I could do at one time not to faint, and I had no notion they would not take my explanation. Then, when I found it rejected, and everything closing in on me, I was in a complete maze. It was not till yesterday, when I was alone again, after having gone over my defense with Mr. Bramshaw, and shown what I could prove, that I saw exactly how it must have been, as clear as a somnambulist. I sometimes could fancy I had seen Sam listening at the window, and have to struggle not to think I knew him under the stable wall." "And you are not so absurd as to sacrifice yourself to any scruple, and let the earth be cumbered with a rascal who, if he be withholding the receipt, is committing a second murder? It is not generosity, it is suicide." "It is not generosity," said the boy, "for if there were any hope, that would not stop me. But no one heard nor saw but myself, and I neither recognized him, no, I did not, nor heard anything definite from my uncle. Even if I had, no one but you, believes a word I speak. Nay, even my own case shows what probabilities are worth, and that I may be doing him the same wrong that I am suffering. I should only bring on myself the shame and disgrace of accusing another." The steady low voice and unboyish language showed him to be speaking from reflection, not impulse. The only tremulous moment was when he spoke of the one friend who trusted him, and whom his words were filling with a tumult of hope and alarm, admiration, indignation, and perplexity. Well, the doctor said, almost stammering. "I am glad you have been open with me. It may be a clue. Can there be any excuse for overhauling his papers? Or can't we pick a hole in that alibi of his? Now I recollect, he had it very pat and unnecessarily prominent. I'll find some way of going to work without compromising you. Yes, you may trust me. I'll watch, but say not a word without your leave." "Thank you," said Leonard. "I am glad it is you. You who would never think of vague hope of saving me better than disgrace and dishonor." "We will save you," said the doctor, becoming eager to escape to that favorite counselor, the lining of his brougham, which had inspired him with the right theory of many a perplexing symptom, and he trusted would show him how to defend without betraying Leonard. "I must go and see about it. Is there anything I can do for you? Books or anything?" "No, thank you. Except, I suppose there would be no objection to my having a few finer steel pens." And to explain his wants, he took up his prayer book, which his sister had decorated with several small devotional prints. Copying these minutely line by line in pen and ink was the solace of his prison hours. And though the work was hardly after a drawing master's rules, the hand was not untaught, and there was talent and soul enough in the work to strike the doctor. "It suits me best," said Leonard. "I should go distracted with nothing to do, and I can't read much, at least not common books, and my sisters may like to have them. Will you let me do one for you?" The speaking expression of those hazel eyes almost overcame the doctor, and his answer was by bending head and grasping hand. Leonard turned to the Collects, and mutely opened at the print of the Son of Consolation, which he had already outlined, looked up at his friend, and turned away, only saying, "2 or 3 of the sort with elastic nibs. They have them at the post office." "Yes, I'll take care," said Dr. May, afraid to trust his self-command any longer. "Good-bye, Leonard. Tom says I adopt everyone who gets through a bad enough fever. So what will you be to me after this second attack?" The result of the doctor's consultation with his brougham was his stopping it at Mr. Bramshaw's door to ascertain whether the search for the receipt had extended to young Haxworthy's papers. But he found that they had been thoroughly examined, every facility having been given by their owner, who was his uncle's executor and residuary legatee, by a will dated 5 years back, leaving £1,000 to the late Mrs. Ward, and a few other legacies, but the mass of the property to the nephew. Sam's facilities not satisfying the doctor, it was further explained that every endeavor was being made to discover what other documents were likely to have been kept in the missing memorandum book, so as to lead to the detection of any person who might present any such at a bank, and it was made evident that everything was being done, short of the impracticability of searching an unaccused man, but he could not but perceive that Mr. Bramshaw's ifs indicated great doubt of the existence of receipt and of pocket-book. Throwing out a hint that the time of Sam's return should be investigated, he learnt that this had been Edward Anderson's first measure, and that it was clear, from the independent testimony of the ostler at Whitford, the friend who had driven Sam, and the landlord of the Three Goblets, that there was not more than time for the return exactly as described at the inquest. And though the horse was swift and powerful, and might probably have been driven at drunken speed, this was too entirely conjectural for anything to be founded on it. Nor had the check by Bilson on the Whitford bank come in. Something must assuredly happen to exonerate the guiltless. It would be profane to doubt, said Dr. May continually to himself and to the wards. But Leonard's secret was a painful burthen that he could scarcely have borne without sharing it with that daughter who was his other self, and well proved to be a safe repository. "That's my Leonard," said Ethel. "I know him much better now than any time since the Elbolt affair. They have not managed to ruin him among them." "What do you call this?" said Dr. May, understanding her, indeed, but willing to hear her thought expressed. "Thankworthy," she answered, with a twitching of the corners of her mouth. "You will suffer for this exaltation," he said sadly. "You know you have a tender heart, for all your flights." "And you know you have a soul as well as a heart," said Ethel, as well as the swelling in her throat would allow. "To be sure, this world would be a poor place to live in if admiration did not make pity bearable," said the doctor. But don't ask me, Ethel. You have not had that fine fellow in his manly patience before your eyes. Talk of your knowing him! You knew a boy! I tell you, this has made him a man, and one of 1,000, so high-minded and so simple, so clear-headed and well-balanced, so entirely resigned and free from bitterness. What could he not be? It would be grievous to see him cut off by a direct dispensation, sickness, accident, battle. But for him to come to such an end, for the sake of a double murderer, Ethel, it would almost stagger one's faith." "Almost," repeated Ethel, with the smile of a conqueror. I know," said the doctor. "If it be so, it will be right. One will try to believe it good for him. Nay, there's proof enough in what it has done for him already. If you could only see him." "I mean to see him, if it should go against him," said Ethel, "if you will let me. I would go to him as I would if he were in a decline, and with more reverence." "Don't talk of it," cried her father. "For truth's sake, for justice's sake, for the country's sake, I cannot, will not, believe it will go wrong. There is a providence, after all, Ethel." And the doctor went away, afraid alike of hope and despondency, and Ethel thought of the bright young face of De Wilton, of Job, and of the martyrs. And when she was not encouraging Aubrey, or soothing Averill, her heart would sink, and the tears that would not come would have been very comfortable. It was well for all that the assizes were so near that the suspense was not long protracted, for it told upon all concerned. Leonard, when the doctor saw him again, was of the same way of thinking, but his manner was more agitated. He could not sleep, or if he slept, the anticipations chased away in the daytime revenged themselves in his dreams, and he was very unhappy also about his sister, whose illness continued day after day. She was not acutely ill, but in a constant state of low fever, every faculty in the most painful state of tension, convinced that she was quite able to get up and go to Leonard, and that her detention was mere cruelty, and then, on trying to rise, refused by fainting. Her searching questions and ardent eyes made it impossible to keep any feature in the case from her knowledge. Sleep was impossible to her, and once when Henry tried the effect of an anodyne, it produced a semi-delirium, which made him hardly repent of his independent measure. At all times she was talking. Nothing but the being left with a very stolid maidservant ever closed her lips, and she so greatly resented being thus treated that the measure was seldom possible. Henry seldom left her. He was convinced that Leonard's sentence would be hers likewise, and he watched over her with the utmost tenderness and patience with her fretfulness and waywardness, never quitting her except on their brother's behalf, when Ethel or Mary would take his place. Little Minna was always to be found on her small chair by the bedside, or moving about like a mouse, sometimes whispering her one note, "They can't hurt him if he has not done it," and still quietly working at the pair of slippers that had been begun for his birthday present. Mary used to bring Ella and take them out walking in the least frequented path, but though the little sisters kissed eagerly and went fondly hand in hand, they never were sorry to part. Ella's spirits oppressed Minna, and Minna's depression vexed the more volatile sister. Moreover, Minna always dreaded Mary's desire to carry her away, as, poor child, she looked paler and her eyes heavier and darker every day. No one else, except, of course, Dr. May, was admitted. Henry would not let his sister see Mr. Scudamore or Mr. Wilmot, lest she should be excited, and Averill's "no one" was vehement as a defense against Mrs. Pugh or Mrs. Ledwich, whom she suspected of wanting to see her, though she never heard of more than their daily inquiries. Mrs. Pugh was, in spite of her exclusion, the great authority with the neighborhood for all the tidings of the poor Wards, of whom she talked with the warmest commiseration, relating every touching detail of their previous and present history, and continually enduring the great shock of meeting people in shops or in the streets whom she knew to be reporters or photographers. In fact, the catastrophe had taken a strong hold on the public mind, and murder of an uncle by his nephew, the Bluer tragedy, figured everywhere in the largest type. Newsboys on the railway shouted, "Today's paper account of inquest," and the illustrated press sent down artists whose three-legged cameras stared in all directions, from the Ventry Mill to Bankside, and who aimed at the school, the minster, the volunteers, and Dr. Hoxton himself. Tom advised Ethel to guard Mab carefully from appearing stuffed in the chamber of horrors at Madame Tussaud's, and the furniture at the mill would have commanded any price. Nay, Mrs. Pugh was almost certain she had seen one of the horrid men bargaining with the local photographer for her own portrait in her weeds, and was resolved the interesting injury should never be forgiven. She really had the trying scenes of 2 interviews with both Mr. Bramshaw and the attorney from Whitford, who was getting up the prosecution, each having been told that she was in possession of important intelligence. Mr. Bramshaw was not sanguine as to what he might obtain from her, but flattered her with the attempt, and ended by assuring her, like his opponent, that there was no need to expose her to the unpleasantness of appearing in court. Aubrey was not to have the same relief, but was, like his father, subpoenaed as a witness for the prosecution. He had followed his father's advice, and took care not to disclose his evidence to the enemy, as he regarded the Whitford lawyer. He was very miserable, and it was as much for his sake as that of the immediate family that Ethel rejoiced that the suspense was to be short. Counsel of high reputation had been retained, but as the day came nearer, without bringing any of the disclosures on which the doctor had so securely reckoned, more and more stress was laid on the dislike to convict on circumstantial evidence, and on the saying that the English law had rather acquit 10 criminals than condemn 1 innocent man. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 14 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 14. Ah, I mind me now of thronging faces, mocking-eyed and eager, as for sport, hundreds looking up, and in high places, men arrayed for judgment and a court. And I heard, or seemed to hear, one seeking answer back from one he doomed to die, pitifully, sadly, sternly speaking unto one, and oh, that one, 'twas I. Rev. G. E. Monsell. The Bloor murder was the case of the assize week, and the court was so crowded that, but for the favor of the sheriff, Mr. and Mrs. Rivers, with Tom and Gertrude, could hardly have obtained seats. No others of the family could endure to behold the scene, except from necessity. And indeed Ethel and Mary had taken charge of the sisters at home, for Henry could not remain at a distance from his brother, though unable to bear the sight of the proceedings. He remained in a house at hand. Nearly the whole population of Stoneborough, Whitford, and Bloor was striving to press into court, but before the day's work began, Edward Anderson had piloted Mrs. Pugh to a commodious place under the escort of his brother Harvey, who was collecting materials for an article on criminal jurisprudence. Some of those who, like the widow and little Gertrude, had been wild to be present, felt their hearts fail them when the last previous case had been disposed of, and there was a brief pause of grave and solemn suspense and silent breathless expectation within the court, unbroken except by increased sounds of crowding in all the avenues without. Everyone, except the mere loungers, who craved nothing but excitement, looked awed and anxious, and the impression was deepened by the perception that the same feeling, though restrained, affected the judge himself, and was visible in the anxious attention with which he looked at the papers before him, and the stern sadness that had come over the features naturally full of kindness and benevolence. The prisoner appeared in the dock. He had become paler and perhaps thinner, for his square, determined jaw and the resolute mold of his lips were more than usually remarkable, and were noted in the physiognomical brain of Harvey Anderson, as well as the keen light of his full dark hazel eye, the breadth of his brow, with his shining light brown hair brushed back from it, the strong build of his frame, and the determined force, apparent even in the perfect quiescence of his attitude. Leonard Axworthy Ward was arraigned for the wilful murder of Francis Axworthy, and asked whether he pleaded guilty or not guilty. His voice was earnest, distinct, and firm, and his eyes were raised upwards, as though he were making the plea of not guilty, not to man alone, but to the Judge of all the earth. The officer of the court informed him of his right to challenge any of the jury, as they were called over by name, and as each came to be sworn, he looked full and steadily at each face, more than one of which was known to him by sight, as if he were committing his cause into their hands. He declined to challenge, and then crossing his arms on his breast, cast down his eyes, and thus retained them through the greater part of the trial. The jurymen were then sworn in and charged with the issue, and the counsel for the prosecution opened the case, speaking more as if in pity than indignation, as he sketched the history which it was his painful duty to establish. He described how Mr. Axworthy, having spent the more active years of his life in foreign trade, had finally returned to pass his old age among his relatives, and had taken to assist him in his business a great-nephew, and latterly another youth in the same degree of relation, the son of his late niece, the prisoner, who on leaving school had been taken into his uncle's office, lodged in the house, and became one of the family. It would, however, be shown by witnesses that the situation had been extremely irksome to the young man, and that he had not been in it many months before he had expressed his intention of absconding, provided he could obtain the means of making his way in one of the colonies. Then followed a summary of the deductions resulting from the evidence about to be adduced, and which carried upon its face the inference that the absence of the cousin, the remoteness of the room, the sight of a large sum of money, and the helplessness of the old man had proved temptation too strong for a fiery and impatient youth, long fretted by the restraints of his situation, and had conducted him to violence, robbery, and flight. It was a case that could not be regarded without great regret and compassion, but the gentlemen of the jury must bear in mind in their investigation that pity must not be permitted to distort the facts, which he feared were only too obvious. The speech was infinitely more telling from its fair and commiserating tone towards the prisoner, and the impression that it carried, not that he was to be persecuted by having the crime fastened on him, but that truth must be sought out at all hazards. "Even he is sorry for Leonard. I don't hate him as I thought I should," whispered Gertrude May to her elder sister. The first witness was, as before, the young maidservant, Anne Ellis, who described her first discovery of the body, and on farther interrogation, the situation of the room, distant from those of the servants, and out of hearing, also her master's ordinary condition of feebleness. She had observed nothing in the room, or on the table, but knew the window was open, since she had run to it, and screamed for help, upon which Master Hardy had come to her aid. Leonard's counsel then elicited from her how low the window was, and how easily it could be entered from without. James Hardy corroborated all this, giving a more minute account of the state of the room, and telling of his going to call the young gentleman, and finding the open passage window and empty bedroom. The passage window would naturally be closed at night, and there was no reason to suppose that Mr. Ward would be absent. The bag shown to him was one that had originally been made for the keeping of cash, but latterly had been used for samples of grain, and he had last seen it in the office. The counsel for the prisoner inquired what had been on the table at Hardy's first entrance, but to this the witness could not swear, except that the lamp was burning, and that there were no signs of disorder, nor was the dress of the deceased disarranged. He had seen his master put receipts and make memorandums in a large black silver-clasped pocket-book, but had never handled it, and could not swear to it. He had seen nothing like it since his master's death. He was further asked how long the prisoner had been at the mill, his duties there, and the amount of trust reposed in him, to which last the answer was, that about a month since, Mr. Axworthy had exclaimed that if ever he wanted a thing to be done, he must set Ward about it. Saving this speech, made an irritation at some omission on Sam's part, nothing was adduced to show that Leonard was likely to have been employed without his cousin's knowledge, though Hardy volunteered the addition that Mr. Ward was always respectful and attentive, and that his uncle had lately thought much more of him than at first. Rebecca Giles gave her account of the scene in the sitting-room. She had been in the service of the deceased for the last 4 years, and before in that of his sister-in-law, Mr. Samuel's mother. She had herself closed the passage window at 7 o'clock in the evening, as usual. She had several times previously found it partly open in the morning, after having thus shut it overnight, but never before Mr. Ward's bed unslept in. Her last interview with Mr. Axworthy was then narrated, with his words, an imprecation against rifle practice as an excuse for idle young rascals to be always out of the way. Then followed her communication to the prisoner at 9:30, when she saw him go into the parlor, in his volunteer uniform, rifle in hand, heard him turn the lock of the sitting-room door, and then herself retired to bed. Cross-examination did not do much with her, only showing that, when she brought in the supper, one window had been open, and the blinds, common calico ones, drawn down, thus rendering it possible for a person to lurk unseen in the court and enter by the window. Her master had assigned no reason for sending for Mr. Ward. She did not know whether Mr. Axworthy had any memorandum book. She had seen none on the table, nor found any when she undressed the body, though his purse, watch, and seals were on his person. Mr. Rankin's medical evidence came next, both as to the cause of death, the probable instrument, and the nature of the stains on the desk and rifle. When cross-examined, he declared that he had looked at the volunteer uniform without finding any mark of blood, but from the nature of the injury it was not likely that there would be any. He had attended Mr. Axworthy for several years, and had been visiting him professionally during a fit of the gout in the last fortnight of June, when he had observed that the prisoner was very attentive to his uncle. Mr. Axworthy was always unwilling to be waited on, but was unusually tolerant of this nephew's exertions on his behalf, and had seemed of late to place much reliance on him. Dr. Richard May was the next witness called. The sound of that name caused the first visible change in the prisoner's demeanor, if that could be called change, which was only a slight relaxation of the firm closing of the lips, and one sparkle of the dark eyes, ere they were again bent down as before, though not without a quiver of the lids. Dr. May had brought tone, look, and manner to the grave impartiality which even the most sensitive man is drilled into assuming in public, but he durst not cast one glance in the direction of the prisoner. In answer to the counsel for the prosecution, he stated that he was at the Vintry Mill at 7 o'clock on the morning of the 6th of July, not professionally, but as taking interest in the Ward family. He had seen the body of the deceased, and considered death to have been occasioned by fracture of the skull from a blow with a blunt, heavy instrument. The superintendent had shown him a rifle, which he considered, from the marks on it, as well as from the appearance of the body, to have produced the injury. The rifle was the one shown to him. It was the property of Leonard Ward. He recognized it by the crest and cipher H.E. It had belonged to his son-in-law, Hector Earnscliffe, by whom it had been given to Leonard Ward. Poor doctor! That was a cruel piece of evidence, and his son and daughters opposite wondered how he could utter it in that steady, matter-of-fact way. But they knew him to be sustained by hopes of the cross-examination, and he soon had the opportunity of declaring that he had known Leonard Ward from infancy, without being aware of any imputation against him, but had always seen him highly principled and trustworthy, truthful and honorable, kind-hearted and humane, the last person to injure the infirm or aged. Perhaps the good doctor, less afraid of the sound of his own voice, and not so much in awe as some of the other witnesses, here in his eagerness overstepped the bounds of prudence. His words indeed brought a tremulous flicker of grateful emotion over the prisoner's face, but by carrying the inquiry into the region of character and opinion, he opened the door to a dangerous re-examination by the Crown lawyer, who required the exact meaning of his unqualified commendation, especially in the matter of humanity, demanding whether he had never known of any act of violence on the prisoner's part. The color flushed suddenly into Leonard's face, though he moved neither eye nor lip, but his counsel appealed to the judge, and the pursuit of this branch of the subject was quashed as irrelevant. But the doctor went down in very low spirits, feeling that his evidence had been damaging, and his hopes of any ray of light becoming fainter. After this, the village policeman repeated the former statements as to the state of the various rooms, the desk, locked and untouched, the rifle, boat, and sea, further explaining that the distance from the mill to Bloor Station by the road was an hour and a half's walk, by the fields not more than half an hour's. The station master proved the prisoner's arrival at midnight, his demand of a day ticket, his being without luggage, and in a black suit, and the London policeman proved the finding of the money on his person, and repeated his own explanation of it. The money was all in sovereigns, except 1 5 and 1 10-pound note, and Edward Haslett, the clerk of the Whitford Bank, was called to prove the having given the latter in change to Mr. Axworthy for a 50-pound cheque on the 10th of May last. The same clerk had been at the volunteer drill on the evening of the 5th of July, had there seen the prisoner, had parted with him at dusk, towards 9 o'clock, making an engagement with him to meet on Bloor Heath for some private practice at 7 o'clock on Monday evening. Though Mr. Axworthy did sometimes employ young Ward on his commissions, Mr. Axworthy had once sent him into Whitford to pay in a large sum, and another time with an order to be cashed. The dates of these transactions were shown in the books, and Haslett added, on further interrogation, that Samuel Axworthy could not have been aware of the sum being sent to the bank, since he had shortly after come and desired to see the account which had been laid before him as confidential manager, when he had shown surprise and annoyance at the recent deposit, asking through whom it had been made. Not 10 days subsequently, an order for nearly the entire amount had been cashed, signed by the deceased, but filled up in Samuel's handwriting. This had taken place in April, and another witness, a baker, proved the having paid the 5-pound note to old Mr. Axworthy himself on the 2nd of May. Samuel Axworthy himself was next called. His florid face wore something of the puffed, stupefied look it had had at the inquest, but his words were ready and always to the point. He identified the bag in which the money had been found, giving an account of it similar to Hardy's, and adding that he had last seen it lying by his cousin's desk. His uncle had no account with any London bank, all transactions had of late passed through his own hands, and he had never known the prisoner employed in any business of importance. He could not have been kept in ignorance of it if it had previously been the case. The deceased had a black shagreen pocket-book with a silver clasp, which he occasionally used, but the witness had never known him to give it out of his own hand, nor take a receipt in it, had not seen it on the morning of the 6th, nor subsequently, could not account for the sum found on the person of the prisoner, whose salary was £50 per annum, and who had no private resources, except the interest of £2,000, which, he being a minor, was not in his own hands. Deceased was fond of amassing sovereigns, and would often keep them for a long time in the drawer of his desk, as much as from £50 to £100. There was none there when the desk was opened on the 6th of July, though there had certainly been gold there 2 days previously. It was kept locked. It had a small Brahma key, which his uncle wore on his watch chain, in his waistcoat pocket. The drawer was locked when he saw it on the morning of the 6th. The doctor, who had joined his children, gave a deep respiration and relaxed the clenching of his hand as this witness went down. Then it came to the turn of Aubrey Spencer May. The long waiting, after his nerves had been wound up, had been a severe ordeal, and his delicacy of constitution and home breeding had rendered him peculiarly susceptible. With his resemblance to his father in form and expression, it was like seeing the doctor denuded of that shell of endurance with which he had contrived to conceal his feelings. The boy was indeed braced to resolution, but the resolution was equally visible with the agitation in the awe-stricken brow, varying color, tightened breath, and involuntary shiver as he took the oath. Again Leonard looked up with one of his clear, bright glances, and perhaps a shade of anxiety. But Aubrey, for his own comfort, was too short-sighted for meeting of eyes from that distance. Seeing his agitation, and reckoning on his evidence, the counsel gave him time, by minutely asking if his double Christian name were correctly given, his age, and if he were not the son of Dr. May. "You were the prisoner's schoolfellow, I believe?" "No," faltered Aubrey. "But you live near him?" "We are friends," said Aubrey, with sudden firmness and precision, and from the utterance of that emphatic "are," his spirit returned. "Did you often see him?" "On most Sundays, after church." Did you ever hear him say he had any thoughts of the means of leaving the mill privately?" "Something like it," said Aubrey, turning very red. "Can you tell me the words?" "He said if things went on, that I was not to be surprised if I heard non est inventus," said Aubrey, speaking as if rapidity would conceal the meaning of the words, but taken aback by being made to repeat and translate them to the jury. "And did he mention any way of escaping?" "He said the window and cedar tree were made for it, and that he often went out that way to bathe," said Aubrey. "When did this conversation take place?" "On Sunday, the 22nd of June," said Aubrey, in despair, as the Crown lawyer thanked him and sat down. He felt himself betrayed into having made their talk wear the air of deliberate purpose, and having said not one word of what Mr. Bramshaw had hailed as hopeful. However, the defending barrister rose up to ask him what he meant by having answered "something like it." "Because," said Aubrey promptly, "though we did make the scheme, we were neither of us in earnest." "How do you know the prisoner was not in earnest?" "We often make plans of what we should like to do." "And had you any reason for thinking this one of such plans?" "Yes," said Aubrey, "for he talked of getting gold enough to build up the market cross, or else of going to see the Fiji Islands." "Then you understood the prisoner not to express a deliberate purpose so much as a vague design." "Just so," said Aubrey, "a design that depended on how things went on at the mill." And being desired to explain his words, he added that Leonard had said he could not bear the sight of Sam Axworthy's tyranny over the old man, and was resolved not to stay if he were made a party to any of the dishonest tricks of the trade. "In that case, did he say where he would have gone?" "First to New Zealand, to my brother, the Reverend Norman May." Leonard's counsel was satisfied with the color the conversation had now assumed, but the perils of re-examination were not over yet, for the adverse lawyer requested to know whence the funds were to have come for this adventurous voyage. "We laughed a little about that, and he said he should have to try how far his quarter's salary would go towards a passage in the steerage." "If your friend expressed so strong a distaste to his employers and their business, what induced him to enter it?" Leonard's counsel again objected to this inquiry, and it was not permitted. Aubrey was dismissed, and, flushed and giddy, was met by his brother Tom, who almost took him in his arms as he emerged from the passage. "Oh, Tom, what have I done?" "Famously, provided there's no Miller in the jury. Come," as he felt the weight on his arm. "Flora says I am to take you down and make you take something." "No, no, no, I can't. I must go back." "I tell you there's nothing going on. Everyone is breathing and bathing." And he got him safe to a pastry cook's and administered brandy cherries, which Aubrey bolted whole like pills, only entreating to return and wanting to know how he thought the case going. "Excellently. Hazlitt's evidence and yours ought to carry him through. And Anderson says they have made so much out of the witnesses for the prosecution that they need call none for the defense, and so the enemy will be balked of their reply, and we shall have the last word. I vow I have missed my vocation. I know I was born for a barrister." "Now may we come back?" said the boy, overwhelmed by his brother's cheeriness, and they squeezed into court again, Tom inserting Aubrey into his own former seat, and standing behind him on half a foot at the angle of the passage. They were in time for the opening of the defense, and to hear Leonard described as a youth of spirit and promise, of a disposition that had won him general affection and esteem, and recommended to universal sympathy by the bereavement which was recent in the memory of his fellow townsmen, and there was a glance at the mourning which the boy still wore. They had heard indeed that he was quick-tempered and impulsive, but the gentlemen of the jury were some of them fathers, and he put it to them whether a ready and generous spirit of indignation in a lad were compatible with cowardly designs against helpless old age, whether one whose recreations were natural science and manly exercise showed tokens of vicious tendencies, above all, whether a youth whose friendship they had seen so touchingly claimed by a son of one of the most highly respected gentlemen in the county were evincing the propensities that lead to the perpetration of deeds of darkness. Tom patted Aubrey on the shoulder, and Aubrey, though muttering "humbug," was by some degrees less wretched. Men did not change their nature on a sudden, the counsel continued, and where was the probability that a youth of character entirely unblemished, and of a disposition particularly humane and generous, should at once rush into a crime of the deep and deadly description, to which a long course of dissipation leading to perplexity, distress, and despair would be the only inducement? He then went on to speak of Leonard's position at the mill as junior clerk. He had been there for 6 months, without a flaw being detected, either in his integrity, his diligence, or his regularity. Indeed, it was evident that he had been gradually acquiring a greater degree of esteem and confidence than he had at first enjoyed, and had been latterly more employed by his uncle. That a young man of superior education should find the daily drudgery tedious and distasteful, and that one of sensitive honor should be startled at the ordinary, he might also say proverbial, customs of the miller's trade, was surprising to no one, and that he should unbosom himself to a friend of his own age, and indulge together with him in romantic visions of adventure, was, to all who remembered their own boyhood, an illustration of the freshness and ingenuousness of the character that thus unfolded itself. Where there were daydreams, there was no room for plots of crime. Then ensued a species of apology for the necessity of entering into particulars that did not rebound to the credit of a gentleman who had appeared before the court under such distressing circumstances as Mr. Samuel Axworthy. But it was needful that the condition of the family should be well understood, in order to comprehend the unhappy train of events which had conducted the prisoner into his present situation. He then went through what had been traceable through the evidence. That Samuel Axworthy was a man of expensive habits, and accustomed to drain his uncle's resources to supply his own needs, showing how the sum, which had been entrusted to the prisoner, to be paid into the local bank, had been drawn out by the elder nephew as soon as he became aware of the deposit, and how, shortly after, the prisoner had expressed to Aubrey his indignation at the tyranny exercised on his uncle. By and by, another sum is amassed, continued Leonard's advocate. How dispose of it? The local bank is evidently no security from the rapacity of the elder nephew. Once aware of its existence, he knows how to use means for compelling its surrender, and the feeble old man can no longer call his hard-earned gain his own except on sufferance. The only means of guarding it is to lodge it secretly in a distant bank, without the suspicion of his nephew Samuel. But the invalid is too infirm to leave his apartment. His fingers, crippled by gout, refuse even to guide the pen. He can only watch for an opportunity, and this is at length afforded by the absence of the elder nephew for 2 days at the county races. This will afford time for a trustworthy and intelligent messenger to convey the sum to town, deposit it in Messrs. Drummond's bank, and return unobserved. When, therefore, supper is brought in, Mr. Axworthy sends for the lad on whom he has learnt to depend, and shows much disappointment at his absence. Where is he? Is he engaged with low companions in the haunts of vice that are the declivity towards crime? Is he gaming or betting or drinking? No. He has obeyed the summons of his country. He is a zealous volunteer, and is eagerly using a weapon presented to him by a highly respected gentleman of large fortune in a neighboring county. Nay, so far is he from any sinister purpose, that he is making an appointment with a fellow rifleman for the ensuing Monday. On his return at dark, he receives a pressing summons to his uncle's room, and hastens to obey it without pausing to lay aside his rifle. The commission is explained, and well understanding the painfulness of the cause, he discreetly asks no questions, but prepares to execute it. The sum of £124 12 is taken from the drawer of the desk, the odd money assigned to travelling expenses, the £120 placed in a bag brought in from the office for the purpose, bearing the initials of the owner, and a receipt in a private pocket-book was signed by him for the amount, and left open on the table for the ink to dry. Who that has ever been young can doubt the zest and elevation of receiving for the first time a confidential mission? Who can doubt that even the favorite weapon would be forgotten where it stood, and that it would only be according to accredited rules that the window should be preferable to the door. Had it not already figured in the visions of adventure in the Sunday evening's walk? Was it not a favorite mode of exit in the mornings, when bathing and fishing were more attractive than the pillow? Moreover, the moonlight disclosed what appeared like a figure in the courtyard, and there was reason at the time to suppose it a person likely to observe and report upon the expedition. The opening of the front door might likewise attract notice, and if the cousin should, as was possible, return that night, the direct road was the way to meet him. The hour was too early for the train which was to be met, but a lighted candle would reveal the vigil, and moonlight on the meadows was attractive at 18. Gentlemen of sober and mature years might be incredulous, but surely it was not so strange or unusual for a lad, who indulged in visions of adventure, to find a moonlight walk by the riverside more inviting than a bedroom. Shortly after, perhaps as soon as the light was extinguished, the murder must have been committed. The very presence of that light had been guardianship to the helpless old man below. When it was quenched, nothing remained to stir. The way from without was open, the weapon stood only too ready to hand, the memorandum book gave promise of booty and was secured, though nothing else was apparently touched. It was this very book that contained the signature that would have exonerated the prisoner, and to which he fearlessly appealed upon his arrest at the Paddington station, before, for his additional misfortune, he had time to discharge himself of his commission and establish his innocence by the deposit of the money at the bank. He has thus for a while become the victim of a web of suspicious circumstances. But look at these very circumstances more closely, and they will be found perfectly consistent with the prisoner's statement, never varying, be it remembered, from the explanation given to the policeman in first surprise and horror of the tidings of the crime. It might have been perhaps thought that there was another alternative between entire innocence and a deliberate purpose of robbery and murder, namely, that reproof from the old man had provoked a blow, and that the means of flight had been hastily seized upon in the moment of confusion and alarm. This might have been a plausible line of defense, and secure of a favorable hearing, but I beg to state that the prisoner has distinctly refused any such defense, and my instructions are to contend for his perfect innocence. A nature such as we have already traced is, as we cannot but perceive, revolted by the bare idea of violence to the aged and infirm, and recoils as strongly from the one accusation as from the other. The prisoner made his statement at the first moment, and has adhered to it in every detail, without confusion or self-contradiction. It does not attempt to explain all the circumstances, but they all tally exactly with his story. He is unable to show by whom the crime could have been committed, nor is he bound in law or justice so to do. Nay, his own story shows the absolute impossibility of his being able to explain what took place in his absence. But mark how completely the established facts corroborate his narrative. Observe first the position in which the body was found, the head on the desk, the stain of blood corresponding with the wound, the dress undisturbed, all manifestly untouched since the fatal stroke was dealt. Could this have been the case, had the key of the drawer of gold been taken from the waistcoat pocket, the chain from about the neck of the deceased, and both replaced after the removal of the money and relocking the drawer? Can anyone doubt that the drawer was opened, the money taken out, and the lock secured, while Mr. Axworthy was alive and consenting? Again, what robber would convey away the spoil in a bag bearing the initials of the owner, and that not caught up in haste, but fetched in for the purpose from the office? Or would so telltale a weapon as the rifle have been left conspicuously close at hand? There was no guilty precipitation, for the uniform had been taken off and folded up, and with the whole night before him, it would have been easy to reach a more distant station, where his person would not have been recognized. Why, too, if this were the beginning of a flight and exile, should no preparation have been made for passing a single night from home? Why should a day ticket have been asked for? No, the prisoner's own straightforward, unvarnished statement is the only consistent interpretation of the facts, otherwise conflicting and incomprehensible. That a murder has been committed is unhappily too certain. I make no attempt to unravel the mystery. I confined myself to the far more grateful task of demonstrating that to fasten the imputation on the accused would be to overlook a complication of inconsistencies, all explained by his own account of himself, but utterly inexplicable on the hypothesis of his guilt. Circumstantial evidence is universally acknowledged to be perilous ground for a conviction, and I never saw a case in which it was more manifestly delusive than in the present, bearing at first an imposing and formidable aspect, but on examination confuted in every detail. Most assuredly, continued the counsel, his voice becoming doubly earnest, while there is even the possibility of innocence, it becomes incumbent on you, gentlemen of the jury, to consider well the fearful consequences of a decision in a matter of life or death, a decision for which there can be no reversal. The facts that have come to light are manifestly incomplete. Another link in the chain has yet to be added, and when it shall come forth, how will it be if it should establish the guiltlessness of the prisoner too late? Too late, when a young life of high promise, and linked by close family ties, and by bonds of ardent friendship with so many, has been quenched in shame and disgrace, for a crime to which he may be an utter stranger. The extinction of the light in that upper window was the sign for darkness and horror to descend on the mill. Here is the light of life, still burning, but a breath of yours can extinguish it in utter gloom, and then who may rekindle it? Nay, the revelation of events that would make the transactions of that fatal night clear as the noonday would never avail to rekindle the lamp, that may yet, I trust, shine forth to the world. The clearer, it may be, from the unmerited imputations which it has been my part to combat, and of which his entire life is a confutation. Mrs. Pugh was sobbing under her veil. Gertrude felt the cause won. Tom noiselessly clapped the orator behind his brother's back, and nodded his approval to his father. Even Leonard lifted up his face and shot across a look, as if he felt deliverance near after the weary day, that seemed to have been a lifetime already, though the sunbeams were only beginning to fall high and yellow on the ceiling, through the heated, stifling atmosphere, heavy with anxiety and suspense. Dr. May was thinking of the meeting after the acquittal, of the telegram to Stoneborough, of the sisters' revival, and of Ethel's greeting. Still, the judge had to sum up, and all eyes turned on him, knowing that the fate of the accused would probably depend on the coloring that the facts adduced would assume in his hands. Flora, who met him in society, was struck by the grave and melancholy bracing, as it were, of the countenance that she had seen as kindly and bright as her father's, and the deep, full voice, sad rather than stern, the very tone of which conveyed to every mind how heavy was the responsibility of justice and impartiality. In effect, the very force of the persuasions made for the defense, unanswered by the prosecution, rendered it needful for him to give full weight to the evidence for the other side, namely, the prisoner's evident impatience of his position and premeditated flight, the coincidence of the times, the being the last person seen to enter the room, and with the very weapon that had been the instrument of the crime, the probability that the deceased had himself opened the drawer, the open window, the flight, and the missing sum being found on his person, the allegation that the receipt would be found in the pocket-book, unsupported by any testimony as to the practice of the deceased, the strangeness of leaving the premises so much too early for the train, and, by his own account, leaving a person prowling in the court close to his uncle's window. No opinion was given, but there was something that gave a sense that the judge felt it a crushing weight of evidence. Yet so minutely was every point examined, so carefully was every indication weighed which could tend to establish the prisoner's innocence, that to those among his audience who believed that innocence indubitable, it seemed as if his arguments proved it even more triumphantly than the pleading of the counsel, as, vibrating between hope and fear, anxiety and gratitude, they followed him from point to point of the unhappy incident, hanging upon every word, as though each were decisive. When at length he ceased, and the jury retired, the breathless stillness continued. With some, indeed, there was the relaxation of long-strained attention, eyes unbent, and heads turned, but Flora had to pass her arm round her little sister to steady the child's nervous trembling. Aubrey sat rigid and upright, the throbs of his heart well nigh audible, and Dr. May leant forward and covered his eyes with his hand. Tom, who alone dared glance to the dock, saw that Leonard too had retired. Those were the most terrible minutes they had ever spent in their lives, but they were minutes of hope of relief from a burthen becoming more intolerable with every second's delay ere the rebound. Long as it seemed to them, it was not in reality more than a quarter of an hour before the jury returned, and with slow, grave movements and serious countenances resumed their places. Leonard was already in his cheek paler, his fingers locked together, and his eyes scanning each as they came forward, and one by one their names were called over. His head was erect, and his bearing had something undaunted, though intensely anxious. The question was put by the clerk of the court. How find you? Guilty or not guilty? Firmly, though sadly, the foreman rose, and his answer was, We find the prisoner guilty, but we earnestly recommend him to mercy. Whether Tom felt or not that Aubrey was in a dead faint, and rested against him as a senseless weight, he paid no visible attention to aught but one face, on which his eyes were riveted as though nothing would ever detach them, and that face was not the prisoner's. Others saw Leonard's face raised upwards, and a deep red flush spread over brow and cheek, though neither lip nor eye wavered. Then came the question whether the prisoner had anything to say, wherefore judgment should not be passed upon him. Leonard made a step forward, and his clear, steady tone did not shake for a moment as he spoke. No. I see that appearances are so much against me that man can hardly decide otherwise. I have known from the first that nothing could show my innocence but the finding of the receipt. In the absence of that one testimony, I feel that I have had a fair trial, and that all has been done for me that could be done, and I thank you for it, my lord, and you, gentlemen, as he bent his head, then added, I should like to say one thing more. My lord, you would not let the question be asked, how I brought all this upon myself. I wish to say it myself, for it is that which makes my sentence just in the sight of God. It is true that, though I never lifted my hand against my poor uncle, I did in a moment of passion fling a stone at my brother, which, but for God's mercy, might indeed have made me a murderer. It was for this, and other like outbreaks, that I was sent to the mill, and it may be just that for it I should die, though indeed I never hurt my uncle. Perhaps there was something in the tone of that one word, indeed, which, by recalling his extreme youth, touched all hearts more than even the manly tone of his answer and his confession. There was a universal weeping and sobbing throughout the court. Mrs. Pugh was on the verge of hysterics, and obliged to be supported away, and Gertrude was choking between the agony of contagious feeling and dread of Flora's displeasure. And all the time Leonard stood calm, with his brave head and lofty bearing wound up for the awful moment of the sentence. The weeping was hushed when the crier of the court made proclamation, commanding all persons on pain of imprisonment to be silent. Then the judge placed on his head the black cap, and it was with trembling hands that he did so. The blood had entirely left his face, and his lips were purple with the struggle to contend with and suppress his emotion. He paused, as though he were girding himself up to the most terrible of duties, and when he spoke, his voice was hollow as he began, Leonard Axworthy Ward, you have been found guilty of a crime that would have appeared impossible in one removed from temptation by birth and education, such as yours have been. What the steps may have been that led to such guilt must lie between your own conscience and that God whose justice you have acknowledged. To him you have evidently been taught to look, and may you use the short time that still remains to you in seeking his forgiveness by sincere repentance. I will forward the recommendation to mercy, but it is my duty to warn you that there are no such palliating circumstances in the evidence as to warrant any expectation of a remission of the sentence, and therewith followed the customary form of sentence, ending with the solemn, "And may God Almighty have mercy on your soul." Full and open, and never quailing, had the dark eyes been fixed upon the judge all the time. And at those last words, the head bent low, and the lips moved for Amen. Then Tom, relieved to find instant occupation for his father, drew his attention to Aubrey's state, and the boy between Tom and George Rivers was, as best they could, carried through the narrow outlets and laid down in a room opened to them by the sheriff, where his father and Flora attended him, while Tom flew for remedies, and Gertrude sobbed and wept as she had never done in her life. It was some time before the swoon yielded, or Dr. May could leave his son, and then he was bent on at once going to the prisoner. But he was so shaken and tremulous that Tom insisted on giving him his arm, and held an umbrella over him in the driving rain. "Father," he said, as soon as they were in the street, "I can swear who did it." Dr. May just hindered himself from uttering the name, but Tom answered as if it had been spoken. "Yes, I saw the face of fiendish barbarity that once was over me, when I was a miserable little schoolboy. He did it, and he has the receipt." Dr. May squeezed his arm. "I have not betrayed the secret, have I?" "You knew that he knew it." "Not knew. Suspected. Generosity." "I saw him. I saw him cast those imploring earnest eyes of his on the scoundrel as he spoke of the receipt, and the villain tried to make himself of stone. Well, if I have one wish in life, it is to see that fellow come to the fate he deserves. I'll never lose sight of him. I'll dog him like a bloodhound." "And what good will that do when—" Tom, we must move heaven and earth for petitions. I'll take them up myself, and get George Rivers to take me to the Home Secretary. Never fear, while there's justice in heaven." "Here's Henry!" exclaimed Tom, withholding his father, who had almost ran against the brother as they encountered round a corner. He was pale and bewildered, and hardly seemed to hear the doctor's hasty asseverations that he would get a reprieve. "He sent me to meet you," said Henry. "He wants you to go home. To Ave, I mean. He says that is what he wants most, for you to go to her now, and to come to him tomorrow, or when you can. And he wants to hear how Aubrey is," continued Henry, as if dreamily repeating a lesson. "He saw then?" "Yes, and that seems to trouble him most." Dr. May was past speaking, and Tom was obliged to answer for him. That Aubrey was pretty well again, and had desired his dearest love, then asked how Leonard was. "Calm and firm as ever," said Henry, half choked. "Nothing seems to upset him, but speaking of you and Aubrey, Dr. May, and poor Ave, but they'll be together before long." "No such thing," said Dr. May. "You will see that certainty cures when suspense kills, and for him, I'll never believe but that all will be right yet. Are you going home?" "I shall try to be with the dear unhappy boy as long as I can, and then I'll come home." Dr. May grasped Henry's hand, gave a promise of coming, and a message of love to the prisoner, tried to say something more, but broke down, and let Tom lead him away. End of Chapter 14. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 15 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 15. Under the shroud of his thundercloud lie we still when his voice is loud, and our hearts shall feel the love notes steal as the bird sings after the thunder peal. C.F.A. Not till dusk could Dr. May get back to Stoneborough, and then, in an evening gleam of that stormy day, he was met at the gate of Bankside by Richard and Ethel. "You need not come in, Papa," said Ethel. "She is asleep. She knows." Dr. May sighed with unspeakable relief. "Mr. Bramshaw telegraphed, and his clerk came down. It was not so very bad. She saw it in our faces, and she was so worn out with talking and watching that the very turning her face to the wall with hope over became sleep almost directly." "That is well," murmured the doctor. "And can you be spared, my dear? If you could come, I should be glad, for poor Aubrey is quite done up." "I can come. Mary is with her, and Richard will stay to meet Henry, if he is coming home, or to send up if they want you. But I think she will not wait for many hours. And then oh, what can anyone do?" So Richard turned back to the sorrowful house, and Dr. May, tenderly drawing Ethel's arm into his own, told her, as they walked back, the few incidents that she most wanted to hear, as best he could narrate them. "You have had a heart-rending day, my dear," he said. "You and Mary, as well as the rest of us." "There was one comfort," said Ethel, "and that was his own notes. Ave has all that he has written to her from Whitford under her pillow, and she kept spreading them out and making us read them, and oh, their braveness and cheeriness! They did quite seem to hold one up. And then poor little Minna's constant little robin chirp of faith. God will not let them hurt him. One could not bear to tell the child that though indeed they cannot hurt him, it may not be in her sense. Look here, these are her slippers. She has worked on all day to finish them, that they might be done and out of sight when he came home this evening. The last stitch was done as Richard came in, and now I thought I could only take them out of everyone's sight. Poor things! Poor things! And how was it with the child when she heard?" "The old sweet note," said Ethel, less steadily than she had yet spoken. "Nothing could hurt him for what he had not done. I don't know whether she knows what is in store. At least she is not shaken yet, dear child." "And Ave? How did you manage with her through all the day?" "Oh, we did as we could. We tried reading the things Mr. Wilmot had marked, but she was too restless. Her hands would wander off to the letters, caressing them, and she would go back to talk of him, all his ways from a baby upwards. I hope there was no harm in letting her do it, for if there is anything to do one good, it is his noble spirit." "If you had only seen his face today," exclaimed the doctor, half angrily, "you would not feel much comfort in the cutting off such a fellow." "No, no, it won't be. We'll petition, 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 and save him we will. Minna will be right yet. They shall not hurt him." "Is there really hope in that way?" said Ethel, and a quiver of relief agitated her whole frame. "Every hope. Every one I have seen, or Tom either, says so. We have only to draw up a strong enough representation of the facts, his character and all that, and there's his whole conduct before and since to speak for itself. Why, when it was all over, George heard every one saying, either he was a consummate hypocrite, or he must be innocent. Harvey Anderson declares the press will take it up. We shall certainly get him off." "You don't mean pardoned?" "Commutation of the penalty. Come on," said the doctor, hurrying at his headlong pace. "There's no time to be lost in getting it drawn up." Ethel was dragged on so fast that she could not speak, but it was with willing haste, for this was the sort of suspense in which motion and purpose were a great relief after the day's weary waiting. Gertrude, quite spent with excitement and tears, had wisely betaken herself to bed, and it would have been well had Aubrey followed her example, instead of wandering up and down the room in his misery, flushed though wan, impetuously talking treason against trial by jury and abusing dignitaries. They let him have it out, in all its fury and violence, till he had tired out his first vehemence, and could be persuaded to lie on the sofa while the rough draft of the petition was drawn up, Tom writing, and everyone suggesting or discussing, till the doctor, getting thorough mastery over the subject, dictated so fluently and admirably that even Tom had not a word to gainsay, but observed to Ethel, when his father had gone up to bed, and carried Aubrey off. What an exceedingly able man my father is." "Is this the first time you have found that out?" said Ethel. "Why, you know it is not his nature to make the most of himself, but studying under him brings it out more, and there's a readiness about him that I wish was catching. But I say, Ethel, what's this? I no more doubt who did the deed than I do who killed Abel. But I had once seen Cain's face, and I knew it again. Is it true that the boy was aware and told my father? Did he tell you so?" "Only asked if he had betrayed the secret. If they both know it, why, if it be Leonard's taste, I suppose I must say nothing to the contrary, but he might as well consider his sister." "What do you know, Tom?" said she, perplexed. "Only that there is some secret, and if it be as I am given to understand, then it is a frenzy that no lucid person should permit." "No, Tom," said Ethel, feeling that the whole must be told. "It is no certainty, only unsupported suspicion, which he could not help telling Papa after binding him on honor to make no use of it. Putting things together, he was sure who the man in the yard was, but it was not recognition, and he could not have proved it. What quixotry moved my father not to put the lawyers on the scent?" Ethel explained, and for her pains Tom fell upon her for her folly in not having told him all, when he could have gone to Bloor and gathered information as no professional person could do, then lamented that he had let Aubrey keep him from the inquest, when the fellow's hangdog look would have been sure to suggest, to him, to set Anderson to get him searched. Even now he would go to the mill and try to hunt up something. "Tom, remember Papa's promise." "Do you think a man can do nothing without committing himself, like poor Aubrey? No, Ethel, the doctor may be clever, but that's no use if a man is soft. And he is uncommonly soft, and you should not encourage him in it." Ethel was prevented from expressing useless indignation by the arrival of Mary, asking where Papa was. "Gone to bed. He said he must go off at 6 tomorrow. There are so many patients to see. Eve does not want him, I hope?" "No, she is still asleep. I was only waiting for Richard, and he had dreadful work with that poor Henry." "What kind of work?" "Oh, I believe it has all come on him now that it is his fault, driving Leonard to that place, and he was in such misery that Richard could not leave him." "I am glad he has the grace to feel it at last," said Tom. "It must be very terrible," said Mary. "He says he cannot stay in that house, for every room reproaches him, and he groaned as if he was in tremendous bodily pain." "What, you assisted at this scene?" said Tom, looking at her rather sharply. "No, but Richard told me, and I heard the groans as I sat on the stairs." "Sat on the stairs?" "Yes, I could not go back to Abe's room for fear of waking her." "And how long?" "Towards an hour, I believe. I did all that piece," said Mary, displaying a couple of inches of a stocking leg, "and I think it was pretty well in the dark." "Sitting on the stairs for an hour in the dark," said Tom, as he gave Mary the candle he had been lighting for her. "That may be called unappreciated devotion." "I never can tell what Tom means," said Mary, as she went upstairs with Ethel. "It was a very comfortable rest. I wish you had had the same, dear Ethel. You look so tired and worn out. Let me stay and help you. It has been such a sad, long day, and oh, how terrible this is! And you know him better than any of us, except Aubrey." Mary stopped almost in dismay, for her sister, usually so firm, broke down entirely, and sitting down on a low chair, threw an arm round her, and resting her weary brow against her, gave way to long, tearless sobs, or rather catches of breath. "Oh, Mary, Mary," she said, between her gasps, "to think of last year, and Coombe, and the 2 bright boys, and the visions, and the light in those glorious eyes, and that this should be the end!" "Dear, dear Ethel," said Mary, with fast-flowing tears and tender caresses, "you have kept us all up. You have always shown us it was for the best." "It is! It is!" cried Ethel. "I do. I will believe it. If I had only seen his face, as Papa tells of it, I could keep hold of the glory of it and the martyr spirit. Now I only see his earnest, shy, confiding look, and I don't know how to bear it." And Ethel's grasp of Mary in both arms was tightened, as if to support herself under her deep laboring sobs of anguish. "Ah, he was very fond of you. There never was any one beyond our own selves that loved me so well. I always knew it would not last, that it ought not. But oh, it was endearing, and I did think to have seen him a shining light." "And don't you tell us he is a shining light now?" said Mary, among the tears that really almost seemed to be a relief, as if her sister herself had shed them. And as she knelt down, Ethel laid her head on her shoulder and spoke more calmly. "He is," she said, "and I ought to be thankful for it. I think I am generally, but now it makes it the more piteous. The hopes, the spirit, the determination, all to be quenched, and so quenched, and to have nothing to do for him." "But, Ethel, Papa says your messages do him more good than anything, and Papa will let you go and see him, and that will comfort him." Ethel's lips gave a strange sort of smile. She thought it was at simple Mary's trust in her power, but it would hardly have been there but for the species of hope thus excited, and the sense of sympathy. Mary was not one to place any misconstruction on what had passed. She well knew that Leonard had almost taken a brother's place in Ethel's heart, and she prized him at the rate of her sister's esteem. Perhaps her prominent thought was how cruel were those who fancied that Ethel's lofty faith was unfeeling, and how very good Leonard must be to be thus mourned. At any rate, she was an excellent comforter, in the sympathy that was neither too acute nor too obtuse. And purely to oblige her, Ethel for the first time submitted to her favorite panacea of hair-brushing, and found that in very truth those soft and steady manipulations were almost mesmeric in soothing away the hard, oppressive excitement, and bringing on a gentle and slumberous resignation. The sisters were early astir next morning to inflict on their father a cup of cocoa, which he rebelled against, but swallowed, and to receive his last orders, chiefly consisting of messages to Tom about taking the petition to be approved by Dr. Spencer and others, and then having it properly drawn out. Mary asked if women might sign it, and was answered with an impatient "Pshaw!" "But ladies do have petitions of their own," said Mary, with some diffidence. "Could not we have one?" His lips were compressed for another "Pshaw!" when he bethought himself. "Well, I don't know. The more the better. Only it won't do for you to set it going. Flora must be the woman for that." "Oh, then," cried Mary eagerly, "might not I walk over to breakfast at the Grange and talk to Flora? Ethel, you would not mind going to Ave instead, or will you go to Flora?" "You had better," said Ethel. "I must stay on Aubrey's account, and this is your doing, Mary," she added, looking at her warmly. "Then put on your hat, Mary, and take a biscuit," said the doctor, "and you shall have a lift as far as the crossroads." Thus the morning began, with action and with hope. Mary found herself very welcome at the Grange, where there was much anxiety to hear of Aubrey, as well as the more immediate sufferers. The Riverses had dined at Drydale, and had met the judges, as well as a good many of the county gentlemen who had been on the grand jury and attended on the trial. They had found every one most deeply touched by the conduct of the prisoner. The judge had talked to Flora about her young brother, and the friendship so bravely avouched, had asked the particulars of the action to which Leonard had alluded, and shown himself much interested in all that she related. She said that the universal impression was that the evidence was dead against Leonard, and taken apart, led to such conviction of his guilt that no one could wonder at the verdict, but that his appearance and manner were such that it was almost impossible, under their influence, not to credit his innocence. She had reason to believe that petitions were already in hand, both from the county and the assize town, and she eagerly caught at Mary's proposal of one from the ladies of Stoneborough. "I'll drive in at once before luncheon and take you home, Mary," she said, "and, first of all, we will begin with the two widows, and half the battle will be won. Nay, more than half the battle proved to be already gained in that quarter. The writing table was covered with sheets of foolscap, and Mrs. Pugh was hard at work copying the petition which Mr. Harvey Anderson had kindly assisted in composing, and which the aunt and niece had intended to have brought to the Grange for Mrs. Rivers's approval that very day. Harvey Anderson had spent the evening at Mrs. Ledwidge's in drawing it up and giving his advice, and Flora, going over it word for word with Mrs. Pugh, felt that it could hardly have been better worded. "He is a very clever, a very rising young man, and so feeling," said Mrs. Ledwidge to Mary while this was going on. "In fact, he is a perfect knight-errant on this subject. He has gone to London this morning to see what can be done by means of the press. I tell Matilda it is quite a romance of modern life. And indeed, the sweet girl is very romantic still, very young, even after all she has gone through." Not understanding this, Mary let it pass in calculations on the number of possible signatures, which the two ladies undertook to collect. "That is well," said Flora, as they went away. "It could not be in better hands. It will thrive the better for our doing nothing but writing our names." They met Tom on the like errand, but not very sanguine, for he said there had of late been an outcry against the number of reprieves granted, and the public had begun to think itself not sufficiently protected. He thought the best chance was the discovery of some additional fact that might tell in favor of Leonard, and confident in his own sagacity, was going to make perquisitions at the mill. Everyone had been visiting of late, and now that he knew more, if he and his microscope could detect one drop of human blood in an unexpected place, they would do better service to the prisoner than all the petitions that could be signed. Averill was somewhat better. The feverishness had been removed by her long sleep of despair, and her energy revived under the bodily relief, and the fixed purpose of recovering in time to see her brother again. But the improvement was not yet trusted by Henry, who feared her doing too much unless he was himself watching over her, and therefore only paid Leonard a short visit in the forenoon, going and returning by early trains. He reported that Leonard was very pale, and owned to want of sleep, adding, however, "It does not matter. Why should I wish to lose any time?" Calm and brave as ever, he had conversed as cheerfully as Henry's misery would permit, inquiring into the plans of the family, which he knew were to depend on his fate, and acquiescing in his brother's intention of quitting the country, nay, even suggesting that it might be better for his sisters to be taken away before all was over, though he, as well as Henry, knew that to this Averill would never have consented. He had always been a great reader of travels, and he became absolutely eager in planning their life in the wild, as if where they were he must be, till the casual mention of the word rifle brought him to sudden silence, and the consciousness of the condemned cell. But even then it was only to be urgent in consoling his brother, and crowding message on message for his sisters, begging Henry not to stay, not to consider him for a moment, but only whatever might be best for Ave. In this frame Henry had left him, and late in the afternoon Dr. May had contrived to dispatch his work and make his way to the jail, where, as he entered, he encountered the chaplain, Mr. Reeve, a very worthy, but not a very acute man. Pausing to inquire for the prisoner, he was met by a look of oppression and perplexity. The chaplain had been with young Ward yesterday evening, and was only just leaving him. But then, instead of the admiring words the doctor expected, there only came a complaint of the difficulty of dealing with him. So well instructed, so respectful in manner, and yet there was a coldness, a hardness about him, amounting to sullenness, rejecting all attempts to gain his confidence or bring him to confession. Dr. May had almost been angry, but he bethought himself in time that the chaplain was bound to believe the verdict of the court, and besides, the good man looked so grieved and pitiful that it was impossible to be displeased with him, especially when he began to hope that the poor youth might be less reserved with the person who knew him better, and to consult Dr. May which of the Stoneborough clergy had better be written to as likely to be influential with him. Dr. May recommended Mr. Wilmot, as having visited the boy in his illness, as well as prepared him for confirmation, and then, with a heavier load of sadness on his heart, followed the turnkey on his melancholy way. When the door was opened, he saw Leonard sitting listlessly on the side of his bed, resting his head on his hand, entirely unoccupied. But at the first perception who his visitor was, he sprang to his feet, and coming within the arms held out to him, rested his head on the kind shoulder. "My dear boy, my brave fellow," said Dr. May, "you got through yesterday nobly." There was none either of the calmness or the reserve of which Dr. May had been told, in the hot hands that were wringing his own, nor in the choking, struggling voice that tried to make the words clear. "Thank you for what you said. And dear Aubrey, how is he?" "I came away at 6 before he was awake," said the doctor, "but he will not be the worse for it, never fear. I hope his evidence was less trying than you and he expected." Leonard half smiled. "I had forgotten that," he said. "It was so long ago." "No, indeed, the dear fellow was like a bright spot in that day. Only it brought back all we were, all that is gone forever." The tenderness of one whom he did not feel bound to uphold, like his brother, had produced the outbreak that could not fail to come to so warm, open, and sensitive a nature, and at such an age. He was bold and full of fortitude in the front of the ordeal, and solitude pent up his feelings, but the fatherly sympathy and perfect confidence drew forth expression, and event once opened, the rush of emotion and anguish long repressed was utterly overpowering. His youthful manhood struggled hard, but the strangled sobs only shook his frame the more convulsively, and the tears burnt like drops of fire, as they fell among the fingers that he spread over his face, in the agony of weeping for his young vigorous life, his blasted hopes, the wretchedness he caused, the disgrace of his name. Don't fight against it," said Dr. May, affectionately drawing him to his seat on the bed, as, indeed, the violence of the paroxysm made him scarcely able to stand. "Let it have its way. You will be all the better for it. It ought to be so. It must." And in tears himself, the doctor turned his back and went as far away as the cell would permit, turning towards the books that lay on a narrow ledge that served for a table. "How long, O Lord, how long?" were the words that caught his eye in the open Psalms. And, startled as if at unauthorized prying, he looked up at the dull-screened and sparked window above his head, till he knew by the sound that the worst of the uncontrollable passion had spent itself, and then he came back with a towel dipped in water, and cooled the flushed, heated face as a sister might have done. "Oh, thank you. I am ashamed," gasped the still sobbing boy. "Ashamed? No, I like you the better for it," said the doctor earnestly. "There is no need that we should not grieve together in this great affliction, and say out all that is in our hearts." "All?" exclaimed Leonard. "No, no words can say that. Oh, was it for such as this that my poor mother made so much of me, and I got through the fever, and I hoped, and I strove? Why? Why should I be cut off? For a disgrace and a misery to all." And again came the heartbroken sobs, though less violently. "Not to those who look within and honor you, Leonard." "Within? Why, how bad I have been, since this is the reckoning. I deserve it, I know, but—" and his voice again sank in tears. "Ethel says that your so feeling comforts her the most, to know that you have not the terrible struggle of faith disturbed by injustice." "If I have not," said Leonard, "it is her doing. In those happy days when we read Marmion, and could not believe that God would not always show the right, she showed me how we only see bits and scrapes of His justice here, and it works round in the end. Nay, if I had not done that thing to Henry, I should not be here now. It is right, it is right," he exclaimed between the heaving sobs that still occurred. "I do try to keep before me what she said about Job, when it comes burning before me. Why should that man be at large, and I here? Or when I think how his serpent eye fell under mine when I tried that one word about the receipt, that would save my life. Oh, that receipt! Better to be here than in his place, after all. I'd rather be a street sweeper, bitterly began Leonard. Oh, Dr. May, do let me have that, he cried, suddenly changing his tone and holding out his hand, as he perceived in the doctor's buttonhole a dove pink, presented at a cottage door by a grateful patient. For a space he was entirely occupied with gazing into his crimson depths, inhaling the fragrance, and caressingly spreading the cool damask petals against his hot cheeks and eyelids. It is so long since I saw anything but walls, he said. 3 weeks, sadly replied the doctor. There was a gleam of sunshine when I got out of the van yesterday. I never knew before what sunshine was. I hope it will be a sunny day when I go out for the last time. My dear boy, I have good hopes of saving you. There's not a creature in Stoneborough, or round it, that is not going to petition for you. And at your age. Leonard shook his head in dejection. It has all gone against me, he said. They all say there's no chance. The chaplain says it is of no use unsettling my mind. The chaplain is an old, began Dr. May, catching himself up only just in time, and asking, How do you get on with him? I can hear him read, said Leonard, with a look that had been thought sullen. But you cannot talk to him? Not while he thinks me guilty. Then, at a sound of warm sympathy from his friend, he added, I suppose it is his duty, but I wish he would keep away. I can't stand his aiming at making me confess, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I see. It cannot be otherwise. But how would it be if Wilmot came to you? Would Mr. May? Said Leonard, with a beseeching look. Richard? He would with all his heart, but I think he would find more support and comfort in a man of Mr. Wilmot's age and experience, and that Mr. Reeve would have more trust in him. But it shall be exactly as will be most comforting to you. If Mr. Wilmot would be so good, then, said Leonard meekly. Indeed, I want help to bear it patiently. I don't know how to die, and yet it seemed not near so hard a year ago, when they thought I did not notice, and I heard Abe go away crying, and my mother murmuring again and again, Thy will be done, the last time I heard her voice. Oh, well that she has not to say it now. Well that her son can say it. I want to be able to say it, said the boy fervently, but this seems so hard. Life is so sweet. Then, after a minute's thought, Dr. May, that morning when I awoke and asked you for them, Papa and Mama, you knelt down and said the Lord's Prayer. Won't you now? And when those words had been said, and they both stood up again, Leonard added, It always seems to me more and more. But oh, Dr. May, that forgiving. I can't ask anyone but you if... And he paused. If you forgive, my poor boy. Nay, are not your very silence and forbearance signs of practical forgiveness? Besides, I have always observed that you have never used one of the epithets that I can't think of him without. Some feelings are too strong for common words of abuse, said Leonard, almost smiling, but I hope I may be helped to put away what is wrong. Oh, must you go? I fear I must, my dear. I have a patient to see again on my way back, and one that will be the worse for waiting. Henry has not been able to practice. I want to ask one thing, Dr. May, before you go. Could not you persuade them, since home is poison to them, at any rate to go at once? It would be better for my sisters than being here. When? And they would only remember that last Sunday at home. Do you shrink from another meeting with April? His face was forced into calmness. I will do without it, if it would hurt her. It may for the time, but to be withheld would give her a worse heartache through life. Oh, thank you, cried Leonard, his face lighting up. It is something still to hope for. Nay, I've not given you up yet, said the doctor, trying for a cheerful smile. I've got a prescription that will bring you through yet. London advice, you know. I've great faith in the consulting surgeon at the Home Office." By the help of that smile and augury, the doctor got away, terribly beaten down, but living on his fragment of hope. Though obliged to perceive that everyone who merely saw the newspaper report in black and white, without coming into personal contact with the prisoner, could not understand how the slightest question of the justice of the verdict could arise. Even Mr. Wilmot was so convinced by the papers that the doctor almost repented of the mission to which he had invited him, and would, if he could, have revoked what had been said. But the vicar of Stoneborough, painful as was the duty, felt his post to be by the side of his unhappy young parishioner, equally whether the jail chaplain or Dr. May were right, and if he had to bring him to confession, or to strengthen him to endure grief, suffering wrongfully. And after the first interview, no more doubts on that score were expressed, but the vicar's tone of pitying reverence in speaking of the prisoner was like that of his friends in the High Street. Tom May spared neither time nor pains in beating up for signatures for the petition, but he had a more defined hope, namely, that of detecting something that might throw the suspicion into the right quarter. The least contradiction of the evidence might raise a doubt that would save Leonard's life and bring the true criminal in peril of the fate he so richly deserved. The Vintry Mill was the lion of the neighborhood, and the crowds of visitors had been reason for its new masters vacating it and going into lodgings in Whitford, so that Tom, when he found it convenient to forget his contempt of the gazers and curiosity hunters who thronged there, and to march off on a secret expedition of investigation, found no obstacle in his way, and at the cost of a fee to Mrs. Giles, who was making a fortune, was free to roam and search wherever he pleased. Even his careful examination of the cotton blind and the scraping of the window sill with a knife were not remarked, for had not the great chair been hacked into fragmentary relics, and the loose paper of the walls of Leonard's room been made mincemeat of, as memorials of the murderer Ward? One long white hair picked out of a mat below the window, and these scrapings of the window sill Tom carried off, and also the scrapings of the top bar of a stile between the mill and the three goblets. That evening, all were submitted to the microscope. Dr. May was waked from a doze by a very deferential, "I beg your pardon, sir," and a sudden tweak, which abstracted a silver thread from his head. And Mab showed somewhat greater displeasure at a similar act of plunder upon her white chemisette. But the spying was followed by a sigh, and, in dumb show, Ethel was made to perceive that the Vintry hair had more affinity with the canine than the human. As to the scrapings of the window, nothing but vegetable fiber could there be detected, but on the stile there was undoubtedly a mark containing human blood discs. Tom proved that, both by comparison with his books and by pricking his own finger, and kept Ethel to see it after everyone else was gone up to bed. But as one person's blood was like another's, who could tell whether someone with a cut finger had not been through the stile? Tom shook his head. There was not yet enough on which to commit himself. "But I'll have him yet," said he. "I'll never rest while that villain walks the earth unpunished." Meantime, Harvey Anderson did yeoman's service by a really powerful article in a leading paper, written from the very heart of an able man, who had been strongly affected himself, and was well practiced in feeling in pen and ink. Every word rang home to the soul, and all the more because there was no defense nor declamation against the justice of the verdict, which was acknowledged to be unavoidable. It was merely a pathetic delineation of a terrible mystery, with a little meditative philosophy upon it, the moral of which was, that nothing is more delusive than fact, more untrue than truth. However, it was copied everywhere, and had the great effect of making it the cue of more than half the press to mourn over, rather than condemn, the unfortunate young gentleman. Mrs. Pugh showed everyone the article, and confided to most that she had absolutely ventured to suggest 2 or 3 of the sentences. But a great deal might be borne from Mrs. Pugh, in consideration of her indefatigable exertions with the lady's petition, and it was a decided success. The last census had rated Market Stoneborough at 7,561 inhabitants, and Mrs. Pugh's petition bore no less than 3,024 female names, in which she fairly beat that of the mayor. But then she had been less scrupulous as to the age at which people should be asked to sign. As long as the name could be written at all, she was not particular whose it was. Dr. May made his patients agree to accept as his substitute Dr. Spencer or Mr. Wright, to whom Henry Ward intended to resign practice and house. He himself was to go to London for a couple of nights with George Rivers, who was exceedingly gratified at having the charge of him all to himself, and considered that the united influence of member and mayor must prevail. Dr. Spencer, on the contrary, probably by way of warning, represented Mr. Mayor as ruining everything by his headlong way of setting about it, declaring that he would abuse everybody all round, and assure the Home Secretary that, as sure as his name was Dick May, it was quite impossible the boy could have hurt a fly, though a strict sense of truth would lead him to add the next moment that he was terribly passionate and had nearly demolished his brother. Dr. May talked of his caution and good behavior, which, maybe, were somewhat increased by this caricature, but he ended by very hearty wishes that these were the times of Jeanie Deans. If the pardon depended on our own good queen, he should not doubt of it for a moment. Why, was not the boy just the age of her own son? And verily there was no one in the whole world whom poor Ethel envied like Jeanie Deans. So member and mayor went to London together, and intense were the prayers that speeded them and followed them. The case was laid before the Home Secretary, the petitions presented, and Dr. May said all that man might say on ground where he felt as if over-partisanship might be perilous. The matter was to have due consideration. Nothing more definite or hopeful could be obtained, but there could be no doubt that this meant a real and calm reweighing of the evidence, with a consideration of all the circumstances. It was something for the doctor that a second dispassionate study should be given to the case, but his heart sank as he thought of that cold, hard statement of evidence, without the counter-testimony of the honest, tearless eyes, and simple good faith of the voice and tone. And when he entered the railway carriage on his road home, the newspaper that George Rivers attentively pressed upon him bore the information that Wednesday, the 21st, would be the day, according to usage, for the execution of the condemned criminal, Leonard Axworthy Ward. If it had been for the execution of Richard May, the doctor could hardly have given a deeper groan. He left the train at the county town. He had so arranged that he might see the prisoner on his way home, but he had hardly the heart to go, except that he knew he was expected, and no disappointment that he could help must add to the pangs of these last days. Leonard was alone, but was not, as before, sitting unemployed. He carefully laid down his etching work ere he came forward to meet his friend, and there was not the bowed and broken look about him, but a fixed calmness and resolution, as he claimed the fatherly embrace and blessing with which the doctor now always met him. "I bring you no certainty, Leonard. It is under consideration." "Thank you. You have done everything," returned Leonard quietly. "And," then pausing, he added, "I know the day now, the day after my birthday." Let us hope," said the doctor, greatly agitated. "Thank you," again said Leonard, and there was a pause, during which Dr. May anxiously studied the face, which had become as pale and almost as thin as when the lad had been sent off to Coombe, and infinitely older in the calm steadfastness of every feature. "You do not look well, Leonard." "No, I am not quite well, but it matters very little," he said, with a smile. "I am well enough to make it hard to believe how soon all sense and motion will be gone out of these fingers." And he held up his hand and studied the minutiae of its movements with a strange, grave sort of curiosity. Don't, Leonard," exclaimed the doctor. "You may be able to bear it, but I cannot." "I thought you would not mind. You have so often watched death." Yes, but, and he covered his face with his hands. I wish it did not pain you all so much, said Leonard quietly. But for that, I can feel it to be better than if I had gone in the fever, when I had no sense to think or repent. Or if I had, I hardly knew my own faults. You seem much happier now, my boy. Yes, said Leonard. I am more used to the notion, and Mr. Wilmot has been so kind. Then I am to see Eve tomorrow, if she is well enough. Henry has promised to bring her and leave her alone with me, and I do hope that I shall be able to convince her that it is not so very bad for me, and then she may be able to take comfort. You know she would, if she were nursing me now in my bed at Bankside. So why should she not when she sees that I don't think this is any worse, but rather better? The doctor was in no mood to think any comfort possible in thus losing one like Leonard, and he did not commit himself to an untruth. There was a silence again, and Leonard opened his book and took out his etchings, one which he had already promised the doctor, another for Aubrey, and at the third the doctor exclaimed inarticulately with surprise and admiration. It was a copy of the well-known cross-bearing form in the Magdalen College Chapel altarpiece, drawn in pen and ink on a half-sheet of thick notepaper. But somehow, into the entire face and figure, there was infused such an expression as now and then comes direct from the soul of the draftsman, an inspiration entirely independent of manual dexterity, and that copies, however exact, fail to render, nay, which the artist himself fails to renew. The beauty, the meekness, the hidden majesty of the countenance were conveyed in a marvelous manner, and were such as would bring a tear to the eye of the gazer, even had the drawing been there alone to speak for itself. This is your doing, Leonard? I have just finished it. It has been one of my greatest comforts. Ah! During those lines, and he pointed to the thorny crown, I seemed to get ashamed of thinking this hardness. Only think, Dr. May, from the very first moment the policeman took me in charge, nobody has said a rough word to me. I have never felt otherwise than that they meant justice to have its way as far as they knew, but they were all consideration for me. To think of that, and then go over the scoffs and scourgings. There was a bright glistening tear in Leonard's eye now. It seems like child's play to go through such a trial as mine. Yes, you have found the secret of willingness. And, added the boy, hesitating between the words, but feeling that he must speak them as the best balm for the sorrow he was causing, even my little touch of the shame and scorn of this does make me know better what it must have been, and yet so thankful when I remember why it was, that I think I could gladly bear a great deal more than this is likely to be. Oh, my boy, I have no fears for you now. Yes, yes, have fears, cried Leonard hastily. Pray for me. You don't know what it is to wake up at night and know something is coming, nearer and nearer, and then this, before one can remember all that blesses it, or the night of that agony, and that He knows what it is. Do we not pray for you? Said Dr. May fervently. In church and at home? And is not this an answer? Am I to take this drawing, Leonard, that speaks so much? If you think Miss May would let me send it to her, thank you, it will be very kind of her. And please tell her, if it had not been for that time at Combe, I don't know how I could ever have felt the ground under my feet. If I have one wish that never can be— What wish, my dear, dear boy? Don't be afraid to say. Is it to see her? It was, said Leonard, but I did not mean to say it. I know it cannot be. But, Leonard, she has said that if you wished it, she would come as if you were lying on your bed at home, and with more reverence. Large tears of gratitude were swelling in Leonard's eyes, and he pressed the doctor's hand, but still said, almost inarticulately, Ought she? I will bring her, my boy. It will do her good to see how her pupil, as they have always called you in joke, Leonard, can be willing to bear the cross after his master. She has never let go for a moment the trust that it was well with you." "Oh, Dr. May, it was the one thing, and when I had gone against all her wishes. It is so good of her. It is the one thing," and there was no doubt from his face that he was indeed happy. And Dr. May went home that day softened and almost cheered, well nigh as though he had had a promise of Leonard's life, and convinced that in the region to which the spirits of Ethel and her pupil could mount, resignation would silence the wailings of grief and sorrow. The things invisible were more than a remedy for the things visible. That Ethel should see Leonard before the last, he was quite resolved, and Ethel, finding that so it was, left the win in his hands, knowing the concession to be so great that it must be met by grateful patience on her own side, treasuring the drawing meanwhile with feelings beyond speech. Dr. May did not wish the meeting to take place till he was really sure that all hope was at an end. He knew it would be a strong measure, and though he did not greatly care for the world in general, he did not want to offend Flora unnecessarily. In matters of propriety she was a little bit of a conscience to him, and though he would brave her or anyone else when a thing was right, especially if it were to give one last moment of joy to Leonard, she was not to be set at naught till the utmost extremity. And for one day the sight of Averill would be enough. She had struggled into something sufficiently like recovery to be able to maintain her fitness for the exertion, and Henry had recognized that the unsatisfied pining was so preying on her as to hurt her more than the meeting and parting could do, since, little as he could understand how it was, he perceived that Leonard could be depended on for support and comfort. With him, indeed, Leonard had ever shown himself cheerful and resolute, speaking of anything rather than of himself, and never grieving him with the sight of those failings of flesh and heart that would break forth where there was more congenial sympathy, yet where they were not a reproach. So Averill, with many a promise to be good, and strongly impressed with warnings that the chance of another meeting depended on the effects of this one, was laid back in the carriage, leaving poor little Minna to Mary's consolation. Minna was longing to go too, but Henry had forbidden it, and not even an appeal to Dr. May had prevailed. So she was taken home by Mary, and with a child's touching patience, was helped through the weary hours, giving wondering though gentle attention to Ella's eager display of the curiosities of the place, and explanations of the curious games and puzzles taught by Mr. Tom. Ethel, watching the sweet wistful face, and hearing the subdued voice, felt a reverence towards the child, as though somewhat of the shadow of her brother's cross had fallen on her. The elder brother and sister, meanwhile, arrived at the building now only too familiar to one of them, and, under her thick veil, unconscious of the pitying looks of the officials, Averill was led, leaning on Henry's arm, along the whitewashed passages, with their slate floors, and up the iron stairs, the clear, hard, light coldness chilling her heart with a sense of the stern, relentless, inevitable grasp in which the victim was held. The narrow iron door flew open at the touch of the turnkey. A hand was on her arm, but all swam round with her, and she only knew it was the well-known voice. She did not follow the words between her brothers and the turnkey about the time she was to be left there, but she gave a start and shudder when the door swung fast again behind her, and at the same instant she felt herself upheld by an arm round her waist. "Take off your bonnet, Abe. Let me see you," he said, himself undoing the strings and removing it, then bending his face to hers for a long, almost insatiable kiss, as they stood strained in one intense embrace, all in perfect silence on the sister's part. "I have been making ready for you," he said at length, partly releasing her. "You are to sit here," and he deposited her, still perfectly passive in his hands, upon his bed, her back against the wall. "Put up your feet. There!" And having settled her to his satisfaction, he knelt down on the floor, one arm round her waist, one hand in hers, looking earnestly up into her face, with his soul in his eyes, her other hand resting on his shoulder. "How are the little ones, Abe?" "Very well. Minna so long to come." "Better not," said Leonard. "She is so little, and these white walls might distress her fancy. They will remember our singing on the last Sunday evening instead. Do you remember, Abe, how they begged to stay on till it grew so dark that we could not see a word or a note, and went on from memory?" And he very softly hummed the restful cadence, dying away into "Till in the ocean of thy love we lose ourselves in heaven above." "How can you bear to think of those dear happy days?" "Because you will be glad of them by and by," said Leonard. "And I am very glad of them now, though they might have been so much better, if only we had known. They were the only happy days of all my life." "I hope not. I trust not, dearest. You may and ought to have much better and happier days to come." She shook her head, with a look of inexpressible anguish, almost of reproach. "Indeed, I mean it, Abe," he said. "I have thought it over many times, and I see that the discomfort and evil of our home was in the spirit of pride and rebellion that I helped you to nurse. It was like a wedge, driving us farther and farther apart. And now that it is gone, and you will close up again, when you are kind and yielding to Henry, what a happy, peaceful home you may make out of it in the prairie land!" "As if we could ever." "Nay, Averill, could not you recover it if I were dying now of sickness? I know you would, though you might not think so at the time. Believe me, then, when I say that I am quite willing to have it as it is, to be my own man to the last, to meet with such precious, inestimable kindness from so many. Of course I should like to live longer, and do something worth doing, but if I am to die young, there is so much blessing even in this way, that nothing really grieves me but the thought of you and Henry, and if it makes you one together, even that is made up." Awestruck, and as if dreaming, she did not answer, only smoothing caressingly the long waves of bright brown hair on his forehead. She was surprised by his next question. "Abe, how has Mrs. Pugh behaved?" "Oh, the woman! I have hardly thought of her. She has been very active about the petition, somebody said, but I don't believe Henry can bear to hear of her any more than I can. What made you think of her?" "Because I wanted to know how it was with Henry, and I could not ask him. Poor fellow!" "Well, Abe, you see he will depend on you entirely for comfort, and you must promise me that shall be your great business and care." "How do you think of Henry?" she said, half jealously. "Of course, Abe, you and I have no past to grieve over together, but poor Henry will never feel free of having left me to my self-willed obstinacy and let me go to that place. Besides, the disgrace in the sight of the world touches him more, and you can tread that down more easily than he." Then, in answer to a wondering look, "Yes, you can, when you recollect that it is crime, not the appearance of it, that is shame. I do not mean that I do not deserve all this, but, and his eye glistened. "Abe, dear, if I could only bring out the words to tell you how much peace and joy there is in knowing that, with that vast difference, it is like in some degree what was born to save us, I really don't think you could go on grieving over me any more. At least, not more than for the loss," he added tenderly. "And you'll not miss me so much in a new country, you know, with Henry and the children to take care of. Only promise me to be kind to Henry." And having drawn forth a faint promise that he knew would have more force by and by, Leonard went on, in his low, quiet voice, into reminiscences that sounded like random, of the happy days of childhood and early youth, sometimes almost laughing over them, sometimes linking his memory as it were to tune or flower, sport or study, but always for joy and never for pain, and thus passed the time, with long intervals of silent thought and recollection on his part, and of a sort of dreamy stupor on his sister's, during which the strange, peaceful hush seemed to have taken away her power of recalling the bitter complaints of cruel injustice, and the broken-hearted lamentations she had imagined herself pouring out in sympathy with her victim brother. Instead of being wrung with anguish, her heart was lulled and quelled by wondering reverence, and she seemed to herself scarcely awake, and only dimly conscious of the pale-cheeked, bright-eyed face upturned to her, so calm and undaunted, yet so full of awe and love, the low, steady, tender voice, and the warm upholding arm. A great clock struck, and Leonard said, "There! They were to come at 4, and then the chaplain is coming. He has grown so very kind now. Ave, if they would let you be with me at my last communion, will you? Could you bear it? I think then you would know all the peace of it." "Oh, yes, make them let me come." "Then it is not good-bye," he said, as he fetched her bonnet and cloak, and put them on with tender hands, as if she were a child, in readiness as steps approached, and her escort reappeared. "Here she is, Henry," he said, with a smile. "She has been very good. She may come again." And then, holding her in his arms once more, he resigned her to Henry, saying, "Not good-bye, Ave. We will keep my birthday together." End of Chapter 15. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 16 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 16. The captives went to their own places, to their separate glooms, uncheered by glance, or hand, or hope, to brood on those impossible glories of the past, when they might touch the grass, and see the sky, and do the works of men. But manly work is sometimes in a prison. S. M. Queen Isabel. Commutation of punishment to penal servitude for life. Such were the tidings that ran through Stoneborough on Sunday morning, making all feel as if a heavy oppression had been taken from the air. In gratitude to the merciful authorities, and thankfulness for the exemption from death, the first impressions were that justice was at last speaking, that innocence could not suffer, and that right was reasserting itself. Even when the more sober and sad remembered that leniency was not pardon, nor life liberty, they were hastily answered that life was everything. Life was hope, life was time, and time would show truth. Averil's first tears dropped freely, as she laid her head on Mary's shoulder, and with her hand in Dr. May's essayed to utter the words, "It is your doing. You have twice saved him for me," and Minna stood calmly glad, but without surprise. "I knew they could not hurt him. God would not let them." The joy and relief were so great as to absorb all thought or realization of what this mercy was to the prisoner himself, until Dr. May was able to pay him a visit on Monday afternoon. It was at a moment when the first effects of the tidings of life had subsided, and there had been time to look forth on the future with a spirit more steadfast and buoyant. The strain of the previous weeks was reacting on the bodily frame, and indisposition unhinged the spirits, so that, when Dr. May entered, beaming with congratulations, he was met with the same patient glance of endurance, endeavoring at resignation, that he knew so well, but without the victorious peace that had of late gained the ascendant expression. There was instead an almost painful endeavor to manifest gratitude by cheerfulness, and the smile was far less natural than those of the last interview, as fervently returning the pressure of the hand, he said, "You were right, Dr. May. You have brought me past the crisis. A sure sign of ultimate recovery, my boy. Remember, dum spiro spero." Leonard attempted a responsive smile, but it was a hopeless business. From the moment when at the inquest he found himself entangled in the mesh of circumstance, his mind had braced itself to endure rather than hope, and his present depressed state, both mental and bodily, rendered even that endurance almost beyond his powers. He could only say, "You have been very good to me. My dear fellow, you are sadly knocked down. I wish—" and the doctor looked at him anxiously. "I wish you had been here yesterday," said Leonard. Then you would not have found me so. No, not thankless, indeed. No, indeed. But yes, I see it was folly, nay, harshness, to expect you to be glad of what lies before you. My poor boy. I am thankful, said Leonard, struggling to make the words truth. Wednesday is off my mind. Yes, it is more than I deserve. I knew I was not fit to die, and those at home are spared. But I am as much cut off from them, perhaps more, than by death. And it is the same disgrace to them, the same exile. I suppose Henry still goes? Yes, he does. Ah, then one thing, Dr. May. If you had a knife or scissors, I do not know how soon they may cut my hair, and I want to secure a bit for poor Ave. Dr. May was too handless to have implements of the first order, but a knife he had, and was rather dismayed at Leonard's reckless hacking at his bright, shining, wavy hair, pulling out more than he cut, with perfect indifference to the pain. The doctor stroked the chestnut head as tenderly as if it had been Gertrude's sunny curls, but Leonard started aside, and dashing away the tears that were overflowing his eyes under the influence of the gentle action, asked vigorously, "Have you heard what they will do with me?" "I do not know thoroughly. A year or 6 months, maybe at one of the great model establishments. Then probably you will be sent to some of the public works," said the doctor, sadly. "Yes, it is a small boon to give you life, and take away all that makes life happy." "If it were only transportation." "Yes, in a new world you could live it down, and begin afresh. And even here, Leonard, I looked of finding you like Joseph in his prison." "The iron entering into his soul," said Leonard, with a mournful smile. "No, in the trustworthiness that made him honored and blessed even there." "Leonard, Leonard, conduct will tell. Even there you can live this down, and will." 18 tomorrow, replied the boy. 50 years of it, perhaps. I know God can help me through with it, but it is a long time to be patient. By way of answer, the doctor launched into brilliant auguries of the impression the prisoner's conduct would produce, uttering assurances, highly extravagant in his worship the mayor, of the charms of the modern system of prison discipline, but they fell flat. There could be no disguising that penal servitude for life was penal servitude for life, and might well be bitterer than death itself. Sympathy might, indeed, be balm to the captive, but the good doctor pierced his own breast to afford it, so that his heart sank even more than when he had left the young man under sentence of death. His least unavailing consolations were his own promises of frequent visits, and abris of correspondence, but they produced more of dejected gratitude than of exhilaration. Yet it was not in the way of murmur or repining, but rather of suffering and being strong, and only to this one friend was the suffering permitted to be apparent. To all the officials he was simply submissive and gravely resolute, impassive if he encountered sharpness or sternness, but alert and grateful towards kindliness, of which he met more and more as the difference between dealing with him and the ordinary prisoners made itself felt. To Dr. May alone was the depth of pain betrayed, but another comforter proved more efficient in cheering the prisoner, namely, Mr. Wilmot, who, learning from the doctor the depression of their young friend, hastened to endeavor at imparting a new spring of life on this melancholy birthday. Physically, the boy was better, and perhaps the new day had worn off somewhat of the burthen of anticipation, for Mr. Wilmot found him already less downcast and open to consolation. It might be, too, that the sense that the present was to have been his last day upon earth had made him more conscious of the relief from the immediate shadow of death, for he expressed his thankfulness far more freely and without the effort of the previous day. "And, depend on it," said Mr. Wilmot, "you are spared because there is something for you to do." "To bear," said Leonard. "No, to do. Perhaps not immediately, but try to look on whatever you have to bear, not only as carrying the cross, as I think you already feel it, or there would be no standing it at all." True, said Mr. Wilmot, and your so feeling it convinces me the more that whatever may follow is likewise to be looked upon as discipline, to train you for something beyond. Who knows what work may be in store, for which this fiery trial may be meant to prepare you? The head was raised, and the eyes brightened with something like hope in their fixed interrogative glance. Even as things are now, who knows what good may be done by the presence of a man educated, religious, unstained by crime, yet in the same case as those around him? I do not mean by quitting your natural place, but by merely living as you must live. You were willing to have followed your master in his death. You now have to follow him by living as one under punishment, and be sure it is for some purpose for others as well as yourself. If there is any work to be done for him, it is all right, said Leonard, cheerily. And as Mr. Wilmot paused, he added, It would be like working for a friend, if I may dare say so, after the hours when this place has been made happy to me. I should not mind anything if I might only feel it working for him. Feel it. Be certain of it. As you have realized the support of that friend in a way that is hardly granted, save in great troubles, so now realize that every task is for him. Do not look on the labor as hardship inflicted by mistaken authority. Oh, I only want to get to that. I have been so long with nothing to do. And your hearty doing of it, be it what it may, as unto the Lord, can be as acceptable as Dr. May's labors of love among the poor, as entirely a note in the great concord in heaven and earth as the work of the ministry itself, as completely in unison. Nay, further, such obedient and hearty work will form you for whatever may yet be awaiting you, and what that may be will show itself in good time, when you are ready for it. The right chord was touched, the spirit of energy was aroused, and Leonard was content to be a prisoner of hope, not the restless hope of liberation, but the restful hope that he might yet render faithful service even in his present circumstances. Not much passed his lips in this interview, but its effect was apparent when Dr. May again saw him, and this time in company with Aubrey. Most urgent had been the boy's entreaties to be taken to see his friend, and Dr. May had only hesitated because Leonard's depression had made himself so unhappy that he feared its effect on his susceptible son, whose health had already suffered from the long course of grief and suspense. But it was plain that if Aubrey were to go at all, it must be at once, since the day was fixed for the prisoner's removal, and the still nearer and dearer claims must not clash with those of the friend. Flora shook her head, and reminded her father that Leonard would not be out of reach in future, and that the meeting now might seriously damage Aubrey's already uncertain health. "I cannot help it, Flora," said the doctor. "It may do him some temporary harm, but I had rather see him knocked down for a day or two than breed him up to be such a poor creature as to sacrifice his friendship to his health." And Mrs. Rivers, who knew what the neighborhood thought of the good doctor's infatuation, felt that there was not much use in suggesting how shocked the world would be at his encouragement of the intimacy between the convict and his young son. People did look surprised when the doctor asked admission to the cell for his son as well as himself, and truly Aubrey, who in silence had worked himself into an agony of nervous agitation, looked far from fit for anything trying. Dr. May saw that he must not ask to leave the young friends alone together, but in his reverence for the rights of their friendship, he withdrew himself as far as the limits of the cell would allow, turned his back, and endeavored to read the 39 articles in Leonard's prayer book. But in spite of all his abstraction, he could not avoid a complete consciousness that the two lads sat on the bed, clinging with arms round one another like young children, and that it was Leonard's that was the upright, sustaining figure, his own Aubrey's the prone and leaning one. And of the low whispering murmurs that reached his would-be deafened ear, the gasping, almost sobbing tones were Aubrey's. The first distinct words that he could not help hearing were, "No such thing. There can't be slavery where one works with a will." And again, in reply to something unheard, "Yes, one can. Why, how did one do one's Greek? Very different. How? Oh, yes, but you are a clever chap, and had her to teach you, but I only liked it because I'd got it to do. Just the same with the desk work down at the mill, so it may be the same now." Then came fragments of what poor Aubrey had expressed more than once at home, that his interest in life, in study, in sport, was all gone with his friend. "Come, Aubrey, that's stuff. You'd have had to go to Cambridge, you know, without me, after I doggedly put myself at that place. There's just as much for you to do as ever there was." "How you keep on with your do!" cried Ethel's spoiled child, with a touch of petulance. "Why, what are we come here for? Into this world, I mean, but to do," returned Leonard. "And I take it, if we do it right, it does not much matter what or where it is." "I shan't have any heart for it," sighed Aubrey. "Nonsense! Not with all your people at home?" And though the voice fell again, the doctor's ears distinguished the murmur. "Why, just the little things she let drop are the greatest help to me here. And you always have her." Then ensued much that was quite inaudible, and at last Leonard said, "No, old fellow, as long as you don't get ashamed of me, thinking about you, and knowing what you are about, will be one of the best pleasures I shall have. And look here, Aubrey, if we only consider it right, you and I will be just as really working together when you are at your books, and I am making mats, as if we were both at Cambridge side by side. It is quite true, is it not, Dr. May?" he added, since the doctor, finding it time to depart, had turned around to close the interview. "Quite true, my boy," said the doctor, "and I hope Aubrey will try to take comfort and spirit from it." "As if I could," said Aubrey impatiently, "when it only makes me more mad to see what a fellow they have shut up in here." "Not mad, I hope," said Dr. May, "but I'll tell you what it should do for both of us, Aubrey. It should make us very careful to be worthy to remain his friends." "Oh, Dr. May!" broke in Leonard, distressed. "Yes," returned Dr. May, "I mean what I say, however you break in, Master Leonard. As long as this boy of mine is doing his best for the right motives, he will care for you as he does now. Not quite in the same despairing way, of course, for holes in one's daily life do close themselves up with time, but if he slacks off in his respect or affection for you, then I shall begin to have fears of him. Now come away, Aubrey, and remember for your comfort it is not the good-bye it might have been," he added, as he watched the mute intensity of the boy's farewell clasp of the hands, but even then had some difficulty in getting Aubrey away from the friend, so much stronger as the consoler than as the consoled, and unconsciously showing how, in the last 24 hours, his mind had acted on the topics presented to him by Mr. Wilmot. Changed as he was from the impetuous boyish lad of a few weeks since, a change even more noticeable when with his contemporary than in intercourse with elder men, yet the nature was the same. Obstinacy had softened into constancy, pride into resolution, generosity made pardon less difficult, and elevation of temper bore him through many a humiliation that, through him, bitterly galled his brother. Whatever he might feel, prison regulations were accepted by him as matters of course, not worth being treated as separate grievances. He never showed any shrinking from the assumption of the convict dress, whilst Henry was fretting and wincing over the very notion of his wearing it, and trying to arrange that the farewell interview should precede its adoption. End of Chapter 16, recorded by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 17 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 17. Scorn of me recoils on you. E. B. Browning. After the first relief, the relaxation of his brother's sentence had by no means mitigated Henry Ward's sense of disgrace, but had rather deepened it by keeping poor Leonard a living, not a dead, sorrow. He was determined to leave England as soon as possible, that his sisters might never feel that they were the relative of a convict, and bringing Ella home, he promulgated a decree that Leonard was never to be mentioned, hoping that his existence might be forgotten by the little ones. To hurry from old scenes, and sever former connections, was his sole thought, as if he could thus break the tie of brotherhood. There was a half-formed link that had more easily snapped. His courtship had been one of prudence and convenience, and in the overwhelming period of horror and suspense had been almost forgotten. The lady's attempts at sympathy had been rejected by Averill without obstruction from him, for he had no such love as could have prevented her good offices from becoming oppressive to his wounded spirit, and he had not sufficient energy or inclination to rouse himself to a response. And when the grant of life enabled him to raise his head and look around him, he felt the failure of his plans and aggravation of his calamity, though he did not perceive that his impatience to rid himself of an encumbrance and clear the way for his marriage had been the real origin of the misfortune. Still he was glad that matters had gone no further, and that there was no involvement beyond what could be handsomely disposed of by a letter, resigning his pretensions, and rejoicing that innate delicacy and prudence had prevented what might have involved the lady's feelings more deeply in the misfortune of his family, representing himself in all good faith as having retreated from her proffered sympathy out of devoted consideration for her, and closing with elaborate thanks for her exertions on behalf of his unhappy brother. The letter had the honor of being infinitely lauded by Mrs. Ledwich, who dwelt on its nobleness and tenderness in many a tete-a-tete, and declared her surprise and thankfulness at the immunity of her dear Matilda's heart. In strict confidence, too, Dr. Spencer, among others, learnt that, though it was not to be breathed till the year was out, above all till the poor Wards were gone, the dear romantic girl had made her hand the guerdon for obtaining Leonard's life. "So there's your fate, Dick," concluded his friend. "You forget the influence of the press," returned Dr. May. "People don't propose such guerdons without knowing who is to earn them." "Yes, she has long believed in King John," said Ethel. Meanwhile, Averill Ward was acquiescing in all Henry's projects with calm, desperate passiveness. She told Mary that she had resolved that she would never again contend with Henry, but would let him do what he would with herself and her sisters. Nor had his tenderness during her illness been in vain. It had inspired reliance and affection, such as to give her the instinct of adherence to him as the one stay left to her. With Leonard shut up, all places were the same to her, except that she was in haste to escape from the scenes connected with her lost brother, and she looked forward with dull, despairing acquiescence to the new life with which Henry hoped to shake off the past. A colony was not change enough for Henry's wishes. Even there he made sure of being recognized as a convict's brother, and was resolved to seek his new home in the wide field of America, disguising his very name as warden, and keeping up no communication with the prisoner except under cover to Dr. May. To this unfailing friend was committed the charge of the brother. He undertook to watch over the boy, visit him from time to time, take care of his health, and obtain for him any alleviations permitted by the prison rules. And as Henry reiterated to Averill, it was absolutely certain that everything possible from external kindness was thus secured. What more could they themselves have done but show him their faces at the permitted intervals, which would be mere wear and tear of feeling, very bad for both parties? Averill drooped and disputed not, guessing, though not yet understanding, the heart hunger she should feel even for such a dreary glimpse. Every hour seemed to be another turn of the wheel that hurried on the departure. The successor wished to take house and furniture as they stood, and to enter into possession as soon as possible, as he already had taken the practice. This coincided with Henry's burning impatience to be quit of everything, and to try to drown the sense of his own identity in the crowds of London. He was his sister's only guardian, their property was entirely in his hands, and no one had the power of offering any obstacle, so that no delay could be interposed. And the vague design passed with startling suddenness to a fixed decision, to be carried into execution immediately. It came in one burst upon the May household that Averill and her sisters were coming to spend a last evening before their absolute packing to go on the Saturday to London, where they would provide their outfit and start in a month for America. The tidings were brought by Mary, who had, as usual, been spending part of the morning with Averill. No one seemed to be so much taken by surprise as Tom, whose first movement was to fall on his sisters for not having made him aware of such a preposterous scheme. They thought he knew. He knew that all the 5 quarters of the world had been talked of in a wild sort of way, but how could he suppose that any man could be crazed enough to prefer to be an American citizen when he might remain a British subject? Repugnance to America was naturally strong in Tom, and had of late been enhanced by conversations with an Eton friend, who, while quartered in Canada, had made excursions into the States, and acquired such impressions as high-bred young officers were apt to bring home from a superficial view of them. Thus fortified, he demanded whether any reasonable person had tried to bring Henry Ward to his senses. Ethel believed that Papa had advised otherwise. Advised? It should have been enforced. If he is fool enough to alter his name and throw up all his certificates, what is to become of him? He will get no practice in any civilized place, and will have to betake himself to some pestilential swamp, will slave his sisters to death, spend their money, and destroy them with ague. How can you sit still and look on, Ethel? But what could I do? Stir up my father to interfere. I thought you always warned us against interfering with Henry Ward. He treated the speech as maliciously designed to enrage him. Ethel, he stammered, in a case like this, where the welfare, the very life, of your dearest friend, of Mary's, I did think you would have been above. But, Tom, I would do my utmost, and so would Papa, if it were possible to do anything, but it is quite in vain. Henry is resolved against remaining under British rule, and America seems to be the only field for him. Much you know or care, cried Tom. Well, if no one else will, I must. With which words he departed, leaving his sister surprised at his solicitude, and dubious of the efficacy of his remonstrance, though she knew by experience that Tom was very different in a great matter from what he was in a small one. Tom betook himself to Bankside, and the first person he encountered there was his little friend Ella, who ran up to him at once. "Oh, Mr. Tom, we are going to America! Shall you be sorry?" "Very sorry," said Tom, as the little hand was confidingly thrust into his. "I should not mind it if you were coming too, Mr. Tom." "What, to play at French billiards?" "No, indeed, to find objects for the microscope. I shall save all the objects I meet, and send them home in a letter." "An alligator or two, or a branch of the Mississippi," said Tom, in a young man's absent way of half answering a pet child. But the reply so struck Ella's fancy that, springing through the open French window, she cried, "Oh, Abe, Abe, here is Mr. Tom saying I am to send him a branch of the Mississippi in a letter as an object for his microscope." "I beg your pardon," said Tom, shocked at Averill's nervous start, and still more shocked at her appearance. She looked like one shattered by long and severe illness. Her eyes were restless and distressed, her hair thrust back as if it oppressed her temples, her manner startled and overwrought, her hand hot and unsteady, her whole air that of one totally unequal to the task before her. He apologized for having taken her by surprise, and asked for her brother. She answered that he was busy at Mr. Bramshaw's, and she did not know when he would come in. But still Tom lingered. He could not bear to leave her to exertions beyond her strength. "You are tiring yourself," he said. "Can I do nothing to help you?" No, thank you. I am only looking over things. Minna is helping me, and I am making an inventory." "Then you must let me be of use to you. You must be as quiet as possible. You need rest." "I can't rest. I'm better busy," she said hastily, with quick, aimless, bustling movements. But Tom had his father's tone as he gently arrested the trembling hand that was pulling open a drawer, and with his father's sweet, convincing smile, said, "What's that for?" Then drew up a large armchair, placed her in it, and, taking pen and list, began to write, sometimes at her suggestion, sometimes at his own, giving businesslike and efficient aid. The work was so grave and regular that Ella soon found the room tedious, and crept out, calling Minna to aid in some of their own personal matters. Slowly enumerating the articles, they came to the piano. Ava went up to it, leaned fondly against it, and softly touched the keys. "My own," she said. "Bought for a surprise to me when I came home from school. And oh, how he loved it!" "Everyone had reason to love it," said Tom in a low voice, but she did not heed or hear. "I cannot part with it. When I sit here, I can almost feel him leaning over me. You must go. I will pay your expenses myself. I wonder if we should have such rough roads as would hurt you," she added, caressingly toying with the notes, and bringing soft replies from them, as if she were conversing with a living thing. "Ah," said Tom, coming nearer. "You will, I hope, take care to what your brother's impetuosity might expose either this or yourself." "We shall all fare alike," she said, carelessly. "But how?" said Tom. "Henry will take care of that. Do you know, Miss Ward, I came down here with the purpose of setting some matters before your brother that might dissuade him from making the United States his home. You have justly more influence than I. Will you object to hear them from me?" Abe could not imagine why Tom May, of all people in the world, should thrust himself into the discussion of her plans, but she could only submit to listen, or more truly to lean back with wandering thoughts and mechanical signs of assent, as he urged his numerous objections. Finally she uttered a meek "Thank you," in the trust that it was over. "And will you try to make your brother consider these things?" Poor Abe could not have stood an examination on "these things," and feeling inadequate to undertake the subject, merely said something of "very kind," but she feared it would be of no use. "I assure you, if you would persuade him to talk it over with me, that I could show him that he would involve you all in what would be most distasteful." "Thank you, but his mind is made up. No other course is open." "Could he not, at least, go and see what he thinks of it before taking you and your sisters?" "Impossible," said Averill. "We must all keep together. We have no one else." "No, indeed, you must not say that," cried Tom, with a fire that startled Averill in the midst of her languid, dreary indifference. "I did not mean," she said, "to be ungrateful for the kindness of your family, the doctor and dear Mary above all. But you must know—" "I know," he interrupted, "that I cannot see you exiling yourself with your brother because you think you have no one else to turn to. You, who are so infinitely dear." "This is no time for satire," she said, drawing aside with offence, but still warily, as if she had not given attention enough to understand him. "You mistake me," he exclaimed. "I mean that no words can tell how strong the feeling is that no, I never knew its force till now. But, April, I cannot part with you, you who are all the world to me." Lifting her heavy eyelids for a moment, she looked bewildered, and then, moving towards the door, said, "I don't know whether this is jest or earnest. Anyway, it is equally unsuitable." "What do you see in me?" cried Tom, throwing himself before her, "that you should suppose me capable of jesting on such a subject, at such a moment?" "I never saw anything but supercilious irony," she answered in the same dreamy, indifferent way, as if hardly aware what she was saying, and still moving on. "I cannot let you go thus. You must hear me," he cried, and he wheeled round an easy chair with a gesture of entreaty, which she obeyed, partly because she was hardly alive to understand his drift, partly because she could scarcely stand. And there she sat, in the same drowsy resignation with which she had listened to his former expostulation. Calm, collected Tom was almost beside himself. "Avril, Avril!" he cried, as he sat down opposite and bent as close to her as possible. "If I could only make you listen or believe me! What shall I say? It is only the honest truth that you are the dearest thing in the whole world to me. The very things that have given you most offense arose from my struggles with my own feelings. I tried to crush what would have its way in spite of me, and now you see its force." He saw greater life and comprehension in her eye as he spoke, but the look was not encouraging, and he continued, "How can I make you understand? Oh, if I had but more time! But it was only the misery of those moments that showed me why it was that I was always irresistibly drawn to you, and yet made instinctive efforts to break the spell, and now you will not understand." "I do understand," said Avril, at length entirely roused, but chiefly by resentment. "I understand how much a country surgeon's daughter is beneath an MD's attention, and how needful it was to preserve the distance by marks of contempt. As a convict's sister, the distance is so much widened that it is well for both that we shall never meet again." Therewith she had risen and moved to the door. "Nay, nay," he cried. "It is for that very reason that all my past absurdity is trampled on. I should glory in a connection with such as Leonard." "Yes, Avril," as he fancied he saw her touched, "you have never known me yet. But trust yourself and him to me, and you will give him a true brother proud of his nobleness. You shall see him constantly. You shall keep your sisters with you. Only put yourself in my hands, and you shall know what devotion is." He would have said more, but Avril recalled herself and said, "This is mere folly. You would be very sorry were I to take you at your word. It would be unworthy in me towards your father, towards Henry, towards you, for me to listen to you, even if I liked you, and that you have taken good care to prevent me from doing." And she opened the door and made her way into the hall. "But, Avril, Miss Ward," he continued, pursuing her, "if, as I swear I will, I track out the real offender, bring him to justice, proclaim Leonard's innocence, then—" She was halfway up the stairs. He had no alternative but to take his hat and stride off in a tumult of dismay, first of all at the rejection, and next at his own betrayal of himself. Had he guessed what it would come to, would he ever have trusted himself in that drawing-room? This was the meaning of it all, was it? He, the sensible man of the family, not only to be such an egregious ass, but to have made such a fool of himself? For he was as furious at having committed himself to himself as he was at his avowal to Avril. He, who had always been certain of loving so wisely and so well, choosing an example of the true feminine balance of excellence, well born, but not too grand for the May pretensions, soundly religious but not philanthropically pious, of good sense and ability enough for his comfort, but not of overgrown genius for his discomfort, of good looks enough for satisfaction, but not for dangerous admiration, of useful but not overwhelming wealth, of creditable and not troublesome kindred, that he should find himself plunged headlong into love by those brown eyes and straight features, by the musical genius, talents, anything but domestic ill-regulated enthusiasm, nay, dislike to himself, in the very girl whose station and family he condemned at the best, and at the very time when her brother was a convict, and her sisters dependent? Was he crazed? Was he transformed? What frenzy had come over him to endear her the more for being the reverse of his ideal? And, through all, his very heart was bursting at the thought of the wounds he had given her in his struggles against the net of fascination. He had never imagined the extent of the provocation he gave, and in truth, his habitual manner was such that it was hard to distinguish between irony and genuine interest. And now it was too late. What should he be henceforth to her? What would Stoneborough and his future be to him? He would, he believed, have taught himself to acquiesce had he seen any chance of happiness before her. But the picture he drew of her prospects justified his misery at being only able to goad her on instead of drawing her back. He was absolutely amazed at himself. He had spoken only the literal truth when he said that he had been unconscious of the true nature of the feelings that always drew him towards her, though only to assert his independence and make experiments by teasing in his ironically courteous way. Not until the desolate indifference of her tone had incited him to show her that Henry was not all that remained to her, had he arrived at the perception that, in the late weeks of anxiety, she had grown into his heart, and that it was of no use to argue the point with himself or think what he would do. The fact was accomplished. His first love was a direct contradiction to his fixed opinions. He had offended her irrevocably and made a fool of himself, and she was going away to dreariness. At first he had rushed off into the melancholy meadows, among the sodden haycocks still standing among the green growth of grass. But a shower, increasing the damp forlornness of the ungenial day, made him turn homewards. When, late in the afternoon, Ethel came into the schoolroom for some Coxmore stores, she found him leaning over his books on the table. This was his usual place for study, and she did not at once perceive that the attitude was only assumed on her entrance. So kneeling in front of her cupboard, she asked, "What success?" "I have not seen him." "Oh, I thought I saw you going—" "Never mind. I mean," he added with some confusion, "I wish for a little peace. I have a horrid headache." "You!" exclaimed Ethel, and turning round, she saw him leaning back in his chair, a defenseless animal without his spectacles, his eyes small and purple-ringed, his hair tossed about, his spruceness gone. "I am sure you are not well," she said. "Quite well. Nonsense, I only want quiet. Let me give you some of Aubrey's camphor liniment." "Thank you," submitting to a burning application to his brow. But as she lingered in anxiety, "I really want nothing but quiet." "How like Norman he looks," thought Ethel, as she cast her last glance and departed. "Can he be going to be ill? If he would only tell when anything is the matter! I know Papa says that some of us feel with our bodies, and some with our minds, but then I never knew Tom much affected anyway, and what is all this to him?" And a sigh betrayed the suppressed heartache that underlaid all her sensations. "I am afraid it must be illness, but anyway, he will neither tell nor bear to have it noticed, so I can only watch." Enter the two little Wards, with a message that Abe was sorry, but that she was too much tired to come that evening, and when Mary regretted not having been able to come and help her, Ella answered that Mr. Tom had come and helped her for a long time. "Yes," said Minna, "but I think he must have done it all wrong, for, do you know, I found the list he had made torn up into little bits." Ethel almost visibly started, almost audibly exclaimed. At tea time Tom appeared, his trimness restored, but not his usual coloring, and Ella hailed him with reproaches for having gone away without telling her. The soft attention of which the child had a monopoly did not fail, though he bent down, trying to keep her to himself, and prevent their colloquy from attracting notice, but they were so close behind Ethel's chair that she could not help hearing. "We were only gone to dig up the violets that you are to have, and if you had only stayed you would have seen Henry, for he came in by the little gate, and when I went to tell you, you were gone." Ethel wondered whether the blushes she felt burning all over her face and neck would be remarked by those before her, or would reveal to Tom, behind her, that the child was giving her the key to his mystery. Marveling at the exemplary gentleness and patience of his replies to his little coquettish tormentor, she next set herself to relieve him by a summons to Ella to tea and cherries. Fortunately, the fruit suggested Dr. May's reminiscences of old raids on cherry orchards, now a mere name, and he thus engrossed all the younger audience not entirely preoccupied. He set himself to make the little guests forget all their sorrows, as if he could not help warming them for the last time in the magic of his own sunshine. But Ethel heard and saw little but one figure in the quietest corner of the room, a figure at which she scarcely dared to look. "And there you are!" still went her thoughts. "It is true, then. Fairly caught. Your lofty crest veiled at last, and at such a time! Oh, Tom, generous and true-hearted, in spite of all your nonsense! How could she help being touched? In the net and against his will. Oh, triumph of womanhood! I am so glad!" "No, I'm not. It is best this way, for what an awkward mess it would have been. She is dear Leonard's sister, to be sure, and there is stuff in her, but Papa does not take to her, and I don't know whether she would fit in with Tom himself. But oh, the fun it would have been to see Flora's horror at finding her one prudent brother no better than the rest of us. Dear old Tom! The May heart has been too strong for the old Professor Nature. What a retribution for his high mightiness! Harry and Richard to be guarded from making fools of themselves. What a nice cloak for jealousy! But it is no laughing matter. How miserable, how thoroughly upset he is! Poor dear Tom! If I could only go and kiss you, and tell you that I never loved you half so well. But you would rather die than let out one word, I know. Why, any one of the others would have had it all out long ago. And I don't know whether it is quite safe to screen the lamp from those aching eyes that are bearing it like a martyr. There! Well, maybe he will just stand the knowing that I know, provided I don't say a word. But I wish people would not be so self-contained." Self-contained Tom still continued in the morning, though looking sallow and wan. But, in a political argument with his father, he was snappish and overbearing, and in the course of the day gave another indication of being thrown off his balance, which was even harder for Ethel to endure. Throughout the suspense on Leonard's account, Aubrey had been a source of anxiety to all, especially to Tom. The boy's sensitive frame had been so much affected that tender dealings with him were needful, and all compulsion had been avoided. His father had caused him to be put on the sick list of the volunteers, and as for his studies, though the books were daily brought out, it was only to prevent the vacuum of idleness, and Tom had made it his business to nurse his brother's powers, avoid all strain on the attention, and occupy without exciting, bearing with his fitful moods of despondence or of hope, whether they took the form of talking or of dreaming. But now that all was over, everyone knew that it was time to turn over a new leaf. And Tom, with his sore heart, did it with a vengeance, and on the first instance of carelessness fell on the poor family pet, as a younger brother and legitimate souffre-douleur, with vehemence proportioned to his own annoyance. It was a fierce lecture upon general listlessness, want of manliness, spirit, and perseverance, indifference to duties he had assumed. Nonsense about feelings. A fellow was not worth the snap of a finger who could not subdue his feelings. Trash. The sisters heard the storm from the drawing-room, and Gertrude grew hotly indignant and wanted Ethel to rush in to the rescue. But Ethel, though greatly moved, knew that female interposition only aggravated such matters, and restrained herself and her sister till she heard Tom stride off. Then creeping in on tiptoe, she found the boy sitting stunned and confounded by the novelty of the thing. "What can it be all about, Ethel? I never had such a slanging in my life. I don't think Tom is quite well. He had a bad headache last night." "Then I think, he must have made it worse. I know mine aches, as if I had been next door to the great bell," and he leant against his sister. "I am afraid you really were inattentive." "No worse than since the heart has gone out of everything. But that was not all. Ethel, can it really be a disgrace and desertion and all that if I don't go on with those volunteers, when it makes me sick to think of touching my rifle?" And his eyes filled with tears. "It would be a great effort, I know," said Ethel, smoothing his hair. "But after all, you volunteered not for pleasure, but because your country wanted defense." "The country? I don't care for it, since it condemned him when he was serving it." "He would not say that, Aubrey. He would only be vexed to hear that you gave in, and were fickle to your undertaking. Indeed, if I were the volunteer, I should think it due to him not to shrink as if I were ashamed of what he was connected with." Aubrey tried to answer her sweet, high-spirited smile, but he had been greatly hurt and distressed, and the late reproach to his manhood embittered his tears without making it easier to repress them, and pushing away his chair, he darted upstairs. Poor dear fellow! I've been very hard on him, and only blamed instead of comforting, thought Ethel sadly, as she slowly entered the passage. What shall I think of, to make a break for both of those two? So you have been cockering your infant, said Tom, meeting her. You mean to keep him a baby all his life? Tom, I want to talk to you, said she. In expectation of her displeasure, he met it halfway, setting his back against the passage wall, and dogmatically declaring, You'll be the ruin of him if you go on in this way. How is he ever to go through the world if you are to be always wiping his tears with an embroidered pocket handkerchief and cosseting him up like a blessed little sucking lamb? Of course he must rough it, said Ethel, setting her back against the opposite wall. I only want him to be hardened, but after a shock like this, one cannot go on as if one was a stock or stake. Even a machine would have its wheels out of order. Well, well, but it is time that should be over. So it is, and as the sudden thought flashed on her, Tom, I want you to reconsider your journey that you gave up in the spring and take him. I don't want to go anywhere, he wearily said. Only it would be so good for him, said Ethel earnestly. He really ought to see something taller than the Minster Tower, and you are the only right person to take him. You are so kind to him. For instance, he said, smiling, accidents will happen in the best regulated families. Besides, he did want shaking up. I dare say he will be the better for it. There's the dinner bell. To her surprise, she found his arm round her waist and a kiss on her brow. I thought I should have caught it, he said. You are not half a fool of a sister after all. Aubrey was not in the dining room, and after having carved, Tom, in some compunction, was going to look for him when he made his appearance in his uniform. Oh ho, said the doctor, surprised. There's to be a grand parade with the Whitford division, he answered, and no more was said. Not till the 8 o'clock twilight of the dripping August evening did the family reassemble. Ethel had been preparing for a journey that Mary and Gertrude were to make to Maplewood, and she did not come down till her father had returned, when, following him into the drawing-room, she heard his exclamation, Winter again! For the fire was burning, Tom was sitting crumpled over it, with his feet on the fender, and his elbows on his knees, and Aubrey in his father's armchair, his feet over the side, so fast asleep that neither entrance nor exclamation roused him. The room was pervaded with an odor of nutmeg and port wine, and a kettle, a decanter, and empty tumblers told tales. Now the doctor was a hearty and abstemious man, of a water-drinking generation, and his wife's influence had further tended to make him, indulgent as he was, scornful of whatever savored of effeminacy or dissipation, so his look and tone were sharp, and disregardful of Aubrey's slumbers. We got wet through, said Tom. He was done up, had a shivering fit, and I tried to prevent mischief. Said the doctor, not mollified. Cold is always the excuse. But another time, don't teach your brother to make this place like a fast man's rooms. Ethel was amazed at Tom's bearing this so well. With the slightest possible wrinkle of the skin of his forehead, he took up the decanter and carried it off to the cellaret. How that boy sleeps, said his father, looking at him. He has had such bad nights, said Ethel. Don't be hard on Tom. He is very good about such things, and would not have done it without need. He is so careful of Aubrey. Too careful by half, said the doctor, smiling placably as his son returned. You are all in a league to spoil that youngster. He would be better if you would not try your hand on his ailments, but would knock him about. I never do that without repenting it, said Tom. Then, after a pause, it is not spirit that is wanting, but you would have been frightened yourself at his state of exhaustion. Of collapse, don't you mean? Said the doctor, with a little lurking smile. However, it is vexatious enough. He had been gaining ground all the year, and now he is regularly beaten down again. Suppose I was to take him for a run on the continent? What, tired of the hospital?" "A run now and then is duty, not pleasure," replied Tom quietly, while Ethel burnt to avert from him these consequences of his peculiar preference for appearing selfish. "So much for railway days! That will be a new doctrine at Stoneborough. Well, where do you want to go?" "I don't want to go anywhere." Ethel would not have wondered to see him more sullen than he looked at that moment. It was lamentable that those two never could understand each other, and that either from Tom's childish faults, his resemblance to his grandfather, or his habitual reserve, Dr. May was never free from a certain suspicion of ulterior motives on his part. She was relieved at the influx of the rest of the party, including Richard, and Aubrey wakening was hailed with congratulations on the soundness of his sleep, whilst she looked at Tom with a meaning smile as she saw her father quietly feel the boy's hand and brow. The whole family were always nursing the lad, and scolding one another for it. Tom had put himself beside Ethel, under the shade of her urn, and she perceived that he was ill at ease, probably uncertain whether any confidences had been bestowed on her or Mary from the other side. There was no hope that the topic would be avoided, for Richard began with inquiries for Averill. "She is working herself to death," said Mary, sadly, "but she says it suits her." "And it does," said the doctor. "She is stronger every day. There is nothing really the matter with her." "Contrary blasts keep a ship upright," said Gertrude, "and she has them in abundance. We found her in the midst of 6 people, all giving diametrically opposite advice. Dr. Spencer was really helping, and Mr. Wright was there about his own affairs," said Ethel, in a tone of oppression. "And Mrs. Ledwich wanted her to settle on the Ohio to assist the runaway slaves," continued Gertrude. "It does not tease her as if she heard it," said Mary. "No," said the doctor. "She moves about like one in a dream, and has no instinct but to obey her brother." "Well, I am glad to be going," said Daisy. "It will be flat when all the excitement is over, and we have not the fun of seeing Tom getting rises out of A ward." This time Tom could not repress a sudden jerk, and Ethel silenced her sister by a hint that such references were not nice when people were in trouble. "By the by," said Aubrey, "speaking of going away, what were you saying while I was asleep? Or was it a dream that I was looking through Tom's microscope at a rifle bullet in the Tyrol?" "An inspiration from Tom's brew," said the doctor. "Weren't you saying anything?" said Aubrey eagerly. "I'm sure there was something about duty and pleasure. Were you really talking of it?" "Tom was. And if it is to put some substance into those long, useless legs, I don't care if you do start off." Aubrey flashed into a fresh being. He had just been reading a book about the Tyrol, and Tom not caring at all where they were to go, this gave the direction. Aubrey rushed to borrow a Continental Bradshaw from Dr. Spencer, and the plan rapidly took form, with eager suggestions thrown in by everyone, ending with the determination to start on the next Monday morning. "That's settled," said Tom wearily, when he and Ethel, as often happened, had lingered behind the rest. "Only, Ethel, there's one thing. You must keep your eye on the Ventry mill, and fire off a letter to me if the fellow shows any disposition to bolt. If I can possibly find out, keep your eyes open, and then Hazlitt has promised to let me know if that check of Bilson's is cashed. If I am away, telegraph, and meantime set my father on the scent. It may not hang that dog himself, but it may save Leonard. Oh, if it would come! And meantime, silence, you know." "Very well." Then lingering, "Tom, I am sure you did the right thing by Aubrey, and so was Papa afterwards." His brow darkened for a moment, but shaking it off, he said, "I'll do my best for your Cosset lamb, and bring him back in condition." "Thank you. I had rather trust him with you than anyone." "And how is it that no one proposes a lark for you, old Ethel?" said Tom, holding her so as to study her face. "You look awfully elderly and ragged." "Oh, I'm going to be left alone with the doctor, and that will be the greatest holiday I ever had." "I suppose it is to you," said Tom, with a deep, heavy sigh, perhaps glad to have some ostensible cause for sighing. "Dear Tom, when you are living here and working with him—" "Ah," he said, almost with disgust, "don't talk of slavery to me before my time. How I hate it and everything else! Good night!" Poor Tom, thought Ethel. I wish Papa knew him better and would not goad him. Will Averill ever wait to see what she has done and feel for him? Though I don't know why I should wish two people to be unhappy instead of one, and there is weight enough already. Oh, Leonard, I wonder if your one bitter affliction will shield you from the others that may be as trying and more tempting. End of chapter 17. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 18 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 18. All bright hopes and hues of day have faded into twilight gray. Christian Year. "No fear of Aubrey's failing," said Tom. "He has a better foundation than 9/10 of the lads that go up, and he is working like a man." "He always did work hardly," said Ethel, "with pleasure in his work." "Aye, like a woman, like a scholar." "A scholar is a kind of woman. A man, when he's a boy, only works because he can't help it, and afterwards for what he can get by it. For what he can do with it would have a worthier sound. Sound or sense, it is all the same. Scaffolding granted, what is the building?" Tom apparently thought it would be working like a woman to give himself the trouble of answering, and Ethel went on in her own mind. "For the work's own sake, for what can be got by it, for what can be done with it, because it can't be helped. Are these all the springs of labor here? Then how is work done in the solitary cell? Is it because it can't be helped? Or is it, as the Lord's freeman? And when he can hear of Aubrey's change, will he take it as out of his love, or grieve for having been the cause?" For the change had been working in Aubrey ever since Leonard had altered his career. The boy was at a sentimental age, and had the susceptibility inseparable from home breeding. His desire to become a clergyman had been closely connected with the bright visions of the happy days at Combe, and had begun to wane with the first thwarting of Leonard's plans. And when the terrible catastrophe of the one friend's life occurred, the other became alienated from all that they had hoped to share together. Nor could even Dr. May's household be so wholly exempt from the spirit of the age, that Aubrey was not aware of the strivings and trials of faith at the university. He saw what Harvey Anderson was, and knew what was passing in the world, and while free from all doubts, shrank boyishly from the investigations that he fancied might excite them. Or perhaps these fears of possible scruples were merely his self-justification for gratifying his reluctance. At any rate, he came home from his 2 months' tour, brown, robust, with revived spirits, but bent on standing an examination for the academy at Woolwich. He had written about it several times before his return, and his letters were, as his father said, so appallingly sensible that perhaps he would change his mind. But it was not changed when he came home, and Ethel, though sorely disappointed, was convinced by her own sense as well as by Richard's prudence that interference was dangerous. No one in Israel was to go forth to the wars of the Lord, save those who willingly offered themselves. And though grieved that her own young knight should be one of the many champions unwilling to come forth in the Church's cause, she remembered the ordeal to Norman's faith, and felt that the exertion of her influence was too great a responsibility. "You don't like this," said Tom, after a pause. "It is not my doing, you know." "No, I did not suppose it was," said Ethel. "You would not withhold anyone in these days of exceeding want of able clergymen." "I told him it would be a grief at home," added Tom, "but when a lad gets into that desperate mood, he always may be a worse grief if you thwart him. And I give you credit, Ethel, you have not pulled the curb." Richard told me not. Richard represents the common sense of the family when I am not at home. Tom was going the next day to his course of study at the London hospitals, and this, the late afternoon, was the first time that he and his sister had been alone together. He had been for some little time having these short jerks of conversation, beginning and breaking off rather absently. At last he said, "Do those people ever write?" "Prisoners, do you mean?" "Not for 3 months." "No, exiles. Mary has heard twice." He held out Mary's little leathern writing case to her. "Oh, Tom!" "It is only Mary." Ethel accepted the plea, aware that there could be no treason between herself and Mary, and moreover that the letters had been read by all the family. She turned the key, looked them out, and standing by the window to catch the light, began to read. "You need not be afraid, kind Mary," wrote April, on the first days of her voyage. "I am quite well as a thing can be whose heart is dried up. I am hardened past all feeling, and seem to be made of India rubber. Even my color has returned. How I hate to see it, and to hear people say my roses will surprise the delicate Americans. Fancy, in a shop in London I met an old schoolfellow, who was delighted to see me, talked like old times, and insisted on knowing where we were staying. I used to be very fond of her, but it was as if I had been dead and was afraid she would find out I was a ghost. Yet I talked quite indifferently, and never faltered in my excuses. When we embarked, it was no use to know it was the last of England, where he and you and home and life were left. How I envied the poor girl, who was crying as if her heart would break." On those very words broke the announcement of Mr. Cheviot. Tom coolly held out his hand for the letters, so much as a matter of course that Ethel complied with his gesture, and he composedly pocketed them, while she felt desperately guilty. Mary's own entrance would have excited no compunction. Ethel would have said that Tom wanted to hear of the voyage, but in the present case she could only blush, conscious that the guest recognized her sister's property, and was wondering what business she had with it, and she was unwilling to explain, not only on Tom's account, but because she knew that Mr. Cheviot greatly disapproved of petitioning against the remission of capital sentences, and thought her father under a delusion. After Tom's departure the next day, she found the letters in her work-basket, and restored them to Mary, laughing over Mr. Cheviot's evident resentment at the detection of her doings. "I think it looked rather funny," said Mary. "I beg your pardon," said Ethel, much astonished, "but I thought, as everyone else had seen them—" Tom always laughed at poor Abe. "He is very different now, but indeed, Mary, I am sorry since you did not like it." "Oh!" cried Mary, discomfited by Ethel's apology. "Indeed, I did not mean that. I wish I had not said anything. You know you are welcome to do what you please with all I have. Only," she recurred, "you can't wonder that Mr. Cheviot thought it funny." "If he had any call to think at all," said Ethel, who was one of those who thought that Charles Cheviot had put a liberal interpretation on Dr. May's welcome to Stoneborough. He had arrived after the summer holidays as second master of the school, and at Christmas was to succeed Dr. Hoxton, who had been absolutely frightened from his chair by the commissions of inquiry that had beset the Whichcote Foundation, and in compensation was at present perched on the highest niche sacred to conservative martyrdom in Dr. May's loyal heart. Charles Cheviot was a very superior man, who had great influence with young boys, and was admirably fitted to bring about the much-required reformation in the school. He came frequently to discuss his intentions with Dr. May, and his conversation was well worth being listened to. But even the doctor found 3 evenings in a week a large allowance for good sense and good behavior, the evenings treated as inviolable even by old friends like Dr. Spencer and Mr. Wilmot, the fast-wanting evenings of Aubrey's home life. The rest were reduced to silence, chess, books, and mischief, except when a treat of facetious small talk was got out for their benefit. Any attempt of the ladies to join in the conversation was replied to with the condescending levity that reduced Ethel to her childhood's awkward sense of forwardness and presumption. Mary was less disconcerted, because her remarks were never so aspiring, and Harry's wristbands sufficed her. But the never-daunted Daisy rebelled openly, related the day's events to her papa, fearless of any presence, and when she had grown tired of the guest's regular formula of expecting to meet Richard, she told him that the adult school always kept Richard away in the winter evenings. But if you want to see him, he is always to be found at Coxmore, and he would be very glad of help. Did he express any such wish? Said Mr. Cheviot, looking rather puzzled. Oh dear, no. Only I thought you had so much time on your hands. Oh no, exclaimed Mary in great confusion. Gertrude did not mean. I am sure I don't know what she was thinking of. And at the first opportunity, Mary, for once in her life, administered to Gertrude a richly deserved reproof for sauciness and contempt of improving conversation. But the consequence was a fancy of the idle younglings to make Mary accountable for the infesting of their evenings, and as she was always ready to afford sport to the household, they thus obtained a happy outlet for their drollery and discontent, and the imputation was the more comical from his apparent indifference and her serene composure, until one evening when, as the bell rung, and mutterings passed between Aubrey and Gertrude of days set and Cheviot's mountains lone, the head of the family, for the first time, showed cognizance of the joke, and wearily taking down his slippered feet from their repose, said, "Lone? Yes, there's the rub. I shall have to fix days of reception if Mary will insist on being so attractive." Mary, with an instinct that she was blamed, began to be very sorry, but broke off amid peals of merriment and blushes that were less easily extinguished, and which caused Ethel to tell each of the young ones privately that their sport was becoming boy and frog work, and she would have no more of it. The Daisy was inclined to be restive, but Ethel told her that many people thought this kind of fun could never be safe or delicate. I have always said that it might be quite harmless if people knew where to stop. Now show me that I am right. And to Aubrey she put the question whether he would like to encourage Daisy in being a 19th century young lady without reticence. However, as Mary heard no more of their mischievous wit, Ethel was quite willing to let them impute to herself a delusion that the schoolmaster was smitten with Mary, and to laugh with them in private over all the ridiculous things they chose to say. At last Flora insisted on Ethel's coming with her to make a distant call, and, as soon as they were in the carriage, said, "It was not only for the sake of Mrs. Copeland, though it is highly necessary you should go, but it is the only way of ever speaking to you, and I want to know what all this is about Mary. The children have not been talking their nonsense to you." "No one ever talks nonsense to me, intentionally, I mean. Not even you, Ethel. I wish you did, but I hear it is all over the town. George has been congratulated, and so have I, and one does not like contradicting only to eat it up again." "You always did hear everything before it was true, Flora." "Then is it going to be true?" "Oh, Flora, can it be possible?" said Ethel, with a startled, astonished look. "Possible? Highly obvious and proper, as it seems to me. The only doubt in my mind was whether it was not too obvious to happen." "He is always coming in," said Ethel, "but I never thought it was really for that mischief. The children only laugh about it as the most preposterous thing they can think of, for he never speaks to a woman if he can help it." "That may not prevent him from wanting a good wife." "Wanting a wife? Aye, as he would want a housekeeper, just because he has got to the proper position for it? But is he to go and get our Bonnie Mary in that way, just for an appendage to the mastership?" "Well done, old Ethel! I'm glad to see you so like yourself. I remember when we thought Mrs. Hoxton's position very sublime." "I never thought of positions." "Never. I know that very well, and I am not thinking of it now, except as an adjunct to a very worthy man whom Mary will admire to the depths of her honest heart, and who will make her very happy." "Yes, I suppose if she once begins to like him that he will," said Ethel slowly. "But I can't bring myself to swallow it yet. She has never given in to his being a bore, but I thought that was her universal benevolence, and he says less to her than any one. Depend upon it, he thinks he is proceeding selon les règles." "Then he ought to be flogged. Has he any business to think of my Mary without falling red hot in love with her? Why, Hector was regularly crazy that last half year, and dear old Polly is worth ever so much more than Blanche." "I must say you have fulfilled my desire of hearing you talk nonsense, Ethel. Mary would never think of those transports." "She deserves them all the more." "Well, she is the party most concerned, though she will be a cruel loss to all of us." "She will not go far if—" "Yes, but she will be the worst loss. You simple Ethel, you don't think that Charles Cheviot will let her be the dear family fag we have always made of her?" "Oh, no, that always was wrong." "And living close by, she will not come on a visit, all festal, to resume home habits. No, you must make up your mind, Ethel. If, as you say, if, he will be a man for monopolies, and he will resent anything that he thinks management from you. I suspect it is a real sign of the love that you deny, that he has ventured on the sister of a clever woman, living close by, and a good deal looked up to." "Flora, Flora, you should not make one wicked. If she is to be happy, why can't you let me rejoice freely, and only have her drawn off from me bit by bit, in the right way of nature? I did not tell you to make you dislike it, of course not. Only I thought that a little tact, a little dexterity, might prevent Charles Cheviot from being so much afraid of you, as if he saw at once how really the head of the family you are." "Nonsense, Flora, I am no such thing. If I am domineering, the sooner anyone sees it and takes me down, the better. If this does come, I will try to behave as I ought, and not to mind so Mary is happy. But I can't act, except just as the moment needs me. I hope it will soon be over, now you have made me begin to believe in it. I am afraid it will spoil Harry's pleasure at home. Poor dear Harry, what will he do?" "When does he come?" "Any day now. He could not quite tell when he could get away." When they came back, and Dr. May ran out to say, "Can you come in, Flora? We want you," the sisters doubted whether his excitement were due to the crisis or to the arrival. He hurried them into the study and shut the door, exulting and perplexed. "You girls leave on no rest," he said. "Here I have had this young Cheviot telling me that the object of his attentions has been a parent. I'm sure I did not know if it were Mab or one of you. I thought he avoided all alike, and poor Mary was so taken by surprise that she will do nothing but cry and say, 'No, never,' and when I tell her she shall do as she pleases, she cries the more. Or if I ask her if I am to say yes, she goes into ecstasies of crying. I wish one of you would go up and see if you can do anything with her." "Is he about the house?" asked Flora, preparing to obey. "No, I was obliged to tell him that she must have time, and he has gone home. I am glad he should have a little suspense. He seemed to make so certain of her. Did he think he was making love all the time he was boring me with his gas in the dormitories? I hope she will serve him out." "He will not be the worse for not being a ladies' man," said Flora, at the door. But in 10 minutes Flora returned with the same report of nothing but tears, and she was obliged to leave the party to their perplexity and drive home, while Ethel went in her turn to use all manner of pleas to her sister to cheer up, know her own mind, and be sure that they only wished to guess what would make her happiest. To console or to scold were equally unsuccessful, and after attempting all varieties of treatment, bracing or tender, Ethel found that the only approach to calm was produced by the promise that she should be teased no more that evening, but be left quite alone to recover and cool her burning eyes and aching head. So, lighting her fire, shaking up a much neglected easy chair, bathing her eyes, desiring her not to come down to tea, and engaging both that Gertrude should not behold her and that Papa would not be angry, provided that she tried to know what she really wished, and be wiser on the morrow, Ethel left her. The present concern was absolutely more to persuade her to give an answer of some sort than what that answer should be. Ethel would not wish. Dr. May had very little doubt, and Gertrude, from whom there was no concealing the state of affairs, observed, "If she cries so much the first time she has to know her own mind, it shows she can't do without someone to do it for her." The evening passed in expeditions of Ethel's to look after her patient, and in desultory talk on all that was probable and improbable between Dr. May and the younger ones, until just as Ethel was coming down at 9 o'clock with the report that she had persuaded Mary to go to bed, she was startled by the street door being opened as far as the chain would allow, and a voice calling, "I say, is anyone there to let me in?" "Harry! Oh, Harry! I'm coming!" And she had scarcely had time to shut the door previous to taking down the chain, before the three others were in the hall, the tumult of greetings breaking forth. "But where's Polly?" he asked, as soon as he was free to look round them all. "Going to bed with a bad headache," was the answer, with which Daisy had sense enough not to interfere, and the sailor had been brought into the drawing-room, examined on his journey, and offered supper, before he returned to the charge. "Nothing really the matter with Mary, I hope?" "Oh, no, nothing. Can't I go up and see her?" "Not just at the present," said Ethel. "I will see how she is when she is in bed, but if she is going to sleep, we had better not disturb her." "Harry thinks she must sleep better for the sight of him," said the doctor, "but it is a melancholy business. Harry, your nose is out of joint." "Who is it?" said Harry, gravely. "Ah, you have chosen a bad time to come home. We shall know no comfort till it is over." "Who?" cried Harry. "No nonsense, Gertrude. I can't stand guessing." This was directed to Gertrude, who was only offending by pursed lips and twinkling eyes, because he could not fall foul of his father. Dr. May took pity and answered at once. "Chevio!" cried Harry. "Excellent! He always did know how to get the best of everything. Polly turning into a Mrs. Hoxton. Ha, ha! Well, that is a relief to my mind." "You did look rather dismayed, certainly. What were you afraid of?" "Why, when that poor young Leonard Ward's business was in the papers, a messmate of mine was asked if we were not all very much interested, because of some attachment between some of us. I thought he must mean me or Tom, for I was tremendously smitten with that sweet, pretty girl, and I used to be awfully jealous of Tom, but when I heard of Mary going to bed with a headache, and that style of thing, I began to doubt, and I couldn't stand her taking up with such a dirty little nigger as Henry Ward was at school." "I think you might have known Mary better," exclaimed Gertrude. "And it's not Tom either?" he asked. "Exactly the reverse," laughed his father. "Well, Tom is a sly fellow, and he had a knack of turning up whenever one wanted to do a civil thing by that poor girl. Where is she now?" "At New York." "They'd better take care how they send me to watch the Yankees, then." "Your passion does not alarm me greatly," laughed the doctor. "I don't think it ever equaled that for the reigning ship. I hope there is a vacancy in that department for the present, and that we may have you at home a little." "Indeed, sir, I'm afraid not," said Harry. "I saw Captain Gorgen at Portsmouth this morning, and he tells me he is to go out in the Clio to the Pacific Station, and would apply for me as his first lieutenant if I like to look up the islands again. So, if you have any commissions for Norman, I'm your man." "And how soon?" "Uncertain, but Chevio and Mary must settle their affairs in good time. I've missed all the weddings in the family hitherto, and won't be balked of Polly's." "I say, Ethel, you can't mean me not to go and wish her joy." "We are by no means come to joy yet," said Ethel. "Poor Mary is overset by the suddenness of the thing." "Why, I thought it was all fixed." "Nothing less so," said the doctor. "One would think it was a naiad that had had an offer from the mountains next, for she has been shedding a perfect river of tears ever since. And all that the united discernment of the family has yet gathered is, that she cries rather more when we tell her she is right to say no than when we tell her she is right to say yes." "I declare, Ethel, you must let me go up to her." "But, Harry, I promised she should hear no more about it tonight. You must say nothing unless she begins." And thinking a quiet night's rest, free from further excitement, the best chance of a rational day, Ethel was glad that her mission resulted in the report. Far too nearly asleep to be disturbed, but on the way up to bed, soft as Harry's footfalls always were, a voice came down the stairs. "That's Harry! Oh, come!" And with a face of triumph turned back to meet Ethel's glance of discomfited warning, he bounded up, to be met by Mary in her dressing gown. "Oh, Harry, why didn't you come?" as she threw her arms round his neck. "They wouldn't let me." "I did think I heard you, but when no one came I thought it was only Richard, till I heard the dear old step, and then I knew." "Oh, Harry!" and still she gasped, with her head on his shoulder. "They said you must be quiet." "Oh, Harry, did you hear?" "Yes, indeed," holding her closer, "and hardly glad I am. I know him as well as if I had sailed with him, and I could not wish you in better hands." "But, oh, Harry dear," and there was a struggle with a sob between each word. "Indeed, I won't mind if you had rather not." "Do you mean that you don't like him?" "I should see him, you know, and perhaps he would not mind. He could always come and talk to Papa in the evenings." "And is that what you want to put a poor man off with, Mary?" Only, if you don't want me to." "I not want you to? Why, Mary, isn't it the very best thing I could want for you? What are you thinking about? Don't you remember, when you came home after your wound, you said, I mustn't." And she fell into such a paroxysm of crying that he had quite to hold her up in his arms, and though his voice was merry, there was a moisture on his eyelashes. "Oh, you Polly! You're a caution against deluding the infant mind. Was that all? Was that what made you distract them all? Why not have said so?" "Oh, never! They would have said you were foolish. As I was for not knowing that you wouldn't understand that I only meant you were to wait till the right one turned up. Why, if I had been at Auckland, would you have cried till I came home?" "Oh, I'm sorry I was silly, but I'm glad you didn't mean it, dear Harry," squeezing him convulsively. "There, and now you'll sleep sound, and meet them as fresh as a fair wind tomorrow, eh? Only please tell Papa I'm sorry I worried him." "And how about somebody else, Mary, whom you've kept on tenterhooks ever so long? Are you sure he is not walking up and down under the limes on the brink of despair?" "Oh, do you think? But he would not be so foolish." "There now, go to sleep. I'll settle it all for you, and I shan't let any one say you are a goose but myself. Only sleep, and get those horrid red spots away from under your eyes, or perhaps he'll repent his bargain," said Harry, kissing each red spot. "Promise you'll go to bed the instant I'm gone." "Well," said Dr. May, looking out of his room, "I augur that the spirit of the flood has something to say to the spirit of the fell." "I should think so! Genuine article, no mistake." "Then what was all this about?" "All my fault. Some rhodomontade of mine about not letting her marry had cast anchor in her dear little ridiculous heart, and it is well I turned up before she had quite dissolved herself away." "Is that really all?" "The sum total of the whole, as sure as," said Harry, pausing for an asseveration, and ending with, "as sure as your name is Dick May," whereat they both fell a laughing, though they were hardly drops of laughter that Harry brushed from the weather-marked pucker in the corner of his eyes, and Dr. May gave a sigh of relief and said, "Well, that's right! Where's the latchkey? I must run down and put Chevio out of his misery." "It is 11 o'clock. He'll be gone to bed." "Then I would forbid the banns. Where does he hang out? Has he got into old Hoxton's?" "No, it is being revivified. He is at Davis's lodgings. But I advise you not. A little suspense will do him good." "One would think you had never been in love," said Harry indignantly. "At least, I can't sleep till I've shaken hands with the old fellow. Good night, father. I'll not be long." He kept his word, and the same voice greeted him out of the dressing room. "How was the spirit of the fell? Sleepst thou, brother?" Brother, nay, answered Harry. He was only looking over Latin verses. He always was a cool hand. The spirit of the Fell. Dr. Fell, with a vengeance, said Dr. May. I say, Harry, is this going to be a mere business transaction on his part? Young folks have not a bit of romance in these days, and one does not know where to have them. But if I thought— You may be sure of him, sir, said Harry, speaking the more eagerly because he suspected the impression his own manner had made. He is thoroughly worthy, and feels Mary's merits pretty nearly as much as I do. More, perhaps, I ought to say. There's more warmth in him than shows. I don't know that Norman ever could have gone through that terrible time after the accident, but for the care he took of him, and that little brother of his that sailed with me in the Eurydice, and died at Singapore. I know how he looked to his brother, Charles, and I do assure you, father, you could not put the dear Mary into safer, sounder hands, or where she could be more prized or happier. He is coming up tomorrow morning, and you'll see he is in earnest, in spite of all of his set speeches. Good night, father. I am glad to be in time for the last of my Polly. This was almost the only moment at which Harry betrayed a consciousness that his Polly was less completely his own, and yet it seemed as if it must have been borne in on him again and again, for Mary awoke the next morning as thoroughly, foolishly, deeply in love as woman could be, and went about comporting herself in the most comically commonplace style, forgetting and neglecting everything, not hearing nor seeing, making absurd mistakes, restless whenever Mr. Cheviot was not present, and then perfectly content if he came to sit by her, as he always did. For his courtship, now it had fairly begun, was equally exclusive and determined. Every day they walked or rode together. Almost every evening he came and sat by her, and on each holiday they engrossed the drawing-room, Mary looking prettier than she had ever been seen before, Aubrey and Gertrude both bored and critical, Harry, treating the whole as a pantomime got up for his special delectation, and never betokening any sense that Mary was neglecting him. It was the greatest help to Ethel in keeping up the like spirit, under the same innocent, unconscious neglect from the hitherto devoted Mary, who was only helpful in an occasional revival of mechanical instinct in lucid intervals, and then could not be depended on. To laugh good-naturedly and not bitterly, to think the love-making pretty and not foolish, to repress Gertrude's saucy scorn, instead of encouraging it, would have been far harder without the bright face of the brother who generously surrendered instead of repining. She never told herself that there was no proportion between the trials, not only because her spirit still suffered from the ever-present load of pity at her heart, nor because the loss would be hourly to her, but also because Charles Cheviot drew Harry towards him, but kept her at a distance, or more truly laughed her down. She was used to being laughed at. Her ways had always been a matter of amusement to her brothers, and perhaps it was a natural assumption of brotherhood to reply to any suggestion or remark of hers with something intended for drollery, and followed with a laugh, which, instead of as usual stirring her up to good-humoured repartee, suppressed her and made her feel foolish and awkward. As to Flora's advice, to behave with tact, she could not if she would not if she could. In principle, she tried to acquiesce in a man's desire to show that he meant to have his wife to himself, and in practice she accepted his extinguisher because she could not help it. Mr. Cheviot was uneasy about the chances of Aubrey's success in the examination at Woolwich, and offered assistance in the final preparation. But though Aubrey willingly accepted the proposal, 2 or 3 violent headaches from overstudy and anxiety made Dr. May insist on his old regimen of entire holiday and absence of work for the last week, to secure which repose Aubrey was sent to London with Harry for a week's idleness and the society of Tom, who professed to be too busy to come home even for Christmas. Mr. Cheviot's opinion transpired through Mary that it was throwing away Aubrey's only chance. In due time came the tidings that Aubrey had the second largest number of marks, and had been highly commended for the thoroughness of his knowledge, so different from what had been only crammed for the occasion. He had been asked who had been his tutor, and had answered, his brother, fully meaning to spare Ethel publicity, and she was genuinely thankful for having been shielded under Tom's 6 months of teaching. She hardly wished the same shield would have availed at home, when Charles Cheviot gave that horrible laugh and asked her if she meant to stand for a professor's chair. She faltered something about Tom and mathematics. Aye, said Charles, and these military examinations are in nothing but foreign languages and trash. And again he laughed his laugh, and Mary followed his example. Ethel would fain have seen the fun. Cheviot, what two of a trade never agree? Asked Dr. May, in high glory and glee. Not my trade, Papa, said Ethel, restored by his face and voice. Only the peculiarity of examiners, so long ago remarked by Norman, of only setting questions that one can answer. Not your trade, but your amateur work, said Mr. Cheviot, again exploding and leaving Ethel to feel demolished. Why, she wondered presently, had she not held up her knitting, and merely owned it for her trade? Why, but because those laughs took away all merriment, all presence of mind, all but the endeavor not to be as cross as she felt. Was this systematic, or was it only bad taste? The wedding was fixed for Whitsuntide, the repairs and drainage necessitating early and long holidays, and the arrangements gave full occupation. Mary was the first daughter who had needed a portion, since Mr. Cheviot was one of a large family, and had little of his own. Dr. May had inherited a fair private competence, chiefly in land in and about the town, and his professional gains, under his wife's prudent management, had been for the most part invested in the like property. The chief of his accumulation of ready money had been made over to establish Richard at Coxmore, and though living in an inexpensive style, such as that none of the family knew what it was to find means lacking for aught that was right or reasonable, there was no large amount of capital available. The May custom had always been that the physician should inherit the landed estate, and though this was disproportionately increased by the doctor's own acquisitions, yet the hold it gave over the town was so important that he was unwilling it should be broken up at his death, and wished to provide for his other children by charges on the rents, instead of by sale and division. All this he caused Richard to write to Tom, for though there was no absolute need of the young man's concurrence in arranging Mary's settlements, it was a good opportunity for distinctly stating his prospects, and a compliment to consult him. Feeling that Tom had thus been handsomely dealt with, his letter to his father was the greater shock when, after saying that he doubted whether he could come home for the wedding, he expressed gratitude for the opening held out to him, but begged that precedents applicable to very different circumstances might not be regarded as binding. He was distressed at supplanting Richard, and would greatly prefer the property taking its natural course. It would be so many years, he trusted, before there would be room for his services, even as an assistant at Stoneborough, that he thought it would be far more advisable to seek some other field, and his own desire would be at once to receive a younger son's share, if it were but a few hundreds, and be free to cut out his own line. "What is he driving at, Ethel?" asked the doctor, much vexed. "I offer him what any lad should jump at, and he only says, 'Give me the portion of goods that falleth to me.' What does that mean?" "Not prodigality," said Ethel. "Remember what Sir Matthew Fleet said to Dr. Spencer. Dick's ability and common sense besides. Exactly what makes me suspicious of his coming the disinterested over me. There's something behind. He is running into debt and destruction among that precious crew about the hospitals. Harry saw nothing wrong and thought his friends in good style." "Everyone is in good style with Harry. Happy fellow! He is no more a judge than a child of 6 years old, carries too much sunshine to see shades. A lieutenant in the Navy can hardly be the capital officer that our Harry is without some knowledge of men and discipline. I grant you, on his own element, but on shore he goes about in his holiday spectacles and sees a bird of paradise in every cock sparrow." "Isn't there a glass house that can sometimes make a swan?" said Ethel, slyly touching her father's spectacles. "But with you both, there's always a something to attract the embellishing process, and between Harry and Aubrey, Dr. Spencer and Sir Matthew, we could hardly fail to have heard of anything amiss. I don't like it. Then it is hard, said Ethel with spirit. So steady as he has always been, he ought to have the benefit of a little trust. He was never like the others. I don't know what to be at with him. I should not have minded but for that palaver about elder brothers. Defend as Ethel might, it was still with a misgiving lest disappointment should have taken a wrong course. It was hard to trust where correspondence was the merest business scrap, and neither Christmas nor the sisters' marriage availed to call Tom home. And though she had few fears as to dissipation, she did dread hardening and ambition, all the more since she had learned that Sir Matthew Fleet was affording to him a patronage unprecedented from that quarter. No year of Etheldred May's life had been so trying as this last. It seemed like her first step away from the aspirations of youth into the graver fears of womanhood. With all the self-restraint that she had striven to exercise at Combe, it had been a time of glorious dreams over the two young spirits who seemed to be growing up by her side to be faithful workers, destined to carry out her highest visions. And the boyish devotion of the one, the fraternal reverence of the other, had made her very happy. And now? The first disappointment in Leonard had led, not indeed to less esteem for him, but to that pitying veneration that can only be yielded by a sharing in spirit of the like martyrdom. A continued thankfulness and admiration, but a continual wringing of the heart. And her own child and pupil, Aubrey, had turned aside from the highest path, and in the unavowed consciousness that he was failing in the course he had so often traced out with her, and that all her aid and ready participation in his present interests were but from her outward, not her inward heart. He had never argued the point with her, never consulted her on his destination. He had talked only to his father of his alteration of purpose, and had at least paid her the compliment of not trying to make her profess that she was gratified by the change. In minor matters he depended on her as much as ever, but Harry was naturally his chief companion, and the prime of his full and perfect confidence had departed, partly in the step from boy to man, but more from the sense that he was not fulfilling the soldiership he had dreamt of with her, and that he had once led her to think his talents otherwise dedicated. She had few fears for his steadiness, but she had some for his health, and he was something taken away from her. A brightness had faded from his image. And this marriage, with every effort at rejoicing in certainty of Mary's present bliss and probability of future happiness, it was the loss of a sister, and not the gain of a brother, and Mr. Chivio did his utmost to render the absence of repining a great effort of unselfishness. And even with her father, her possession of Tom's half-revealed secret seemed an impairing of absolute confidence. She could not but hope that her father did her brother injustice, and in her tenderness towards them both, this was a new and painful sensation. Her manner was bright and quaint as ever, her sayings perhaps less edged than usual, because the pain at her heart made her guard her tongue. But she had begun to feel middle-aged and strangely lonely. Richard, though always a comfort, would not have entered into her troubles. Harry, in his atmosphere of sailor on shore, had nothing of the confidant, and engrossed his father. Mary and Aubrey were both gone from her, and Gertrude was still a child. She had never so longed after Margaret or Norman. But at least her corner in the minster, her table at home with her Bible and prayer book, were still the same, and witnessed many an outpouring of her anxiety, many a confession of the words or gestures that she had felt to have been petulant, whether others had so viewed them or not. End of chapter 18. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 19 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Yonge, Chapter 19. Long among them was seen a maiden, who waited and wondered, lowly and meek in spirit, and patiently suffering all things. Fair was she, and young, but alas, before her extended, dreary and vast and silent, the desert of life. Evangeline, Longfellow. "Sister, sister, who is it? Going to be married? Oh, do tell us," cried Ella Warden, as she now was called, capering round her elder sister, who stood beneath a gas burner in a well-furnished bedroom, reading a letter, its enclosure clasped within a very trembling hand. "Mary May, dear Mary," answered Averill, still half absently. "And who?" "Mr. Cheviot," said Averill, thoroughly rousing herself, and with a quick movement, concealing the enclosure in her bosom. "I remember him. He was very good when—" And there she paused, while Ella chattered on. "Oh, sister, if you were but at home, you would be a bridesmaid now, and perhaps we should. Little Miss Rivers was Mrs. Earnscliff's bridesmaid. Don't you remember, Minna, how we saw her in her little cashmere cloak?" "Oh, don't, Ella!" escaped from Minna, like a cry of pain, as she leant back in a rocking chair and recollected who had held her up in his arms to watch Blanche May's wedding procession. "And how soon will she be married, sister, and where will she live?" asked the much excited Ella. "She will be married in Whitsun week, and as he is headmaster, they will live in Dr. Hoxton's house. Dear, good Mary, how glad I am that she is so full of happiness. Her letter quite brims over with it. I wonder if I may work anything to send her." "I should like to send her some very beautiful thing indeed," cried Ella, with emphasis, and eyes dilating at some visionary magnificence. "Ah, I have nothing to send her but my love, and I may send her that still," said Minna, looking up wistfully at Averill, who bent down and kissed her. "And Ave won't let me send mine to Mr. Tom, though I'm sure I do love him the best of them all," said Ella. "That wasn't," half whispered Minna, but turned her head away, with a sigh of oppression and look of resignation, sad in so young a child, though, indeed, the infantine form was fast shooting into tall, lank girlhood. Ella went on. "I shall send him the objects for his microscope when I get into the country, for I promised, so sister can't prevent me." "Oh, the country! When shall we go there?" sighed Minna. "Your head aches tonight, my dear," said Averill, looking anxiously at her listless attitude, half-opened eyes, and the deep hollows above her collarbones. "It always does after the gas is lighted," said the child patiently. "It is always so hot here." "It is just like being always in the conservatory at the Grange," added Ella. "I do hate this boarding house. It is very unkind of Henry to keep us here. 15 weeks now." "Oh, Ella," remonstrated Minna, "you mustn't say that." "But I shall say it," retorted Ella. "Rosa Willis says what she pleases, and so shall I. I don't see the sense of being made a baby of, when everyone else of our age eats all they like, and is consulted about arrangements, and attends classes, and sister owns she does not know half so much as Cora." This regular declaration of American independence confounded the two sisters, and made Averill recall the thoughts that had been wandering. "No, Ella, in some things I have not learnt so much as Cora, but I believe I know enough to teach you, and it has been a comfort to me to keep my two little sisters with me, and not send them to be mixed up among strange girls. Besides, I have constantly hoped that our present way of life would soon be over, and that we should have a home of our own again." "And why can't we?" asked Ella, in a much more humble and subdued voice. "Because Henry cannot hear of anything to do. He thought he should soon find an opening in this new country, but there seem to be so many medical men everywhere that no one will employ or take into partnership a man that nothing is known about, and he cannot produce any of his testimonials, because they are all made out in his old name, except one letter that Dr. May gave him. It is worse for Henry than for us, Ella, and all we can do for him is not to vex him with our grievances." Poor Averill! Her dejected, patient voice, sad soft eyes, and gentle persuasive manner were greatly changed from those of the handsome accomplished girl who had come home to be the family pride and pet. Still more, perhaps, from the wilful mistress of the house and the wayward sufferer of last summer. "And shan't we go to live in the dear, beautiful forest, as Cora Muller wishes?" There was a tap at the door, and the children's faces brightened, though a shade passed over Averil's face, as if everything at that moment were oppressive. But she recovered a smile of greeting for the pretty creature who flew up to her with a fervent embrace, a girl a few years her junior, with a fair, delicate face and figure, in a hothouse rose style of beauty. "Father's come!" she cried. "How glad you must be!" "And now," whispered the children, "we shall know about going to Indiana. He says Mordaunt is as tall as he is, and that the house is quite fixed for me. But I told him I must have one more term, and then I will take you with me. Ah, I am glad to see the children in white. If you would only change that plain black silk, you would receive so much more consideration." "I don't want it, Cora, thank you," said Avril, indifferently, and indeed the simple mourning she still wore was a contrast to her friend's delicate, expensive silk. "But I want it for you," pleaded Cora. "I don't want to hear my Avril censured for English hauteur, and offend my country's feelings, so that she keeps herself from seeing the best side." "I see a very good, very dear side of one," said Avril, pressing the eager hand that was held out to her, "and that is enough for me. I was not a favorite in my own town, and I have not spirits to make friends here." "Ah, you will have spirits in our woods," she said. "You shall show me how you go gypsying in England." "The dear, dear woods! Oh, we must go!" cried the little girls. "But it is going to be a town," said Minna gravely. Cora laughed. "Ah, there will be plenty of bush this many a day, Minna. No lack of butternuts and hickories, I promise you, nor of maples to paint the woods gloriously." "You have never been there?" said Avril, anxiously. "No, I have been boarding here these 2 years, since father and brothers located there, but we had such a good time when we lived at my grandfather's farm in Ohio, while father was off on the railway business." A gong resounded through the house, and Avril, suppressing a disappointed sigh, allowed Cora to take possession of her arm, and, followed by the 2 children, became parts of a cataract of people who descended the great staircase and flowed into a saloon where the dinner was prepared. Henry, with a tall, thin, wiry-looking gentleman, was entering at the same time, and Avril found herself shaking hands with her brother's companion, and hearing him say, "Good evening, Miss Warden. I'm glad to meet my daughter's friend. I hope you feel at home in our great country." It was so exactly the ordinary second-rate American style that Avril, who had expected something more in accordance with the refinement of everything about Cora, except a few of her tones, was a little disappointed, and responded with difficulty. Then, while Mr. Muller greeted her sisters, she hastily laid her hand on Henry's arm, and said, under her breath, "I've a letter from him." "Hush!" Henry looked about with a startled eye and repressing gesture. Avril drew back, and, one hand on her bosom pressing the letter, and almost holding down a sob, she took her accustomed seat at the meal. Minna, too languid for the rapidity of the movements, hardly made the exertion of tasting food. Ella, alert and brisk, took care of herself as effectually as did Rosa Willis on the opposite side of the table. Avril, all one throb of agitation, with the unread letter lying at her heart, directed all her efforts to look, eat, and drink as usual. Happily, talking was the last thing that was needed. Avril had been greatly indebted to Miss Muller, who had taken pity on the helpless strangers. Interested, partly by her own romance about England, partly by their mourning dresses, dark, melancholy eyes, and retiring, bewildered manner, a beautiful motherless girl, under 17, left, to all intents and purposes, alone in New York, attending a great educational establishment, far more independent and irresponsible than a young man at an English university, yet perfectly trustworthy, never subject to the bévues of the unprotected female, but self-reliant, modest, and graceful in the heterogeneous society of the boarding-house. She was a constant marvel to Averill, and a warm friendship soon sprang up. The advances were, indeed, all on one side, for Ave was too sad and oppressed with too heavy a secret to be readily accessible. But there was an attraction to the younger, fresher, freer nature, even in the mystery of her mournful reserve, and the two drew nearer together from gratitude and many congenial feelings that rendered Cora the one element of comfort in the boarding-house life, while Henry, in vain, sought for occupation. Cora had been left under the charge of the lady of the boarding-house, a distant connection, while her father, who had been engaged in more various professions than Averill could ever conceive of or remember, had been founding a new city in Indiana, at once as farmer and land agent, and he had stolen a little time, in the dead season, to hurry up to New York, partly on business and partly to see his daughter, who had communicated to him her earnest desire that her new friends might be induced to settle near their future abode. American meals were too serious affairs for conversation, but such as there was political, in all the fervid heat of the first commencements of disunion and threatenings of civil war. After the ladies had repaired to their saloon, with its grand ottomans, sofas, rocking chairs, and piano, the discussion continued among them, Cora talking with the utmost eagerness of the tariff and of slavery, and the other topics of the day, intensely interesting, and of terrible moment to her country, but that country Averill had not yet learnt to feel her own, and to her all was one dreary whirl of words, in which she longed to escape to her room and read her letter. Ella had joined Rosa Willis and the other children, but Minna, as usual, kept under her sister's wing, and Averill could not bear to shake herself free of the gentle child. The ladies of the boarding-house, some resident in order to avoid the arduous duties of housekeeping, others temporarily brought hither an interregnum of servants, others spending a winter in the city, had grown tired of asking questions that met with the scantiest response, took melancholy for disdain, and were all neglectful, some uncivil, to the grave, silent English girl, and she was sitting alone, with Minna's hand in hers, as she had sat for many a weary evening, when her brother and Mr. Muller came up together, and, sitting down on either side of her, began to talk of the rising city of Massasauga, admirably situated, excellent water privilege, communicating with Lake Michigan, glorious primeval forest, healthy situation, fertile land, where a colossal fortune might be realized in maize, 80s, sections, speculations. It was all addressed to her, and it was a hard task to give attention so as to return a rational answer, while her soul would fain have been clairvoyant to read the letter in her breast. She did perceive, at last, though not till long after the children had gone to bed, that the project was, that the family should become the purchasers of shares, which would give them a right to a portion of the soil, excellent at present for growing corn, and certain hereafter to be multiplied in value for building. That Henry might, in the meantime, find an opening for practice, but might speedily be independent of it. It sounded promising, and it was escape from forced inaction, from an uncongenial life, from injury to the children, and it would be with Cora, her one friend. What was the demur, and why were they consulting her, who, as Henry knew, was ready to follow him wherever he chose to carry her? At last came a gleam of understanding. Then, Doctor, you will talk it over with your sister, and give me your ultimatum? And therewith Mr. Muller walked away to mingle in other conversation, and Henry coming closer to his sister, she again eagerly said, "I have it here. You shall see it tomorrow when I have read it. The letter. How can you be so unguarded? You have not let the children know? Take care then. I will not have the subject revived with them. But Minna, it is this heated stove atmosphere. She will soon forget if you don't keep it up, and she will be herself when we leave this place, and it depends on you when we do that, Ave." "On me?" she said, with bewildered face. And Henry, marveling at her slowness of comprehension, made her understand that the advance of money for the purchase at Massasauga must come from her means. His own had been heavily drained by the removal, the long period of inaction, and moreover what remained had been embarked in shares in a company, absolutely certain to succeed, but where they were not at once available for sale. Ava was now of age. Her property was in her own power, and could not, her brother assured her, be better invested than on grounds certain to increase in value. She looked at him, confused and distressed, aware that it was too important a step to be taken without consideration, yet unable to compose her thoughts or recollect objections. "Must I answer tonight?" she said. "No, there is no need for that, but we must close tomorrow with Muller, for it is not a chance that will long go begging." "Then let me go, please, Henry," she said, imploringly. "I will tell you tomorrow, but I can't now. I don't seem to understand anything." It was late, and he released her, with a kind good night, though still with a sign of caution. Cora, however, hastened to join her, and walk up the stairs with her, eagerly inquiring into the success of the negotiation, and detailing what she had gathered from her father as to the improvements he had been making. She would fain have made Averill come into her bedroom to build castles there, but this was more than could be borne, and breaking from her at last, Averill reached her own room, not to think of Mr. Muller's project, but to cast an anxious glance at each of the little beds, to judge whether the moment had come when that famishing hunger might be appeased by the crumb which for these mortal hours had lain upon her craving heart, the very first since the one on the arrival at Millbank. Each brown head was shrouded in the coverings, the long dark fringes rested safely on the cheeks, and Averill at length drew out the treasure, and laid it on her hand to dwell on its very sight. The address needed to be looked at with lingering earnestness, as if it had indeed been a missive from another world. She looked, and was tardy to unfold it, as though, now the moment was come, the sense of being in communication with her brother must be tasted to the utmost ere entering on the utterances that must give pain. And when she did open the envelope, perhaps the first sensation was disappointment. The lines were not near enough together, the writing not small enough, to satisfy even the first glance of the yearning eye. It was cheerful. It spoke of good health and full occupation, with the use of books, daily exercise, the chaplain's visits, schooling and attendance at chapel, and of the great pleasure of having heard from her. And that good Dr. May enclosed your letter in one written to me with his own hand, a kindness I never dared to think of as possible, but which he promises to repeat. Your letter and his are the continual food of my thoughts, and are valued beyond all power of words. I only hope you knew that I have not been allowed to write sooner, and have not expected letters. Then came a few brief comments on her last inquiries, and entreaties that she would give him full information of all the details of their present life. It will carry me along with you, and I shall live with you both as I read and as I dwell on it afterwards. Do not indulge in a moment's uneasiness about me, for I am well and busy. Everyone is as kind to me as duty permits, and Dr. May is always ready to do all in his power for me. There were a few affectionate words for Henry, and I long to send a message to the children, but I know it is better for them to let me drop from their minds. Only you must tell me all about them. I want to know that the dear little Minna is bright and happy again. No confidences, only generalities. Not even any reference to the one unbroken bond of union, the one support, except in the three scanty final words, the simplest of blessings. It was not satisfying, but Averill recalled, with a start, that no wonder the letter was meagre, since it was necessarily subject to inspection. And how could the inner soul be expressed when all must pass under strangers' eyes, who would think such feelings plausible hypocrisy in a convicted felon? Again she took it up, to suck to the utmost all that might be conveyed in the short commonplace sentences, and to gaze at them as if intensity of study could reveal whether the cheerfulness were real or only assumed. Be they what they might, the words had only 3 weeks back been formed by Leonard's hand, and she pressed her lips upon them in a fervent agony of affection. When she roused herself and turned her head, she perceived on Minna's pillow 2 eyes above the bedclothes, intently fixed on her. Should she see or should she not see? She believed that the loving heart was suffering a cruel wrong. She yearned to share all with the child, but she was chained by the command of one brother, and by that acquiescence of the other which to her was more than a command. She would not see, she turned away, and made her preparations for the night without betraying that she knew that the little one was awake, resuming the tedious guard on the expression of her face. But when her long kneeling had ended, and with it that which was scarcely so much conscious intercession as the resting and intolerable load on one who alone knew its weight, just as she darkened the room for the night, the low voice whispered, "Ave, is it?" And Averill crept up to the little bed. "Yes, Minna, he is well. He hopes you are bright and happy, but he says it is best you should forget him." The brow was cold and clammy, the little frame chill and trembling. The arms clasped her neck convulsively. She lifted the child into her own bed, pressed tight to her own bosom, and though no other word passed between the sisters, that contact seemed to soothe away the worst bitterness, and Averill slept from the stillness enforced on her by the heed of not disturbing Minna's sleep. Little that night had she recked of the plan needing so much deliberation. When she awoke, it was to the consciousness that besides the arrival of Leonard's letter, something had happened. There was some perplexity. What was it? And when it came back, she was bewildered. Her own fortune had always appeared to her something to fall back on in case of want of success, and to expend it thus was binding the whole family down at a perilous moment, to judge by the rumors of battle and resistance. And all she had ever heard at home, much that she daily heard at New York, inclined her to distrust and dislike of American speculations. It was Cora's father. Her heart smote her for including him in English prejudice, when Henry liked and trusted him, and she had disobeyed and struggled against Henry too long. She had promised to be submissive and yielding. But was this the time? And the boarding-house life, proverbially the worst for children, was fast Americanizing Ella, while Minna drooped like a snowdrop in a hothouse, and idleness might be mischievous to Henry. Oh, for someone to consult! For someone to tell her whether the risk was a foolish venture, or if the terms were safe! But not a creature did she know well enough to seek advice from. Even the clergyman whose church she attended was personally unknown to her. Cora Muller was her sole intimate. There was a mutual repulsion between her and the other ladies, and still more with the gentlemen. A boarding-house was not the scene in which to find such as would inspire confidence, and they had no introductions. There was no one to turn to, and in the dreary indifference that had grown over her, she did not even feel capable of exerting her own judgment to the utmost, even if she had been able to gather certain facts, or to know prudent caution from blind prejudice, often woman's grievous difficulty. What could a helpless girl of 21, in a land of strangers, do but try to think that by laying aside the use of her own judgment, she was trusting all to Providence, and that by leaving all to her brother, she was proving her repentance for her former conduct. There, too, were her sisters, clamorous with hopes of the forest life, and there was Cora, urging the scheme with all the fervor of girlish friendship, and in herself no small element in its favor, engaging for everything, adducing precedents for every kind of comfort and success, and making Abe's consent a test of her love. One question Averill asked of her, whether they should be utterly out of reach of their church. Cora herself had been bred up to liberal religious ways, and was ready to attend whatever denomination of public worship came first to hand, though that which had descended from the Pilgrim Fathers came most naturally. She had been at various Sunday schools and was a good, conscientious girl, but had never gone through the process of conversion, so that Rosa Willis had horrified Ella by pronouncing her not a Christian. She had no objection to show her English friends the way to the favorite Episcopal church, especially as it was esteemed fashionable, and her passion for Averill had retained her there, with growing interest, drawn on by Averill's greater precision of religious knowledge, and the beauty of the church system, displayed to her as the one joy and relief left to one evidently crushed with suffering. The use of Averill's books, conversations with her, and the teaching she heard, disposed her more and more to profess herself a member of the Episcopal Church, and she was unable to enter into Averill's scruples at leading her to so decided a step without her father's sanction. Father would be satisfied whatever profession she made. Did people in England try to force their children's consciences? Cora, at Averil's desire, ascertained that Massasauga had as yet no place of worship of its own, but there was a choice of chapels within a circuit of 5 miles, and an Episcopal church 7 miles off, at the chief town of the county. Moreover, her father declared that the city of Massasauga would soon be considerable enough to invite every variety of minister to please every denomination of inhabitant. Averil felt that the 7 miles off church was all she could reasonably hope for, and her mind was clear on that score when Henry came to take her out walking for the sake of being able to talk more freely. No longer afraid of being overheard, he gave kind attention to Leonard's letter, and though he turned away from the subject sooner than she wished, she was not exacting. Again he laid before her the advantages of their migration, and assured her that if there were the slightest risk, he would be the last to make the proposal. She asked if it were safe to invest money in a country apparently on the eve of civil war. He laughed the idea to scorn. How could the rebel states make war, with a population of Negroes sure to rise against their masters? Where should their forces come from? Faction would soon be put down, and the Union be stronger than ever. It was what Averil had been hearing morning, noon, and night, so no wonder she believed it, and was ashamed of a futile, girlish fear. And was Henry sure it was a healthy place? Had she not heard of feverish swamps in Indiana? Oh yes, in new unsettled places, but there had hardly been an ailment in the Muller family since they had settled at Massasauga. And Averil's last murmur was, could he find out anything about other people's opinion of the speculation? Did they know enough about Mr. Muller to trust themselves entirely in his hands? Henry was almost angry. Could not his sister trust him to take all reasonable precaution? It was the old story of prejudice against whatever he took up. Poor Averil was disarmed directly. The combats of will and their consequences rose up before her, and with them Leonard's charges to devote herself to Henry. She could but avow herself willing to do whatever he pleased. She only hoped he would be careful. All thenceforth was pleasant anticipation and hope. Averil's property had to be transferred to America and invested in shares of the land at Massasauga. But this was to cause no delay in arranging for the removal. They were only to wait until winter had broken up and the roads become passable after the melting of the snows. And meantime, Mr. Muller was to have their house prepared. Cora would remain and accompany them, and in the intervening time promised to assist Averil with her judgment in making the necessary purchases for stepping westward. When Averil wrote their plans to her English friends, she felt the difficulty of pleading for them. She was sensible that at Stoneborough the risking of her property would be regarded as folly on her part, and something worse on that of her brother, and she therefore wrote with every effort to make the whole appear her own voluntary act, though the very effort made her doubly conscious that the sole cause for her passive acquiescence was that her past self-will in trifles had left her no power to contend for her own opinion in greater matters, the common retribution on an opinionative woman of principle. Moreover, it was always with an effort that she wrote to Mary May. A rejected offer from a brother is a rock in a correspondence with a sister, and Averil had begun to feel greatly ashamed of the manner of her own response. Acceptance would have been impossible, but irritating as had been Tom May's behavior, insulting as had been his explanation, and provoking his pertinacity, she had begun to feel that the impulse had been too generous and disinterested to deserve such treatment, and that bitterness and ill temper had made her lose all softness and dignity, so that he must think that his pitying affection had been bestowed on an ungrateful vixen, and be as much disgusted with the interview as she was herself. She did not wish him to love her, but she regretted the form of the antidote, above all, since he was of the few who appreciated Leonard, and the more she heard of Ella's narrations of his kindness, the more ashamed she grew. Every letter to or from Mary renewed the uncomfortable sense, and she would have dropped the correspondence had it not been her sole medium of communication with her imprisoned brother, since Henry would not permit letters to be posted with a Millbank address. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 20 of the Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 20. A little hint of solace woe, a hint, a whisper breathing low. I may not speak of what I know. Tennyson. At the pace at which rapid people walk alone, when they wish to devour both the way and their own sensations, Ethel May was mounting the hill out of the town, in the premature heat assumed by May in compliment to Whitsun week, when a prolonged shout made her turn. At first she thought it was her father, but her glass showed her that it was the brother, so like him in figure that the London-made coat, and the hair partaking of the sand instead of the salt, were often said to be the chief distinction. Moreover, the dainty steps over the puddles were little like the strides of the doctor, and left no doubt that it was the one wedding guest who had been despaired of. "Oh, Tom, I am glad you are come. What a rate you are running away at! I thought you had done with your hurricane pace." "Hurricane because of desperate hurry. I'm afraid I can't turn back with you." "Where is all the world?" Blanche is helping Mary arrange the Hoxton, her own drawing room. Hector has brought a dog-cart to drive Papa about in. Daisy has gone with Harry and Aubrey to the Grange for some camellias. And Ethel rushing to Coxmore. "I can't help it, Tom," she said, humbly. "I wish I could." "What's this immense panier you are carrying?" "It is quite light. It is 12 of the hats for the children tomorrow. Mary was bent on trimming them all as usual, and I was deluded enough to believe she would, till last evening I found just 1.5 done. I did as many as I could at night, till Papa heard me rustling about and thumped. Those went early this morning, and these are the rest, which I have just finished." "Was there no one to send?" "My dear Tom, is your experience of weddings so slight as to suppose there is an available being in the family the day before?" "I'm sure I don't desire such experience. Why could not they be content without ferreting me down?" "I am very glad you have come. It would have been a great mortification if you had stayed away. I never quite believed you would. I had much rather see the operation I shall miss tomorrow morning. I shall go back by the 2 o'clock train." "To study their happiness all the way up to town?" "Then by the mail. I won't torment you to stay, but I think Papa will want to talk with you." "The very thing I don't want. Why can't he dispose of his property like other people, and give Richard his rights?" "You know Richard would only be encumbered." "No such thing. Richard is a reasonable being. He will marry some of these days, get the living after Wilmot, and—" "But you know how Papa would be grieved to separate the practice from the house. Because he and his fathers were content to bury themselves in a hole, he expects me to do the same. Why, what should I do? The place is over-doctored already. Every third person is a pet patient sending for him for a gnat bite, gratis, taking the bread out of Wright's mouth. No wonder Henry Ward kicked. If I came here, I must practice on the lapdogs. Here's my father, stronger than any of us, with 15 good years' work in him at the least. He would be wretched at giving up to me a 10th part of his lambs, and that 10th would keep us always in hot water. His old world practice would not go down with me, and he would think everything murder that was fresher than the year 1830. "I thought he was remarkable for having gone on with the world," said Ethel, repressing some indignation. "So he has, in a way, but always against the grain. He has a tough lot of prejudices, and you may depend upon it, they would be more obstinate against me than any one else, and I should be looked on as an undutiful dog for questioning them, besides getting the whole credit of every case that went wrong." "I think you are unjust," said Ethel, flushing with displeasure. "I wish I were not, Ethel, But when there is one son in a family who can do nothing that is not taken amiss, it is hard that he should be the one picked out to be pinned down, and, maybe, goaded into doing something to be really sorry for. There was truth enough in this to seal Ethel's lips from replying that it was Tom's own fault, since his whole nature and constitution were far more the cause than his conduct, and she answered, "You might get some appointment for the present, till he really wants you. To be ordered home just as I am making something of it, and see as many cases in 10 years as I could in a month in town. Things are altered since his time. If he could only see it! What was the use of giving me a first-rate education if he meant to stick me down here? At least I hope you will think long before you inflict the cruel disappointment of knowing that not one of his 5 sons will succeed to the old practice." "The throne, you mean, Ethel." "Pish!" The pish was as injurious to her hereditary love for the old practice and for the old town as to her reverence for her father. One angry "Tom!" burst from her lips, and only the experience that scolding made him worse restrained her from desiring him to turn back if this was the best he had to say. Indeed, she wondered to find him still by her side, holding the gate of the plantation open for her. He peered under her hat as she went through. "How hot you look!" he said, laying hold of the handles of the basket. "Thank you, but it is more cumbrous than heavy," she said, not letting go. "It is not that." An elision which answered better than words, to show that his speech, rather than hill or load, had made her cheeks flame. But he only drew the great basket more decisively from her hand, put his stick into the handle, and threw it over his shoulder. And no doubt it was a much greater act of good nature from him than it would have been from Richard or Harry. "This path always reminds me of this very matter," he said. "I talked it over with Meta here, on the way to lay the foundation stone at Coxmore, till Norman overtook us and monopolized her for good, poor little thing. She was all in the high romantic strain, making a sort of night hospitaller of my father. I wonder what she is like by this time, and how much of that she has left." "Of the high romantic strain? I should think it was as much as ever the salt of life to her. Her last letter described her contrivances to make a knapsack for Norman on his visitation tour. Oh, fancy old June, a venerable archdeacon!" "You don't think a colonial archdeacon is like one of your great portly swells in a shovel hat." "It must be something remarkable that made Norman portly. But as for the shovel hat, Mrs. Maida has insisted on having it sent out. I was going to tell you that she says, 'I do like such a good tough bit of stitchery to fit my night out for the cause.'" "Marriage and distance have not frozen up her effusions." "No, when people carry souls in their pens, they are worth a great deal more, if they are to go to a distance. Ah, by the by, I suppose Cheviot has put a fresh lock on Mary's writing case." "I suspect some of Mary's correspondence will devolve on me. Harry has asked me already." "I wished you had mentioned more about the letters of late. Leonard wanted to know more than I could tell him." "You don't mean that you have seen him? Oh, Tom, how kind of you! Papa has been trying hard to get a day now that these first 6 months are up, but there are 2 or 3 cases that wanted so much watching that he has not been able to stir. I know how he lets himself be made a prisoner, and that it was a chance whether anyone saw the poor fellow at all." "I am so glad," and Ethel turned on him a face still flushed, but now with gratitude. "How was he looking?" "The costume is not becoming, and he has lost color and grown hollow-eyed, but I saw no reason for being uneasy about him. He looked clear and in health, and has not got to slouch yet. It is shocking to see such a grand face and head behind a grating." "Could he talk?" "Why, the presence of a warder is against conversation, and 6 months of shoemaking in a cell does not give much range of ideas. There was nothing to be done but to talk on right ahead and judge by his eyes if he liked it." "I suppose you could find out nothing about himself?" "He said he got on very well, but one does not know that means. I asked if he got books, and he said there was a very good library, and he could get what gave him something to think of. And he says they give interesting lectures in school. You could not gather what is thought of him? No, I saw but a couple of officers of the place, and could only get out of them good health and good conduct. I do not expect even his conduct makes much impression as to his innocence, for I saw it stated the other day that the worst prisoners are those that are always getting convicted for petty offenses. Those that have committed one great crime are not so depraved, and are much more amenable. However, he has only 3 months more at Pentonville, and then he will go to Portland, Chatham, or Gibraltar. Oh, I hope it will not be Gibraltar, but at least that terrible solitude will be over. At any rate, his spirit is not broken. I could see his eye light up after I had talked a little while, and he fell into his natural tone again. He would not try to put out his hand to me when he came down, but when I went away, he put it through and we had a good hearty shake. Somehow it made one feel quite small. Ethel could have pledged herself for the soundness of Tom's nature after those words, but all she did was in an unwonted tone to utter the unwonted exclamation, "Dear Tom." "If my father does not come up, I shall see him once more before he leaves Pentonville," added Tom. "And so you must mind and let me know all about his people in America. I found he had no notion of the road that is beginning there, so I said not a word of it. But what is all this about going to Indiana?" "They are going at the end of April to settle in a place called Mississauga, where Henry is to farm till practice comes to him. It is towards the north of the state, in the county of Pulaski." "Aye, in one of the pestilential swamps that run up out of Lake Michigan. All the fertile ground there breeds as many fevers and agues as it does stalks of corn." "Indeed! How did you hear that?" "I looked up the place after Leonard told me of it. It is as unlucky a location as the ill luck of that fellow Henry could have pitched on. Some friend Leonard spoke of, a Yankee, I suppose, meaning to make a prey of them." "The father of their young lady friend at the boarding house." "Oh, a Yankee edition of Mrs. Pugh! And the worst of it is that this is to be done with poor April's fortune. She has written to Mr. Bramshaw to sell out for her, and send her the amount, and he is terribly vexed, but she is of age, and there are no trustees nor anyone to stop it." "All of a piece," muttered Tom. Then presently he swung the basket round on the ground with a vehement exclamation. "If any man on this earth deserve to be among the robbers and murderers, I know who it is." Then he shouldered his load again, and walked on in silence by his sister's side to the school door. Richard had been obliged to go to a benefit club entertainment, and Ethel, knowing the limited literary resources of the parsonage, was surprised to find Tom still waiting for her when the distribution and fitting of the blue ribbon hats was over, and matters arranged for the march of the children to see the wedding, and to dine afterwards at the grammar school hall. "Oh, Tom, I did not expect to find you here." "It is not fit for you to be walking about alone on a Whit Monday." "I am very glad to have you, but I am past that." "Don't talk nonsense. Girls are girls till long past your age," said Tom. "It is not so much age as living past things," said Ethel. "It was not only that," added Tom, "but I've more to say to you while one can be sure of a quiet moment. Have you heard anything about that place?" And he pointed in the direction of the Ventry mill. "I heard something of an intention to part with it, and have been watching for an advertisement, but I can see none in the Current or on the walls." "Mind he does not slip off unawares." "I don't know what to do now that old Hardy is cut off from us. I tried to stir up Dr. Spencer to go and investigate, but I could not tell him why, and he has not the same interest in going questing about as he used to have. People never will do the one thing one wants particularly." Tom's look and gesture made her ask if he knew of anything wrong with their old friend, and in return she was told that Dr. Spencer's recent visit to London had been to consult Sir Matthew Fleet. The foundations of mortal disease had been laid in India, and though it might long remain in abeyance, there were from time to time symptoms of activity, and tedious lingering infirmity was likely to commence long before the end. And what do you think the strange old fellow charged me as we walked away from dining at Fleet's?" "Secrecy, of course," returned the much shocked Ethel. "One does keep a secret by telling you. It was to have my eye on some lodging with a decent landlady, where, when it comes to that, he can go up to be alone, out of the way of troubling Dick, and of all of you." "Tom, how dreadful!" "I fancy it is something of the animal instinct of creeping away alone, and partly his law to himself not to trouble Dick." "An odd idea of what would trouble Dick!" "So I told him, but he said, after seeing what it cost my father to watch dear Margaret's long decay, he would never entail the like on him. It is queer, and it is beautiful, the tender way he has about my father, treating him like a pet to be shielded and guarded, a man that has 5 times the force and vigor of body and mind that he has now, whatever they may have been." "Very beautiful, and I cannot help telling you how beautiful," said Ethel, greatly moved. "Only remember, it is not to be mentioned." "Ha! Did he ever make you an offer? I have sometimes suspected it." "No, indeed. It was much, much more beautiful than that." "Our mother, then? I had thought of that too, and it accounts for his having always taken to you the most of us." "Why, I'm the least like her of us all." "So they say, I know, and I can't recollect enough to judge, except that," and Tom's voice was less clear for a moment, "there was something in being with her that I've never found again, except now and then with you, Ethel. Well, he never got over it, I suppose." And Ethel briefly told of the rash resolution, the unsettled life, the neglect of the father's wishes, the grievous remorse, the broken health, and restless aimless wanderings ending at last in loving tendance of the bereaved rival. It had been a life never wanting in generosity or benevolence, yet falling far short of what it might have been. A gallant voyage made by a wreck, and yet the injury had been less from the disappointment than from the manner of bearing it. Suddenly it struck her that Tom might suspect her of intending a personal application of the history, and she faltered, but he kept her to it by his warm interest in many questions. "And oh, Tom, he must not be allowed to go away in this manner. Nothing would so cut Papa to the heart." "I don't believe he ever will, Ethel. He may go on for years as he is, and he said in the midst that he meant to live to carry out the drainage. Besides, if it comes gradually on him, he may feel dependent and lose the energy to move." "Oh, what a sorrow for Papa! But I know that not to watch over him would make it all the worse." They walked on gravely till, on the top of the hill, Tom exclaimed, "They've mounted the flag on the minster steeple already. It went up yesterday for Harvey Anderson and Mrs. Pugh. There was a proposal to join forces and have a double wedding. So interesting. The 2 schoolfellows and 2 young friends. The Cheviot girls much regretted it was not to be." "Cheviot girls? Heavens and earth! At home?" "Not sleeping, but we shall have them all day tomorrow, for they cannot get home the same day by setting off after the wedding. There will be no one else, for even our own people are going, for Harry is to go to Maplewood with Blanche, and Aubrey has to be at Woolwich, but we shall all be at home tonight. Last time was in the volunteer days, 2 or 3 centuries ago." It was strange how, with this naturally least congenial of all the family, Ethel had a certain understanding and fellow feeling that gave her a sense of rest and relief in his company, only impaired by the dread of rubs between him and his father. None, however, happened. Dr. May had been too much hurt to press the question of the inheritance, and took little notice of Tom, being much occupied with the final business about the wedding, and engrossed by Hector and Harry, who always absorbed him in their short intervals of his company. Tom went to see Dr. Spencer, and brought him in, so cheerful and full of life that what Ethel had been hearing seemed like a dream, excepting when she recognized Tom's unobtrusive gentleness and attention towards him. She was surprised and touched through all the harass and hurry of that evening and morning to find the must-be-dones that had of late devolved on her alone, now lightened and aided by Tom, who appeared to have come for the sole purpose of being always ready to give a helping hand where she wanted it, with all Richard's manual dexterity and more resource and quickness. The refreshment of spirits was the more valuable as this was a very unexciting wedding. Even Gertrude, not yet 14, had been surfeited with weddings, and replied to Harry's old wit of 3 times a bridesmaid and never a bride, that she hoped so. Her experience in married life was extremely flat, and a glance at Blanche's monotonous dignity and Flora's worn face showed what that experience was. Harry was the only one to whom there was the freshness of novelty, and he was the great element of animation. But as the time came near, honest Harry had been seized with a mortal dread of the tears he imagined an indispensable adjunct of the ceremony, and went about privately consulting everyone how much weeping was inevitable. Flora told him she saw no reason for any tears, and Ethel that when people felt very much they couldn't cry. But on the other hand, Blanche said she felt extremely nervous, and knew she should be overcome. Gertrude assured him that on all former occasions Mary did all the crying herself, and Aubrey told him that each bridesmaid carried 6 handkerchiefs, half for herself and half for the bride. The result was that the last speech made by Harry to his favorite sister in her maiden days was thus: "Well, Mary, you do look uncommonly nice and pretty, but now," most persuasively, "you'll be a good girl and not cry, will you?" And as Mary fluttered, tried to smile, and looked out through very moist eyes, he continued: "I feel horribly soft-hearted today, and if you howl, I must, you know. So mind, if I see you beginning, I shall come out with my father's old story of the spirit of the flood and the spirit of the fell, and that will stop it if anything can." The comicality of Harry's alarm was nearly enough to stop it, coupled with the great desire of Daisy that he should be betrayed into tears. And Mary did behave extremely well, and looked all that a bride should look. Admirable daughter and sister, she would be still more in her place as wife. Hers was the truly feminine nature that, happily for mankind, is the most commonplace, and that she was a thoroughly generic bride is perhaps a testimony to her perfection in the part, as in all others where quiet, unselfish womanhood was the essential. Never had she been so sweet in every tone, word, and caress. Never had Ethel so fully felt how much she loved her, or how entirely they had been one, from a time almost too far back from memory. There had not been intellectual equality, but perhaps it was better, fuller affection, than if there had been, for Mary had filled up a part that had been in some measure wanting in Ethel. She had been a sort of wife to her sister, and thus was the better prepared for her new life, but was all the sorer lost at home. The bridegroom! How many times had Ethel to remind herself of her esteem and security of Mary's happiness, besides frowning down Gertrude's saucy comments, and trying to laugh away Tom's low growl that good things always fell to the share of poor hearts and narrow minds. Mr. Cheviot did in fact cut a worse figure than George Rivers of old, having a great fund of natural bashfulness and self-consciousness, which did not much damage his dignity, but made his attempts at gaiety and ease extremely awkward, not to say sheepish. Perhaps the most trying moment was the last, when hearing a few words between Ethel and Mary about posting a mere scrap, if only an empty envelope, from the first resting place, he turned round, with his laugh, to object to rash promises, and remind his dear sister Ethel that post offices were not always near at hand. After that, when Mary in her bright tenderness hung round her sister, it was as if that was the last fond grasp from the substance, as if only the shadow would come back and live in Minster Street. Perhaps it was because Ethel had tried to rule it otherwise. Mr. Cheviot had insisted that the Coxmore children's share in the festivity should be a dinner in the Witchcote Hall early in the day, after which they had to be sent home, since no one chose to have the responsibility of turning them loose to play in the grammar school precincts, even in the absence of the boys. Richard was much afraid of their getting into mischief, and was off immediately after church to superintend the dinner and marshal them home, and the rest of the world lost the resource that entertaining them generally afforded the survivors after a marriage, and which was specially needed with the two Cheviot sisters to be disposed of. By the time the Riverses were gone home, and the Earnscliffs and Harry off by the train, there were still 4 mortal hours of daylight, and oh, for Mary's power of making everyone happy! Caroline and Annie Cheviot were ladylike, nice-looking girls, but when they found no croquet mallets in the garden, they seemed at a loss what life had to offer at Stoneborough. Gertrude pronounced that she played at it sometimes at Maplewood, where she had nothing better to do, and then retreated to her own devices. Ethel's heart sank, both with dread of the afternoon and with self-reproach at her spoilt child's discourtesy, when she knew there would be no rousing her without an incapacitating discussion, and on she wandered in the garden with the guests, receiving instruction where the hoops might be planted, and hearing how nice it would be for her sister to have such an object, such a pleasant opportunity of meeting one's friends, and interest for every day. No wonder they think I want an object in life, thought Ethel. How awfully tiresome I must be! Poor things, what can I say to make it pleasanter? Do you know this dilytra? I think it is the prettiest of modern flowers, but I wish we might call it Japan fumitory, or by some other English name. I used to garden once, but we have no flower beds now. They spoilt the lawn for croquet. And here comes Tom, thought Ethel. Poor Tom, he will certainly be off to London this evening. Tom, however, joined the listless promenade, and the first time croquet was again mentioned, observed that he had seen the Andersons knocking about the balls in the new gardens by the river, and proposed to go down and try to get up a match. There was an instant brightening, and Tom stepped into the drawing-room and told Daisy to come with them. To play at croquet with the Andersons in the tea gardens? She exclaimed. No, I thank you, Thomas. He laid his hand on her shoulder. Gertrude, he said, it is time to have done being a spoilt baby. If you let Ethel fag herself ill, you will rue it all your life. Frightened, but without clear comprehension, she turned 2 scared eyes on him and replaced the hat that she had thrown on the table, just as Ethel and the others came in. Not you, Ethel, said Tom. You don't know the game. I could learn, said Ethel, desperately bent on her duty. We would teach you, volunteered the Cheviots. You would not undertake it if you knew better, said Tom, smiling. Ethel's hands are not her strong point. Ethel would just have to be croqueted all through by her partner, said Gertrude. Besides, my father will be coming in and wanting you, added Tom. He is only at the hospital or somewhere about the town. I'll look after this child. And the 2 sisters, delighted that poor little Gertrude should have such a holiday treat as croquet at the public gardens, away from her governess' elder sister, walked off glorious, while Ethel, breathing forth a heavy sigh, let herself sink into a chair, feeling as if the silence were in itself invaluable, and as if Tom could not be enough thanked for having gained it for her. She was first roused by the inquiry, "Shall I take in this letter, ma'am? It is charged 4 shillings overweight, and it is for Mr. Thomas, ma'am," impressively concluded the parlour-maid, as one penetrated by Tom's regard to small economies. Ethel beheld the letter bloated beyond the capacities of the 2 bewigged Washingtons that kept guard in its corner, and addressed in a cramped hand unknown to her. But while she hesitated, her eye fell on another American letter directed to Miss Mary May, in Averward's well-known writing, and turning both round, she found they had the same postmark, and thereupon paid the extra charge, and placed the letter where Tom was most likely to light naturally on it without public comment. The other letter renewed the pang at common property being at an end. "No, Mab," she said, taking the little dog into her lap, "we shall none of us hear a bit of it, but at least it is a comfort that this business is over. You needn't creep under sofas now. There's nobody to tread upon your dainty little paws. What is to be done, Mab, to get out of a savage humor, except thinking how good-natured poor Tom is?" There was not much sign of savage humor in the face that was lifted up as Dr. May came in from the hospital, and sitting down by his daughter, put his arm round her. "So there's another bird flown," he said. "We shall soon have the old nest to ourselves, Ethel." "The daisy is not going just yet," said Ethel, stroking back the thin flying flakes over his temples. "If we may believe her, never." "Ah, she will be off before we can look round," said the doctor. "When once the trick of marrying gets among one's girls, there's no end to it, as long as they last out." "Nor to one's boys going out into the world," said Ethel, both of them talking as if she had been his wife rather than one of these flyaway younglings herself. "Ah, well," he said, "it's very pretty while it lasts, and one keeps the creatures, but after all, one doesn't rear them for one's own pleasure. That only comes by the way of their chance goodwill to one." "For shame, doctor," said Ethel, pretending to shake him by the collar. "I was thinking," he added, "that we must not require too much. People must have their day, and in their own fashion, and I wish you would tell Tom. I've no patience to do it myself, that I don't mean to hamper him. As long as it is a right line, he may take whichever he pleases, and I'll do my best to set him forward in it, but it is a pity." "Perhaps a few years of traveling or of a professorship might give him time to think differently," said Ethel. "Not he," said the doctor. "The more a man lives in the world, the more he depends on it. Where is the boy? Is he gone out without vouchsafing a good-bye?" "Oh, no, he has taken pity on Annie and Caroline Cheviot's famine of croquet, and gone with them to the gardens. A spice of flirtation never comes amiss to him." "There, that's the way," said Ethel, half saucily, half caressingly. "That poor fellow never can do right. Isn't it the very thing to keep him away from home, that we all may steal a horse, and he can't look over the wall? No, not with a telescope?" "I can't help it, Ethel. It may be very wrong and unkind of me, heaven forgive me if it is, and prevent me from doing the boy any harm. But I never can rid myself of a feeling of there being something behind when he seems the most straightforward. If he had only not got his grandfather's mouth and nose! And, smiling after all, I don't know what I said to be so scolded. All lads flirt, and you can't deny that Master Tom divided his attentions pretty freely last year between Mrs. Pugh and poor Abe Ward." "This time, I believe, it was out of pure kindness to me," said Ethel, "so I am bound to his defense. He dragged off poor Daisy to chaperone them, that I might have a little peace." "Ah, he came down on us this morning," said the doctor, "on Richard and Flora and me, and gave us a lecture on letting you grow old, Ethel. Said you were getting overtasked and no one heeding it, and looking, let's look," and he took off his spectacles, put his hand on her shoulder, and studied her face. "Old enough to be a respectable lady of the house, I hope," said Ethel. "Wiry enough for most things," said the doctor, patting her shoulder, reassured. "But we must take care, Ethel. If you don't fatten yourself up, we shall have Flora coming and carrying you off to London for a change, and for Tom to practice on." "That is a threat. I expected he had been prescribing for me already, never to go near Coxmore, for that's what people always begin by." "Nothing worse than pale ale," at which Ethel made one of her faces. "And to make a Mary of that chit of a Daisy. Well, you may do as you please, only take care, or Flora will be down upon us." "Tom has been very helpful and kind to me," said Ethel. "And, Papa, he has seen Leonard, and he says he looked so noble that to shake hands with him made him feel quite small." "I never heard anything so much to Tom's credit. Well, and what did he say of the dear lad?" The next step was to mention Averil's letter to Mary, which could not be sent on till tidings had been permitted by Mr. Cheviot. "Let us see it," said the doctor. "Do you think Charles Cheviot would like it?" "Cheviot is a man of sense," said the open-hearted doctor, "and there may be something to authorize preventing this unlucky transfer of her fortune." Nothing could be further from it, but it was a long and interesting letter, written in evidently exhilarated spirits, and with a hopeful description of the new scenes. Ethel read it to her father, and he told everyone about it when they came in. Tom manifested no particular interest, but he did not go by the mail train that night, and was not visible all the morning. He caught Ethel alone, however, at noon, and said, "Ethel, I owe you this," offering the amount she had paid for the letter. "Thank you," she said, wondering if this was to be all she should hear about it. "I am going by the afternoon train," he added. "I have been over to Bloor. It is true, Ethel, the fellow can't stand it. He has sent down a manager, and is always in London, most likely to dispose of it by private contract there, they say. And what has become of old Hardy? Poor old fellow, he has struck work, looks terribly shaky. He took me for my father at first sight, and began to apologize most plaintively, said no one else had ever done him any good. I advised him to come in and see my father, though he is too far gone to do much for him." "Poor old man, can he afford to come in now?" "Why, I helped him with the cart hire. It is no use anyway, he knows no more than we do, and his case is confirmed. But he thinks he has offended my father, and he'll die more in peace for having had him again. Look here, what a place they have got to!" And without further explanation of the "they," Tom placed a letter in Ethel's hands. "My dear Mr. Thomas, I send you the objects I promised for your microscope. I could not get any before because we were in the city, but if you like these I can get plenty more at Massasauga, where we are now. We came here last week, and the journey was very nice, only we went bump so often, and once we stuck in a marsh, and were splashed all over. We are staying with Mr. Muller and Cora till our own house is quite ready. It was only begun a fortnight ago, and we are to get in next week. I thought this would have been a town, it looks so big and so square in the plan, but it is all trees still, and there are only 13 houses built yet. Ours is all by itself in River Street, and all the trees near it have been killed, and stand up all dead and white, because nobody has time to cut them down. It looks very dismal, but Ave says it will be very nice by and by, and Rufus Miller says it has mammoth privileges. I send you a bit of rattlesnake skin. They found 15 of them asleep under stone, just where our house is built, and sometimes they come into the kitchen. I do not know the names of the other things I send, and I could not ask Ave, for she said you would not want to be bothered with the little girl's letter, and I was not to ask for an answer. Rosa Willis says no young lady of my age would ask her sister's permission, and not even her mother's, unless her mamma was very intellectual and highly educated, and always saw the justice of her arguments. But Minna and I do not mean to be like that. I would tell Ave if you did write to me, but she need not read it unless she liked. I am, your affectionate little friend, Ella. "Well," said Tom, holding out his hand for more when she had restored this epistle, "you have heard all there was in it, except what I want to see." And Ethel, as she had more or less intended all along, let him have Avril's letter, since the exception was merely a few tender words of congratulation to Mary. The worst had been done already by her father, and it may here be mentioned that though nothing was said in answer to her explanation of the opening of the letter, the headmaster never recovered the fact, and always attributed it to his dear sister Ethel. "For the future," said Tom, as he gave back the thin sheets, "they will all be for the Cheviots' private delectation." "I shall begin on my own score," said Ethel. "You know if you answer this letter, you must not mention that visit of yours, or you will be prohibited, and one would not wish to excite a domestic secession." "It would serve the unnatural scoundrel right," said Tom. "Well, I must go, and put up my things. You'll keep me up to what goes on at home, and if there's anything out there to tell Leonard." "Wait a moment, Tom," and she told him what the doctor had said about his plans. Highly educated and intellectual was all the answer that Tom vouchsafed, and whether he were touched or not she could not gather. Yet her spirit felt less weary and burdened, and more full of hope than it had been for a long time past. Avril's letters showed the exhilaration of the change, and of increasing confidence and comfort in her friend Cora Muller. Cora's confirmation had brought the girls into contact with the New York clergy, and had procured them an introduction to the clergyman of Winiamac, the nearest church, so that there was much less sense of loneliness. Moreover, the fuller and more systematic doctrine, and the development of the beauty and daily guidance of the church, had softened the bright American girl so as to render her infinitely dearer to her English friend, and they were as much united as they could be, where the great leading event of the life of one remained a mystery to the other. Yet perhaps it helped to begin a fresh life that the intimate companion of that new course should be entirely disconnected with the past. Averill threw herself into the present with as resolute a will as she could muster. With much spirit she described the arrival at the Winiamac station, and the unconcealed contempt with which the mass of luggage was regarded by the Western world, who reckoned it would be fittest to make kindling with. Heavy country wagons were to bring the furniture. The party themselves were provided for by a light wagon and a large cart, driven by Cora's brother, Mordaunt, and by the farming man, Philetus, a gentleman who took every occasion of asserting his equality, if not his superiority to the newcomers, demanded all the Christian names, and used them without prefix. And when Henry impressively mentioned his eldest sister as Miss Warden, stared and said, "Why, Doctor, I thought she was not your old woman," the Western epithet of a wife. But as Cora was quite content to leave Miss behind her in civilized society, and as they were sure that to stand upon ceremony would leave them without domestic assistance, the sisters had implored Henry to waive all preference for a polite address. The loveliness of the way was enchanting, the roads running straight as an arrow through glorious forest lands of pine, beech, maple, and oak, in the full glory of spring, and the perspective before and behind making a long, narrow, and green bower of meeting branches, the whole of the borders of the road covered with lovely flowers, May-wings, a butterfly-like milkwort, pitcher plant, convolvulus. New insects danced in the shade. Golden orioles, bluebirds, the great American robin, the field officer with his orange epaulets, glanced before them. Cora was in ecstasy at the return to forest scenery, the wards at its novelty, and the escape from town. Too happy were they at first to care for the shaking and bumping of the road, and the first mud-hole into which they plunged was almost a joke, under Morton Muller's assurances that it was easy fording, though the splashes flew far and wide. Then there was what Philetus called a "mash with a real handsome bridge over it," i.e., a succession of tree trunks laid side by side for about a quarter of a mile. Here the female passengers insisted on walking. Even Cora, though her brother and Philetus both laughed her to scorn, and more especially for her footgear, delicate kid boots, without which no city damsel stirred, Averill and her sisters, in the English boots scorned at New York, had their share in the laugh while picking their way from log to log, hand in hand, and exciting Philetus's further disdain by their rapture with the glorious flowers of the bog. But where was Massasauga? Several settlements had been passed, the houses looking clean and white in forest openings, with fields where the lovely spring green of young maize charmed the eye. At last the road grew desolate. There were a few patches of corn, a few squalid-looking log or frame houses, a tract of horrible dreary blackness, and still more horrible, beyond it was a region of spectres, trees white and stripped bare, lifting their dead arms like things blasted. Averill cried out in indignant horror, "Who has done this?" "We have," answered Mordaunt. "This is McClellan Square, Miss Warden, and there's River Street," pointing down an avenue of skeletons. "If you could go to sleep for a couple of years, you would wake up to find yourself in a city such as I would not fear to compare with any in Europe. Your exhausted civilization is not as energetic as ours, I calculate." The energetic young colonist turned its horse's head up a slight rising ground where something rather more like habitation appeared. A great brick-built hotel, and some log houses, with windows displaying the wares needed for daily consumption, and a few farm buildings. It was backed by cornfields, and this was the great McClellan Street, the chief ornament of Massasauga. Not one house had the semblance of a garden, The wilderness came up to the very door, except where cattle rendered some sort of enclosure necessary. Cora exclaimed, "Oh, Mordaunt, I thought you would have had a garden for me." "I can fix it any time you like," said he, "but you'll be the laughing-stock of the place, and never keep a flower." The Mullers' abode was a sound, substantial log house, neatly whitened, and with green shutters, bearing a festal appearance, full of welcome, as Mr. Muller, his tall bearded son Rufus, and a thin but motherly-looking elderly woman came forth to meet the travelers. And in the front, full stare, stood a trollopy-looking girl, every bar of her enormous hoop plainly visible through her washed-out flimsy muslin. This was Miss Ianthe, who condescended to favor the family with her assistance till she should have made up dollars enough to buy a new dress. The elder woman, who went by the name of Cousin Deborah, would have been a housekeeper in England. Here she was one of the family, welcomed Cora with an exchange of kisses, and received the strangers with very substantial hospitality, though with pity at their unfitness for their new home, and utter incredulity as to their success. Here the Wards had been since their arrival. Their frame house, near the verdant bank of the river, was being finished for them, and a great brass plate, with Henry's new name and his profession, had already adorned the door. The furniture was coming. Cousin Deborah had hunted up a Cleopatra Betsy, who might perhaps stay with them if she were treated on terms of equality. A field was to be brought into cultivation as soon as any labor could be had. Minna was looking infinitely better already, and Averill and Cora were full of designs for rival housewifery, Averill taking lessons meantime in ironing, dusting, and the arts of the kitchen, and trusting that in the 2 years' time the skeletons would have given place, if not indeed to houses, to well-kept fields. Such was her account. How much was reserved for fear of causing anxiety? Who could guess? End of Chapter 20. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 21 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 21. Quanto si fende, la roca per dar via archiva suso, nandai infino ovo cerciar si prende, come nel quinto giro fui disciuso, vidi gente per esso che piangea, pansendo a terra tutta volta ingiuso, a desid pavimento anima mia, sentia dir loro con si alti sospiri, che la parola appena s'intendea, o elette di Deo, i cui soffriri, e giustizia e speranza fan menduri. Dante. Purgatorio. "Ah, sir, we have learnt the way to get your company," said Hector Earnscliff, as he welcomed his father-in-law at Maplewood. "We have only to get under sentence." "Sick or sorry, Hector, that's the attraction to an old doctor." "And," added Hector, with the importance of his youthful magisterial dignity, "I hope I have arranged matters for you to see him. I wrote about it, but I am afraid you will not be able to see him alone." Great was the satisfaction with which Hector took the conduct of the expedition to Portland Island, though he was inclined to encumber it with more lionizing than the good doctor's full heart was ready for. Few words could he obtain, as in the bright August sunshine they steamed out from the pier at Weymouth, and beheld the grey sides of the island, scarred with stone quarries, stretching its lengthening breakwater out on one side, and on the other connected with the land by the pale dim outline of the Chesil bank. The water was dancing in golden light. White-sailed or red-sailed craft plied across it. A ship of the line lay under the lee of the island, practising gunnery, the 3 bounds of her balls marked by white columns of spray each time of touching the water. Pleasure parties crowded the steamer. But to Dr. May the cheerfulness of the scene made a depressing contrast to the purpose of his visit, as he fixed his eyes on the squared outline of the crest of the island, and the precipitous slope from thence to the breakwater, where trains of loaded trucks rushed forth to the end, discharged themselves, and hurried back. Landing at the quay, in the midst of confusion, Hector smiled at the doctor's innocent proposal of walking, and bestowed him in a little carriage, with a horse whose hard-worked patience was soon called out, as up and up they went, through the narrow but lively street, past the old-fashioned inn, made memorable by a dinner of George III, past the fossil tree, clamped against a house like a vine, past heaps of slabs ready for transport, a church perched up high on the slope, and a parsonage in a place that looked only accessible to goats. Lines of fortification began to reveal themselves, and the doctor thought himself arrived, but he was to wind further on, and be more struck with the dreariness and inhospitality of the rugged rock, almost bare of vegetation, the very trees of stone, and older than our creation, the melancholy late-ripening harvest within stone walls, the whole surface furrowed by stern rents and crevices riven by nature, or cut into greater harshness by the quarries hewn by man. The grave strangeness of the region almost marked it out for a place of expiation, like the mountain rising desolate from the sea, where Dante placed his prisoners of hope. The walls of a vast enclosure became visible, and over them might be seen the tops of great cranes, looking like the denuded ribs of umbrellas. Buildings rose beyond, with deep arched gateways, and a small town was to be seen further off. Mr. Earnscliff sent in his card at the governor's house, and found that the facilities he had asked for had been granted. They were told that the prisoner they wished to see was at work at some distance, and while he was summoned, they were to see the buildings. Dr. May had little heart for making a sight of them, except so far as to judge of Leonard's situation, and he was passively conducted across a gravelled court, turfed in the center, and containing a few flower beds, fenced in by Portland's most natural productions, zamias and ammonites, together with a few stone coffins, which had once enclosed corpses of soldiers of the Roman garrison. Large piles of building enclosed the quadrangle, and passing into the first of these, the doctor began to realize something of Leonard's present existence. There lay before him the broad airy passage, and either side the empty cells of this strange hive, as closely packed and as chary of space as the compartments of the workers of the honeycomb. "Just twice as wide as a coffin," said Hector, doing the honors of one, where there was exactly width to stand up between the bed and the wall of corrugated iron, though happily there is more liberality of height. There was a ground glass window opposite to the door, and a shelf holding a Bible, prayer, and hymn book, and two others, one religious and one secular, from the library. A rust-colored jacket, with a black patch marked with white numbers, and a tarpaulin hat, crossed with 2 lines of red paint on the crown, hung on the wall. The doctor asked for Leonard's cell, but it was in a distant gallery, and he was told that when he had seen one, he had seen all. He asked if these were like those that Leonard had previously inhabited at Millbank and Pentonville, and hearing that they were on the same model, he almost gasped at the thought of the young, enterprising spirit thus caged for 9 weary months, and to whom this bare confined space was still the only resting place. He could not look by any means delighted with the excellence of the arrangements, granted though he might, and he was hurried on to the vast kitchens, their ranges of coppers full of savory steaming contents, and the racks of loaves looking all that was substantial and wholesome. But his eyes were wandering after the figures engaged in cooking, to whom he was told such work was a reward. He was trying to judge how far they could still enjoy life, but he turned from their stolid low stamp of face with a sigh, thinking how little their condition could tell him of that of a cultivated nature. He was shown the chapel, unfortunately serving likewise for a schoolroom, the center space fitted for the officials and their families, the rest with plain wooden benches. But it was not an hour for schooling, and he went restlessly on to the library, to gather all the consolation he could from seeing that the privation did not extend to that of sound and interesting literature. He had yet to see the court, where the prisoners were mustered at 5:30 in the morning, thence to be marched off in their various companies to work. He stood on the terrace from which the officials marshalled them, and he was called on to look at the wide and magnificent view of sea and land, but all he would observe to Hector was, "That boy's throat has always been tender since the fever." He was next conducted to the great court, the quarry of the stones of the present St. Paul's, and where the depression of the surface since work began there was marked by the present height of what had become a steep, conical edifice, surmounted by a sort of watchtower. There he grew quite restive, and hearing a proposal of taking him to the Vern Hill works half a mile off, he declared that Hector was welcome to go. He should wait for his boy. Just then the guide pointed out at some distance a convict approaching under charge of a warder, and in a few seconds more the doctor had stepped back to a small room, where, by special favor, he was allowed to be with the prisoner, instead of seeing him through a grating, but only in the presence of a warder, who was within hearing, though not obtrusively so. Looking, to recognize, not to examine, he drew the young man into his fatherly embrace. "You have hurt your hands," was his first word, at the touch of the bruised fingers and broken skin. "They are getting hardened," was the answer, in an alert tone that gave the doctor courage to look up and meet an unquenched glance. Though there was a hollow look round the eyes that Tom had noticed, the face had grown older, the expression more concentrated, the shoulders had rounded, the coarse blue shirt and heavy boots were dusty with the morning's toil, and the heat and labor of the day had left their tokens, but the brow was as open, the mouth as ingenuous as ever, the complexion had regained a hue of health, and the air of alacrity and exhilaration surprised as much as it gratified the visitor. "What is your work?" he asked. "Filling barrels with stones and wheeling them to the trucks for the breakwater," answered Leonard, in a tone like satisfaction. "But pray, if you are so kind, tell me," he continued, with anxiety that he could not suppress, "what is this about war in America?" "Not near Indiana. No fear of that, I trust. But how did you know, Leonard?" "I saw, for one moment at a time, in great letters on a placard of the contents of newspapers, at the station as we came down here, the words, 'Civil War in America,' and it has seemed to be in the air here ever since. But April has said nothing in her letters. Will it affect them?" The doctor gave a brief sketch of what was passing, up to the Battle of Bull Run, and his words were listened to with such exceeding avidity that he was obliged to spend more minutes than he desired on the chances of the war and the Massasauga tidings, which he wished to make sound more favorable than he could in conscience feel that they were. But when at last he had detailed all he knew from April's letters, and it had been drunk in with glistening eyes, and manner growing constantly less constrained, he led back to Leonard himself. "Ethel will write at once to your sister when I get home, and I think I may tell her the work agrees with you." "Yes, and this is a man's work, and it is for the defenses," he added, with a sparkle of his eye. "Very hard and rough," returned the doctor, looking again at the wounded hands and hard-worked air. "Oh, but to put out one's strength again, and have room!" cried the boy eagerly. "Was it not rather a trying change at first?" "To be sure I was stiff, and didn't know how to move in the morning, but that went off fast enough, and I fill as many barrels a day as anyone in our gang." "Then I may tell your sister you rejoice in the change?" "Why, it's work one does not get deadly sick of, as if there was no making oneself do it," said Leonard eagerly. "It is work, and besides, here is sunshine and sea. I can get a sight of that every day, and now and then I can get a look into the bay, and Weymouth, looking like the old time." That was his first sorrowful intonation, but the next had the freshness of his age. "And there are thistles." "Thistles? I thought you cared for thistles, for Miss May showed me one at Coombe, but it was not like what they are here, the spikes pointing out and pointing in along the edges of the leaves, and the scales lapping over so wonderfully in the bud." "Picciola!" said the doctor to himself, and aloud, "Then you have time to enjoy them?" "When we are at work at a distance, dinner is brought out, and there is an hour and a half of rest. And on Sunday we may walk about the yards. You should have seen one of our gang, when I got him to look at the chevaux de frise round a bud, how he owned it was a regular patent invention. It just answered to Paley's illustration." What, the watch? Said the doctor, seeing that the argument had been far from trite to his young friend. So you read Paley? I read all such books as I could get up there, he answered. They gave one something to think about. Have you no time for reading here? Oh, no. I am too sleepy to read except on school days and Sundays, he said, as if this were a great achievement. And your acquaintance? Is he a reader of Paley, too? I believe the chaplain set him on it. He is a clerk, like me, and not much older. He is a regular Londoner, and can hardly stand the work, but he won't give in if he can help it, or we might not be together. Much the doctor longed to ask what sort of friend this might be, but the warder's presence forbade him, and he could only ask what they saw of each other. We were near one another in school at Pentonville, and knew each other's faces quite well, so that we were right glad to be put into the same gang. We may walk about the yard together on Sunday evening, too. The doctor had other questions on his lips that he again restrained, and only asked whether the Sundays were comfortable days. Oh, yes, said Leonard eagerly, but then he too recollected the official, and merely said something commonplace about excellent sermons, adding, and the singing is admirable. Poor Ava would envy such a choir as we have. We sing so many of the old Bankside hymns. To make your resemblance to Dante's Hill of Penitence complete, as Ethel says, returned the doctor. I should like it to be a hill of purification, said Leonard, understanding him better than he had expected. It will, I think, said the doctor, to one at least. I am comforted to see you so brave. I longed to come sooner, but I am glad you did not. How? But he did not pursue the question, catching from look and gesture that Leonard could hardly have then met him with self-possession. And as the first bulletin of recovery is often the first disclosure of the severity of an illness, so the doctor was more impressed by the prisoner's evident satisfaction in his change of circumstances than he would have been by mere patient resignation, and he let the conversation be led away to Aubrey's prospects, in which Leonard took full and eager interest. Tell Aubrey I am working at fortifications too, he said, smiling. He could not go to Cambridge without you. I don't like to believe that, said Leonard gravely. It is carrying the damage I have done further. But it can't be. He always was fond of mathematics, and of soldiering. How is it at the old mill? He added, suddenly. It is sold. Sold? And his eyes were intently fixed on the doctor. Yes, he is said to have been much in debt long before, but it was managed quietly, not advertised in the county papers. He went to London and arranged it all. I saw great renovations going on at the mill when I went to see old Hardy. Good old Hardy! How is he? Much broken. He never got over the shock, and as long as that fellow stayed at the mill, he would not let me attend him. Ha! Exclaimed Leonard, but caught himself up. A message came that Mr. Earnscliff feared to miss the boat, and the doctor could only give one tender grasp and murmured blessing, and hurried away, so much agitated that he could hardly join in Hector's civilities to the officials, and all the evening seemed quite struck down and overwhelmed by the sight of the bright, brave boy and his patience in his dreary lot. After this, at all the 3 months' intervals at which Leonard might be seen, a visit was contrived to him either by Dr. May or Mr. Wilmot, and Aubrey devoted his first leave of absence to staying at Maplewood, that Hector might take him to his friend. But he came home expatiating so much on the red hair of the infant hope of Maplewood, and the fuss that Blanche made about this new possession, that Ethel detected an unavowed shade of disappointment. Light and whitewash, abundant fare, garments sufficient, but eminently unbecoming, were less impressive than dungeons, rags, and bread and water. When, moreover, the prisoner claimed no pity, but rather congratulation on his badge of merit, improved Sunday dinner, and promotion to the carpenter shop, so as absolutely to excite a sense of wasted commiseration and uninteresting prosperity. Conversation constrained both by the grating and the presence of the warder, and Aubrey, more tenderly sensitive than his brother, and devoid of his father's experienced tact, was too much embarrassed to take the initiative, was afraid of giving pain by dwelling on his present occupations and future hopes, and confused Leonard by his embarrassment. Hector Earnscliff discoursed about Charleston Harbor and New Orleans, and Aubrey stood with downcast eyes, afraid to seem to be scanning the convict garb, and thus rendering Leonard unusually conscious of wearing it. Then, when in parting, Aubrey, a little less embarrassed, began eagerly and in much emotion to beg Leonard to say if there was anything he could get for him, anything he could do for him, anything he would like to have sent him, and began to promise a photograph of his father, Leonard checked him by answering that it would be an irregularity. Nothing of personal property was allowed to be retained by a prisoner. Aubrey forgot all but the hardship and began an outburst about the tyranny. "It is quite right," said Leonard gravely. "There is nothing that might not be used for mischief if one chose." And the warder here interfered and said he was quite right, and it always turned out best in the end for a prisoner to conform himself, and his friends did him no good by any other attempt, as Mr. Earnscliff could tell the young gentleman. The man's tone, though neither insolent nor tyrannical, but rather commendatory of his charge, contrasting with his natural deference to the two gentlemen, irritated poor Aubrey beyond measure, so that Hector was really glad to have him safe away, without his having said anything treasonable to the authorities. The meeting, so constrained and uncomfortable, had but made the friends more vividly conscious of the interval between the cadet and the convict, and, moreover, tended to remove the aureole of romance with which the unseen captive had been invested by youthful fancy. To make the best of a prolonged misfortune does absolutely lessen sympathy by diminishing the interest of the situation, and even the good doctor himself was the less concerned at any hindrance to his visits to Portland, as he uniformly found his prisoner cheerful, approved by officials, and always making some small advance in the scale of his own world, and not, as his friends without expected of him, showing that he felt himself injured instead of elated by such rewards as improved diet or increased gratuities to be set to his account against the time when, after 8 years, he might hope for exportation with a ticket of leave to Western Australia. The halo of approaching death no longer lighted him up, and after the effusion of the first meeting, his inner self had closed up. He was more ready to talk of American news than of his own feelings, and seemed to look little beyond the petty encouragements devised to suit the animal natures of ordinary prisoners, and his visitors sometimes feared lest his character were not resisting the deadening, hardening influence of the unvaried round of manual labor among such associates. He had been soon advanced from the quarry to the carpenter's shop, and was in favor there from his activity and skill, but his very promotions were sad, and it was more sad, as some thought, for him to be gratified by them. But, as Dr. May always ended, what did they know about him? End of Chapter 21, recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 22 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young. Chapter 22. Oh, Bessie Bell and Mary Gray, they were twa bonny lasses. They bigged a bower on yon burn side, and theeked it over wi' rashes. The early glory of autumn was painting the woods of Indiana crimson, orange, purple, as though a rainbow of intensified tints had been broken into fragments, and then scattered broadcast upon the forest. But though ripe nuts hung on many a bough, the gypsyings had not yet taken place, except at home, when Minna, in her desperate attempts at making the best of things, observed, "Now we have to make the fire ourselves. Let us think it is all play and such fun." But such fun was hard when one or other of the inmates of the house was lying on the bed shaking with ague, and the others creeping warily about, even on the intermediate days. They had been deluded into imprudent exposure in the lovely evenings of summer, and had never shaken off the results. "Come, Ella," said Minna one afternoon as she descended the bare rickety stairs. "Ava's getting better, and if we can get the fire up and make some coffee and boil some eggs, it will be comfortable for her when she comes down and Henry comes in." Ella, with a book in her hand, was curled up in a corner of a sofa standing awry among various other articles of furniture that seemed to have tumbled together by chance within the barn-like room. Minna began moving first one and then the other, daintily wiping off the dust and restoring an air of comfort. "Oh, dear," said Ella, unfolding herself. "I am so tired. Where's HannahMary?" "Oh, don't you know? HannahMary went home this morning because Henry asked her where his boots were, and she thought he wanted her to clean them." "Can't Mrs. Shillabeer come in?" "Mrs. Shillabeer said she would never come in again, because Ethel asked her not to hold the ham by the bone and cut it with her own knife when Henry was there. Come, Ella, it is of no use. We had better do things ourselves, like Cora and Abe, and then we shall not hear people say disagreeable things." The once soft, round, kitten-like Minna, whom Leonard used to roll about on the floor, had become a lank, sallow girl, much too tall for her 10 years, and with a care-stricken, thoughtful expression on her face, even more in advance of her age than was her height. She moved into the kitchen, a room with an iron stove, a rough table, and a few shelves, looking very desolate. The hands of both little girls had become expert in filling the stove with wood, and they had not far to seek before both it and the hearth in the sitting room were replenished and the flame beginning to glow. "Where's the coffee mill?" said Minna, presently, looking round in blank despair. "Oh, dear," said Ella, "I remember now. That dirty little Polly Mason came to borrow it this morning. I said we wanted it every day, but she guessed we could do without it, for they had got a tea party, and her little brother had put in a stone and spoilt Cora Muller's, and she snatched it up and carried it off." "He will serve ours the same, I suppose," said Minna. "It is too far off to go for it. Let us make some tea." "There's no tea," said Ella. "A week ago or more that great Irene Brown walked in and reckoned we could lend her Ma some tea and sugar, 'cause we had plenty, and we have used up our own since, and if we did ask her to return the loan, hers is such nasty stuff that nobody could drink it. What shall we do, Minna?" And she began to cry. "We must take some coffee up to the hotel," said Minna, after a moment's reflection. "Black Joe is very good-natured, and he'll grind it." "But I don't like to go ale by myself," said Ella, "into the kitchen, too, and hear them say things about Britishers." "I'll go, dear," said Minna gently, "if you will just keep the fire up and boil the eggs and make the toast, and listen if Abe calls." Poor Minna! Her sensitive little heart trembled within her at the rough, contemptuous words that the exclusive, refined tone of the family always provoked, and bodily languor and weariness made the walk trying. But she was thinking of Abe's need, and resolutely took down her cloak and hat. But at that moment the latch was raised, and the bright, graceful figure of Cora stood among them, her feathered hat and delicate muslin looking as fresh as at New York. "What, all alone?" she said. "I know it is poor Abe's sick day. Is she better?" "Yes, going to get up and come down, but—" and all the troubles were poured out. "True enough, the little wretch did spoil our mill, but Rufus mended it, and as I thought Polly had been marauding on you, I brought some down." "Ah, I thought I smelt it most deliciously as you came in, but I was afraid I only fancied it because I was thinking about it. Dear Cora, how good you are! And have you anything for her to eat?" "I was going to make some toast." "Of that dry stuff? Come, we'll manage something better." And off came the dainty embroidered cambric sleeves. Up went the colored ones, a white apron came out of a pocket, and the pretty hands were busy among the flour, the children assisting, learning, laughing a childlike laugh. "Ah!" cried Cora, turning round and making a comic, threatening gesture with her floury fingers. "You ought not to have come till we were fixed. Go and sit in your chair by the fire." "Dear Cora!" But Cora ran at her, and the wan trembling creature put on a smile and was very glad to comply, being totally unequal to resist or even to stand long enough to own her own dread of Henry's finding all desolate and nothing to eat. Presently Cora tripped in, all besleeved and smartened, to set cushions behind the tired back and head, and caress the long, thin fingers. I've left Minna like King Alfred to watch the cakes, she said, and Ella is getting the cups. So your 5th girl is gone. The 5th in 5 months! And we let her sit at table, and poor dear Minna has almost worn out her life in trying to hinder her from getting affronted. I've thought what to do for you, Abe. There's the Irishwoman, Caddy Blake. Her husband has been killed. She is rough enough, but tender in her way, and she must do something for herself and her child. Her husband killed? Yes, at Somerville. I thought you had heard it. Mordaunt wrote to me to tell her, and I shall never forget her wailing at his dying away from his country. It was not lamentation for herself, but that he should have died so far away from his own people. She is not long from the old country. I should like to have her if we can afford it. For if the dividends don't come soon from that building company, Cora, I don't know where to turn. Oh, they must come. Father has been writing to Rufus about the arrangements. Besides, those Irish expect less, and understand old country manners better, if you can put up with their breakages. I could put up with anything to please Henry, and save Minna's little hard-worked bones. I will send her tomorrow. Is it not Minna's day of ague? Yes, poor dear. That is always the day we get into trouble. I never saw a child with such an instinct for preventing variance, or so full of tact and pretty ways, yet I have seen her tremble under her coaxing smile, that even Miss Shillabeer can't resist. See, see, cried Ella, hurrying in. Surely our contingent is not coming home? No, said Cora, hastening to the door. These must be a reinforcement marching to take the train at Winnemac. Marching? Said Ella, looking up archly at her. We didn't let our volunteers march in that way. They were sturdy, bearded backwoodsmen, rifle on shoulder, and with grave, earnest faces, but walking rather than marching, irregularly keeping together, or straggling as they chose. Your volunteers? Cried Cora, her eyes flashing. Theirs was toy work. These are bound for real patriotic war. And she clasped her hands together, then waved her handkerchief. It is sad, said Averill, who had moved to the window, to see so many elderly faces, men who must be the prop of their families. It is because ours is a fight of men, not of children, not one of your European wars of paltry ambition, but a war of principle, cried Cora, with that intensity of enthusiasm that has shed so much blood in the break-up of the great republic. They do look as Cromwell's Ironsides may have done, said Averill, as full of stern purpose. And verily Averill noted the difference. Had a number of European soldiers been passing so near in an equally undisciplined manner, young women could not have stood forth as Cora was doing, unprotected, yet perfectly safe from rudeness or remark, making ready answer to the inquiry for the nearest inn, nay, only wishing she were in her own house, to evince her patriotism by setting refreshment before the defenders of her cause. Her ardor had dragged Averill up with her a little way, so as to feel personally every vicissitude that befell the North, and to be utterly unaware of any argument in favor of the Confederates. But still Averill was, in Cora's words, too English. She could not, for the life of her, feel as she did when equipping her brother against possible French invasion, and when Mordaunt Muller had been enrolled in the Federal Army, she had almost offended the exultant sister by condolence instead of congratulation. 5 months had elapsed since the arrival of Averill in Massasauga, months of anxiety and disappointment, which had sickened Henry of plans of farming and lessened his hopes of practice. The same causes that affected him at New York told in Indiana, and even if he had been employed, the fees would have been too small to support the expense of horses. As to farming, labor was scarce, and could only be obtained at the cost of a considerable outlay, and, moreover, of enduring rude self-assertions that were more intolerable to Henry than even to his sisters. The chief hope of the family lay in the speculation in which Averill's means had been embarked, which gave them a right to their present domicile, and to a part of the uncleared waste around them, and would, when Massasauga should begin to flourish, place them in affluence. The interest of the portions of the 2 younger girls was all that was secure, since these were fortunately still invested at home. Inhabitants did not come, lots of land were not taken, and the Mullers evidently profited more by the magnificent harvest produced by their land than by the adventure of city founding. Still, plenty and comfort reigned in their house, and Cora had imported a good deal of refinement and elegance, which she could make respected where Avril's attempts were only sneered down. Nor had sickness tried her household. Owing partly to situation, considerably above the level of River Street, partly to the freer, more cleared and cultivated surroundings, partly likewise to experience, and Cousin Deborah's motherly watchfulness, the summer had passed without a visitation of ague, though it seemed to be regarded as an adjunct of spring, as inevitable as winter frost. Avril trembled at the thought, but there was no escape. There were absolutely no means of leaving the spot, or of finding maintenance elsewhere. Indeed, Cora's constant kindness and sympathy were too precious to be parted with, even had it been possible to move. After the boarding house, Massasauga was a kind of home, and the more spirits and energy failed, the more she clung to it. Mr. Muller had lately left home to arrange for the sale of his corn, and had announced that he might perhaps pay a visit to his son Mordaunt in the camp at Lexington. Cora was expecting a letter from him, and the hope that Dr. Warden might bring one from the post office at Winniamac had been one cause of her visit on this afternoon, for the mammoth privileges of Massasauga did not include a post office, nor the sight of letters more than once a week. The table had just been covered with preparations for a meal, and the glow of the fire was beginning to brighten the twilight, when the sound of a horse's feet came near, and Henry rode past the window, but did not appear for a considerable space, having of late been reduced to become his own groom. But even in the noise of the hoofs, even in the wave of the hand, the girls had detected gratified excitement. "Charleston has surrendered! The rebels have submitted!" cried Cora. And Avril's heart throbbed with this one desperate hope. No, that would have brought him in at once. After all, both were in a state to feel it a little flat when he came in presenting a letter to Miss Muller, and announcing, "I have had a proposal, ladies. What would you say to seeing me a surgeon to the Federal forces? Do you bid me go, Miss Muller?" "I bid everyone go who can be useful to my country," said Cora. "Don't look alarmed, Avril," said Henry, affectionately, as he met her startled eyes. "There is no danger. A surgeon need never expose himself." "But how? What has made you think of it?" asked Avril, faintly. "A letter from Mr. Muller, a very kind letter. He tells me that medical men are much wanted, and that an examination by a board is all that is required. The remuneration is good, and it will be an introduction that will avail me after the termination of the war, which will end with the winter at latest." "And father has accepted an office in the commissariat department," exclaimed Cora from her letter. "Yes," answered Henry. "He tells me that, pending more progression here, it is wiser for us both to launch into the current of public events and be floated upwards by the stream." "Does he want you to come to him, Cora?" was all that Avril contrived to say. "Oh, no, he will be in constant locomotion," said Cora. "I shall stay to keep house for Rufus, and here are some directions for him that I must carry home. Don't come, Dr. Warden. I shall never cure you of thinking you cannot stir without an escort. You will want to put a little public spirit into this, dear Ave. That's her one defect, and when you are one of us, she will be forced to give us her heart." And away ran the bright girl, giving her caresses to each sister as she went. The little ones broke out, "Oh, Henry, Henry, you must not go away to the wars!" and Avril's pleading eyes spoke the same. Then Henry sat down and betook himself to argument. It would be folly to lose the first opening to employment that had presented itself. He grieved indeed to leave his sisters in this desolate, unhealthy place, but they were as essentially safe as at Stoneborough. Their living alone for a few weeks, or at most months, would be far less remarkable here than there, and he would be likely to be able to improve or to alter their present situation, whereas they were now sinking deeper and more hopelessly into poverty every day. Then, too, he read aloud piteous accounts of the want of medical attendance, showing that it was absolutely a cruelty to detain such assistance from the sick and wounded. This argument was the one most appreciated by Ethel and Minna. The rest were but questions of prudence. This touched their hearts. Men lying in closed tents, or in crowded holds of ships, with festering wounds and fevered lips, without a hand to help them. Some, too, whom they had seen at New York, and whose exulting departure they had witnessed. Sufferers among whom their own Cora's favorite brother might at any moment be numbered. The thought brought a glow of indignation against themselves for having wished to withhold him. "Yes, go, Henry. It is right, and you shall hear not another word of objection," said April. "You can write or telegraph the instant you want me, and it will be for a short time," said Henry, half repenting when the opposition had given way. "Oh, we shall get on very well," said Minna cheerfully. "Better, perhaps, for you know we don't mind Far West manners. And I'll have learnt to do all sorts of things as well as Cora when you come home." And Henry, after a year's famine of practice, was in better spirits than since that fatal summer morning. April felt how different a man is in his vocation, and deprived of it. "Oh, yes," she said to herself, "if I had let ourselves be a drag on him when he is so much needed, I could never have had the face to write to our dear sufferer at home in his noble patience. It is better that we should be desolate than that he should be a wreck, or than that mass of sickness should be left untended, and the more desolate, the more sure of one protector." There was true heroism in the spirit in which this young girl braced herself to uncomplaining acceptance of desertion in this unwholesome swamp, with her two little ailing sisters, beside the sluggish stream, amid the skeleton trees. Heroism the greater because there was no enthusiastic patriotism to uphold her. It was only the land of her captivity, whence she looked towards home, like Judah to Jerusalem. End of chapter 22. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 23 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by HannahMary Young, Chapter 23. Prisoner of hope thou art, look up and sing, in hope of promised spring. Christian Year. In the summer of 1862, Tom May was to go up for his examination at the College of Physicians, but only a day or two before it he made his appearance at home, in as much excitement as it was in him to betray. Hazlitt, the banker's clerk at Whitford, had written to him tidings of the presentation of the missing cheque for £25, which Bilson had paid to old Axworthy shortly before the murder, and which Leonard had mentioned as in the pocket-book containing his receipt for the sum that had been found upon him. Tom had made a halt at Whitford, and seen the cheque, which had been backed by the word Axworthy, with an initial that, like all such signatures of the nephew, might stand either for S or F, and the stiff office hand of both the elder and younger Axworthy was so much alike that no one could feel certain whose writing it was. The long concealment, after the prisoner's pointed reference to it, was, however, so remarkable that the home conclave regarded the cause as won, and the father and son hastened triumphantly to the attorney's office. Messrs. Bramshaw and Anderson were greatly struck, and owned that their own minds were satisfied as to the truth of their client's assertion, but they demurred as to the possibility of further steps. An action for forgery, Tom's first hope, he saw to be clearly impossible. Samuel Axworthy appeared to have signed the cheque in his own name, and he had every right to it as his uncle's heir, and though the long withholding of it, as well as his own departure, were both suspicious circumstances, they were not evidence. Where was there any certainty that the cheque had ever been in the pocket-book, or even if it had, how did it prove the existence of young Ward's acknowledgment? Might it not have been in some receptacle of papers hitherto not opened? There was no sufficient case to carry to the police, after a conviction like Leonard's, to set them on tracing the cheque either to an unknown robber or to some Axworthy, its rightful owner. Mr. Bramshaw likewise dissuaded Dr. May from laying the case before the Secretary of State, as importunity without due grounds would only tell against him if any real important discoveries should be made, and the doctor walked away, with blood boiling at people's coolness to other folks' tribulations, and greatly annoyed with Tom for having acceded to the representations of the men of law, and declining all cooperation in drawing up a representation for the Home Office, on the plea that he had no time to lose in preparing for his own examination, and must return to town by the next train, which he did without a syllable of real converse with anyone at home. The doctor set to work with his home helpers, assisted by Dr. Spencer. But the work of composition seemed to make the ground give way under their feet, and a few adroit remarks from Dr. Spencer finally showed him and Ethel that they had not yet attained the prop for the lever that was to move the world. He gave it up, but still he did not quite forgive Tom for having been so easily convinced and ready to be dismissed to his own affairs. However, Dr. May was gratified by the great credit with which his son passed his examination and took his degree, and Sir Matthew Fleet himself wrote in high terms of his talent, diligence, and steadiness, volunteering hopes of being able to put him forward in town in his own line, for which Tom had always had a preference, and adding that it was in concurrence with his own recommendation that the young man wished to pursue his studies at Paris. He had given him introductions that would enable him to do so to the greatest advantage, and he hoped his father would consent. The letter was followed up by one from Tom himself, as usual too reasonable and authoritative to be gainsaid, with the same representation of advantages to be derived from a course of the Parisian hospitals. "Ah, well, he is after old Fleet's own heart," said Dr. May, between pride and mortification. "I should not grudge poor Fleet someone to take interest in his old age, and I did not look to see him so warm about anything. He has not forgotten Calton Hill, but the boy must have done very well. I say, shall we see him Sir Thomas some of these days, Ethel, and laugh at ourselves for having wanted to make him go round in a mill after our old fashion?" "You were contented to run round in your mill," said Ethel, fondly, "and maybe he will too." No, Ethel. I'll not have him persuaded. Easy-going folk, too lazy for ambition, have no right to prescribe for others. Ambition turned sour is a very dangerous dose. Much better let it fly off. I mean to look out of my mill yet, and see Sir Thomas win the stakes. Only I wish he would come and see us. Tell him he shall not hear a word to bother him about the old practice. People have lived and died at Stoneborough without a maid to help them, and so they will again, I suppose." Ethel was very glad to see how her father had made up his mind to what was perhaps the most real disappointment of his life, but she was grieved that Tom did not respond to the invitation, and next wrote from Paris. It was one of his hurried notes, great contrast to such elaborate performance as his recent letter. "Thanks, many thanks to my father," he said. "I knew you would make him see reason, and he always yields generously. I was too much hurried to come home, could not afford to miss the trail. I had not time to say before that the bank that sent the check to Whitford had it sent from a lodging-house in town. Landlord had a writ served on S.A. As he was embarking at Folkestone, he took out the draft and paid. He knew its import, if Bramshaw did not. I hope my father was not vexed at my not staying. There are things I cannot stand, namely, discussions and Gertrude." Gertrude was one of the chief cares upon Ethel's mind. She spent many thoughts upon the child, and even talked her over with Flora. "What is it, Flora? Is it my bad management? She is a good girl, and a dear girl, but there is such a want of softness about her." "There is a want of softness about all the young ladies of the day," returned Flora. "I have heard you say so, but we have made girls sensible and clear-headed, till they have grown hard. They have been taught to despise little fears and illusions, and it is certainly not becoming." "We have not fears, we were taught to be sensible." "Yes, but it is in the influence of the time. It all tends to make girls independent." "That's very well for the fine folks you meet in your visits, but it does not account for my Daisy, always at home, under Papa's eye, having turned 19th century. What is it, Flora?" "She is reverent in great things, but not respectful except to Papa, and that would not have been respect in one of us. Only he likes her sauciness." "That is it, partly." "No, I won't have that said," exclaimed Ethel. "Papa is the only softening influence in the house, the only one that is tender. You see it is unlucky that Gertrude has so few that she really does love, with anything either reverent or softening about them. She is always at war with Charles Cheviot, and he has not fun enough, is too lumbering altogether, to understand her or set her down in the right way, and she domineers over Hector like the rest of us. I did hope the babies might have found out her heart, but, unluckily, she does not take to them. She is only bored by the fuss that Mary and Blanche make about them. You know we are all jealous of both Charles Cheviots, elder and younger. I often question whether I should not have taken her down and made her ashamed of all the quizzing and teasing at the time of Mary's marriage. But one cannot be always spoiling bright merry mischief, and I am only elder sister after all. It is a wonder she is as good to me as she is. She never remembered our mother, poor dear. Ah, that is the real mischief, said Ethel. Mamma would have given the atmosphere of gentleness and discretion, and so would Margaret. How often I have been made, by the merest pained look, to know when what I said was saucy or in bad taste, and I can only look forbidding or else blurt out a reproof that will not come softly. The youngest must be spoilt, said Flora. That's an ordinance of nature. It ends when a boy goes to school, and when a girl— When she marries, or when she finds out what trouble is, said Flora. Is that all you can hold out to my poor Daisy? Well, it is the way of the world. There is just now a reaction from sentiment, and it is the less feminine variety. The softness will come when there is a call for it. Never mind when the foundation is safe. If I could only see that child heartily admiring and looking up! I don't mean love. There used to be a higher, nobler reverence, such as you and Norman used to bestow on Shakespeare and Scott, and the vision of Coxmore. Not only used, said Ethel. Yes, it is your soft side, said Flora. It is what answers the purpose of sentiment in people like you. It is what I should have thought living with you would have put into any girl. But Gertrude has a satirical side, and she follows the age. I wish you would tell her so. It is what she especially wants not to do. But the spirit of opposition is not the thing to cost tenderness. No, you must wait for something to bring it out. She is very kind to my poor little Margaret, and I won't ask how she talks of her. Tenderly, oh yes, that she always would do. There, then, Ethel, if she can talk tenderly of Margaret, there can't be much amiss at the root. No, and you don't overwhelm the naughty girl with baby talk. Like our happy, proud young mothers, sighed Flora, and then letting herself out. But indeed, Ethel, Margaret is very much improved. She has really begun to wish to be good. I think she is struggling with herself. Something to love tenderly, something to reverence highly. So meditated Ethel, as she watched her sunny-haired, open-faced Daisy, so unconquerably gay and joyous that she gave the impression of sunshine without shade. There are stages of youth that are in themselves unpleasing, and yet that are nobody's fault, nay, which may have within them seeds of strength. Tom's satire had fostered Daisy's too congenial spirit, and he reaped the consequence in the want of repose and sympathy that were driving him from home and shutting him up within himself. Would he ever forgive that flippant saying, which Ethel had recollected with shame ever since? Shame more for herself than for the child, who probably had forgotten long ago her shaft at random sent? Then Ethel would wonder whether, after all, her discontent with Gertrude's speeches was only from feeling older and graver, and perhaps from a certain resentment at finding how the course of time was wearing down the sharp edge of compassion towards Leonard. A little more about Leonard was gathered when the time came of release for his friend the clerk Brown. This young man had an uncle at Paris, engaged in one of the many departments connected with steam that carry Englishmen all over the world, and Leonard obtained permission to write to Dr. Thomas May, begging him to call upon the uncle, and try if he could be induced to employ the penitent and reformed nephew under his own eye. It had been wise in Leonard to write direct, for if the request had been made through anyone at home, Tom would have considered it as impossible. But he could not resist the entreaty, and his mission was successful. The uncle was ready to be merciful, and undertook all the necessary arrangements for, and even the responsibility of, bringing the ticket of leave man to Paris, where he found him a desk in his office. One of Tom's few detailed epistles was sent to Ethel after this arrival, when the uncle had told him how the nephew had spoken of his fellow prisoner. It was to Leonard Ward that the young man had owed the inclination to open his heart to religious instruction, hitherto merely endured as a portion of the general infliction of the penalty, a supposed engine for dealing with the superstitious, but entirely beneath his attention. The sight of the educated face had at first attracted him, but when he observed the reverential manner in chapel, he thought it mere acting the humble prisoner, till he observed how unobtrusive, unconscious, and retiring was every token of devotion, and watched the eyes, brightened or softened in praise or in prayer, till he owned the genuineness and guessed the depth of both, then perceived in school how far removed his unknown comrade was from the mere superstitious boor. This was the beginning. The rest had been worked out by the instruction and discipline of the place, enforced by the example, and latterly by the conversation, of his fellow prisoner, until he had come forth sincerely repenting, and with the better hope for the future that his sins had not been against full light. He declared himself convinced that Ward far better merited to be at large than he did, and told of the regard that uniform good conduct was obtaining at last, though not till after considerable persecution, almost amounting to personal danger from the worst sort of convicts, who regarded him as a spy because he would not connive at the introduction of forbidden indulgences, and always stood by the authorities. Once his fearless interposition had saved the life of a warder, and this had procured him trust, and promotion to a class where his companions were better conducted, and more susceptible to good influences, and among them Brown was sure that his ready submission and constant resolution to do his work were producing an effect. As to his spirits, Brown had never known him break down but once, and that was when he had come upon a curious fossil in the stone. Otherwise he was grave and contented, but never laughed or joked as even some gentlemen prisoners of more rank and age had been known to do. The music in the chapel was his greatest pleasure, and he had come to be regarded as an important element in the singing. Very grateful was Dr. May to Tom for having learnt, and still more for having transmitted, all these details, and Ethel was not the less touched, because she knew they were to travel beyond Minster Street. Those words of Mr. Wilmot's seemed to be working out their accomplishment, and she thought so the more, when in early spring one of Leonard's severe throat attacks led to his being sent after his recovery to assist the schoolmaster, instead of returning to the carpenter's shed, and he was found so valuable in the school that the master begged to retain his services. That spring was a grievous one in Indiana. The war, which 18 months previously was to have come to an immediate end, was still raging, and the successes that had once buoyed up the northern states with hope had long since been checkered by terrible reverses. On, still fought either side, as though nothing could close the strife but exhaustion or extinction, and still ardent, still constant, through bereavement and privation, were either party to their blood-stained flag. Moredock Miller had fallen in one of the terrible battles of the Rappahannock, and Cora, while sobbing in Averill's arms, had still confessed herself thankful that it had been a glorious death for his country's cause, and even in her fresh grief she had not endeavored to withhold her other brother, when, at the urgent summons of government, he too had gone forth to join the army. Cora was advised to return to her friends at New York, but she declared her intention of remaining to keep house with Cousin Deborah. Unless Averill would come with her, nothing should induce her to leave Massasauga, certainly not while Ella and Averill were alternately laid low by the spring intermittent fever. Perhaps the fact was that, besides her strong affection for Averill, she felt that in her ignorance she had assisted her father in unscrupulously involving them in a hazardous and unsuccessful speculation, and that she was the more bound, in justice as well as in love and pity, to do her best for their assistance. At any rate, Rufus had no sooner left home Then she insisted on the three sisters coming to relieve her loneliness. In other words, in removing them from the thin, ill-built frame house, gaping in every seam with the effects of weather, and with damp oozing up between every board of the floor, the pestiferous river fog, the close air of the forest, and the view of the phantom trees, now decaying and falling one against another. Cousin Deborah, who had learned to love and pity the forlorn English girls, heartily concurred, and Averill consented, knowing that the dry house and pure air were the best hope of restoring Ella's health. Averill and Ella quickly improved, grew stronger in the intervals, and suffered less during the attacks. But Minna, who in their own house had been less ill, had waited on both, and supplied the endless deficiencies of the kindly and faithful but two-fisted Caddy. Minna, whose wise and simple little head had never failed in sensible counsels or tender comfort. Minna, whom the rudest and most self-important Far Wester never disobliged. Minna, the peacemaker, the comfort and blessing, was laid low by fever, and fever that, as the experienced eyes of Cousin Deborah at once perceived, meant mischief. Then it was that the real kindliness of heart of the rough people of the West showed itself. The 5 wild young ladies, whose successive domestic services had been such trouble, and whose answer to a summons from the parlor had been, "Did yer holler, Avie? I thought I heard a scritch," each, from Cleopatra Betsy to HannahMary, were constantly rushing in to inquire, or to present questionable dainties and nostrums from their respective ma's. The charwoman, whom Minna had coaxed in her blandest manner to save trouble to Averill and disgust to Henry, were officious in volunteers of nursing and sitting up. The black cook at the hotel sent choice fabrics of jelly and fragrant ice, and even Henry's rival, who had been so strong against the insolence of a practitioner showing no testimonials, no sooner came under the influence of the yearning, entreating, but ever-patient eyes, than his attendance became assiduous, his interest in the case ardent. Henry himself was in the camp, before Vicksburg, with his hands too full of piteous cases of wounds and fever to attempt the most hurried visit. "Sister, dear," said the soft, slow voice, one day when Averill had been hoping her patient was asleep, "are you writing to Henry?" "Yes, my darling. Do you want to say anything?" "Oh, yes, so much," and the eyes grew bright, and the breath gasping. "Please beg Henry. Tell Henry that I must. I can't bear it any longer. If I don't—" "You must what, dear child? Henry would let you do anything he could." "Oh, then, would he let me speak about dear Leonard?" And the child grew deadly white when the words were spoken, but her eyes still sought Averill's face, and grew terrified at the sight of the gush of tears. "Oh, Ave, tell me only, he is not dead." And as Averill could only make a sign, "I do have such dreadful fancies about him, and I think I could sleep if I only knew what was really true." "You shall, dear child, you shall," without waiting to hear from Henry. "I know he would let you." And only then did Averill know the full misery that Henry's decision had inflicted on the gentle little heart. In childish ignorance, imagining fetters and dungeons, even in her sober waking moods, and a prey to untold horrors in every dream, exaggerated by feverishness and ailment, horrors that, for aught she knew, might be veritable, and made more awful by the treatment of his name as that of one dead. To hear of him as enjoying the open air and light of day, going to church, singing their own favorite hymn tunes, and often visited by Dr. May, was to her almost as great a joy as if she had heard of him at liberty. And Averill had a more than usually cheerful letter to read to her, one written in the infirmary during his recovery. His letters to her were always cheerful, but this one was particularly so, having been written while exhilarated by the relaxations permitted to convalescents, and by enjoying an unwonted amount of conversation with the chaplain and the doctor. So glad, Minna was heard murmuring to herself again and again. Her rest was calmer than it had been for weeks, and the doctor found her so much better that he trusted that a favorable change had begun. But it was only a gleam of hope. The worry fever held its prey, and many as were the fluctuations, they always resulted in greater weakness, and the wandering mind was not always able to keep fast hold of the new comfort. Sometimes she would piteously clasp her sister's hand and entreat, "Tell me again," and sometimes the haunting delirious fancies of chains and bars would drop forth from the tongue that had lost its self-control. Yet even at the worst came the dear old recurring note, "God will not let them hurt him, for he has not done it." Sometimes, more trying to Ethel than all, she would live over again the happy games with him, or sing their favorite hymns and chants, or she would be heard pleading, "Oh, Henry, don't be cross to Leonard." Cora could not fail to remark the new name that mingled in the unconscious talk, but she had learnt to respect Ethel's reserve, and she forbore from all questioning, trying even to warn Cousin Deborah, who, with the experience of an elderly woman, remarked that she had too much to do to mind what a sick child rambled about. When Cora had lived to her age, she would know how unaccountably they talked. But Ethel felt the more impelled to an outpouring by this delicate forbearance, and the next time she and Cora were sent out together to breathe the air, while Cousin Deborah watched the patient, she told the history, and to a sympathizing listener, without a moment's doubt of Leonard's innocence, nor that American law would have managed matters better. "And now, Cora, you know why I told you there were bitterer sorrows than yours." "Ah, Ethel, I could have believed you once, but to know that he never can come again? Now you always have hope." "My hope has all but gone," said Ethel. "There is only one thing left to look to. If I only can live till he is sent out to a colony, then nothing shall keep me back from him." "And what would I give for even such a hope?" "We have a better hope, both of us," murmured Ethel. "It won't seem so long when it is over." Well was it for Ethel that this fresh link of sympathy was riveted, for day by day she saw the little patient wasting more hopelessly away, and the fever only burning lower for want of strength to feed on. Utterly exhausted and half torpid, there was not life or power enough left in the child for them to know whether she was aware of her condition. When they read prayers, her lips always moved for the Lord's Prayer and doxology, and when the clergyman came out from Winnemac, prayed by her and blessed her, she opened her eyes with a look of comprehension. And if, according to the custom from the beginning of her illness, the psalms and lessons were not read in her room, she was uneasy, though she could hardly listen. So came Easter Eve, and towards evening she was a little revived, and asked Ethel what day it was, then answered, "I thought it would have been nice to have died yesterday." It was the first time she mentioned death. Ethel told her she was better, but half repented, as the child sank into torpor again. And Ethel, no longer the bewildered girl who had been so easily led from the death scene, knew the fitful breath and fluttering pulse, and felt the blank dread stealing over her heart. Again, however, the child looked up and murmured, "You have not read today." Cora, who had the Bible on her knee, gently obeyed, and read on, where she was, the morning first lesson, the same in the American church as in our own. Ethel, dull with watching and suffering, sat on dreamily, with the scent of primroses wafted to her, as it were, by the association of the words, though her power to attend to them was gone. Before the chapter was over, the doze had overshadowed the little girl again, and yet, more than once, as the night drew on, they heard her muttering what seemed like the echo of one of its verses. "Turn you, turn you." At last, after hours of watching, and more than one vain endeavor of good Cousin Deborah to lead away the worn but absorbed nurses, the dread messenger came. Minna turned suddenly in her sister's arms, with more strength than Ethel had thought was left in her, and eagerly stretched out her arms, while the words, so long trembling on her lips, found utterance. "Turn you to the stronghold, ye prisoners of hope." "Oh, Leonard dear, it does not hurt!" But that last word was almost lost in the gasp, the last gasp. What did not hurt was death without his sting. "Oh, Cora! Was he with her? Is he gone too?" was April's cry at the first moment, as she strained the form of her little comforter for the last time in her arms. "And if he is, they are enjoyed together," said Cousin Deborah, tenderly but firmly unloosing April's arms, though with the tears running down her cheeks. "Take her away, Cora, and both of you sleep. This dear lamb is in better keeping than yours." Heavy, grievous was the loss, crushing the grief. But it was such as to be at its softest and sweetest at Easter, amid the resurrection joys and the budding flowers, though Ella's bitterest fit of weeping was excited by there being no primroses, the primroses that Minna loved so much, and her first pleasurable thought was to sit down and write to her dear Mr. Tom to send her some primrose seed for Minna's grave. Minna's grave! Alas! Massasauga had but an untidy, desolate-looking region, with a rude snake fence, all unconsecrated. Cora wanted to choose a shaded corner in her father's ground, where they might daily tend the child's earthly resting place. But April shrank from this with horror. And finally, on one of the Easter holidays, the little wasted form in its coffin was reverently driven by Philetus to Winiamek, while the sisters and Cora slowly followed, thinking, the one of the nameless blood-stained graves of a battlefield, the other whether an equally nameless graveyard, but one looked on with a shudder unmixed with exultation, had opened for the other being she loved best. The resurrection and the life. Yes, had not he made his grave with the wicked and been numbered with the transgressors? Somehow, the present sorrow was more abundant in such comforts as these than all the pangs which her heart, grown old in sorrow, had yet endured. Yet if her soul had bowed itself to meet sorrow more patiently and peacefully, it was at the expense of the bodily frame. Already weakened by the intermittent fever, the long strain of nursing had told on her, and that hysteric affection that had been so distressing at the time of her brother's trial recurred, and grew on her with every occasion for self-restraint. The suspense in which she lived, with one brother in the camp, in daily peril from battle and disease, the other in his convict prison, wore her down, and made every passing effect of climate or fatigue seize on her frame like a serious disorder, and the more she resigned her spirit, the more her body gave way. Yet she was infinitely happier. The repentance and submission were bearing fruit, and the ceasing to struggle had brought a strange calm and acceptance of all that might be sent. Nay, her own decay was perhaps the sweetest solace and healing of the wearied spirit. And as to Ella, she would trust, and she did trust, that in some way or other all would be well. She felt as if even Leonard's death could be accepted thankfully as the captive's release. But that sorrow was spared her. The account of Leonard came from Mr. Wilmot, who had carried him the tidings. The prisoner had calmly met him with the words, "I know what you are come to tell me," and he heard all in perfect calmness and resignation, saying little, but accepting all that the clergyman said, exactly as could most be desired. From the chaplain, likewise, Mr. Wilmot learned that Leonard, though still only in the second stage of his penalty, stood morally in a very different position, and was relied on as a valuable assistant in all that was good, more effective among his fellow prisoners than was possible to anyone not in the same situation with themselves, and fully accepting that position when in contact either with convicts or officials. "He has never referred to what brought him here," said the chaplain, "nor would I press him to do so, but his whole tone is of repentance and acceptance of the penalty, without, like most of them, regarding it as expiation. It is this that renders his example so valuable among the men." After such a report as this, it was disappointing on Dr. May's next visit to Portland, at 2 months' end, to find Leonard drooping and downcast. The doctor was dismayed at his pale, dejected, stooping appearance, and the silence and indifference with which he met their ordinary topics of conversation, till the doctor began anxiously, "You are not well?" "Quite well, thank you." "You are looking out of condition. Do you sleep?" "Some part of the night." "You want more exercise. You should apply to go back to the carpenter's shop, or shall I speak to the governor?" "No, thank you. I believe they want me in school." "And you prefer school work?" I don't know, but it helps the master. Do you think you make any progress with the men? We heard you were very effective with them. I don't see that much can be done anyway, certainly not by me. Then the doctor tried to talk of Henry and the sisters, but soon saw that Leonard had no power to dwell upon them. The brief answers were given with a stern compression and contraction of face, as if the manhood that had grown on him in these 3 years was no longer capable of the softening effusion of grief. And Dr. May, with all his tenderness, felt that it must be respected, and turned the conversation. I have been calling at the castle, he said, with Earnscliffe, and the governor showed me a curious thing, a volume of Archbishop Usher, which had been the Duke of Lauderdale's study after he was taken at Worcester. He has made a note in the flyleaf. I began this book at Windsor, and finished it during my imprisonment here, and below are mottos in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. I can't construe the Hebrew. The Greek is oistion, ke, elpistion. One must bear and hope. The Latin is durit. Will you accept your predecessor's legacy? I think I read about him in an account of the islands, said Leonard, with a moment's awakened intelligence. Was he not the El of the Cabal, the persecutor in Old Mortality? I'm afraid you're right. Prosperity must have been worse for him than adversity. Endure, repeated Leonard gravely. I will think of that, and what he would mean by hope now. The doctor came home much distressed. He had been unable to penetrate the dreary, resolute self-command that covered so much anguish. He had failed in probing or in healing, and feared that the apathy he had witnessed was a sign that the sustaining spring of vigor was failing in the monotonous life. The strong endurance had been a strain that the additional grief was rendering beyond his power, and the crushed resignation, an air of extinguished hope, together with the indications of failing health, filled the doctor with misgivings. It will not last much longer, he said. I do not mean that he is ill, but to hold up in this way takes it out of a man, especially at his age. The first thing that lays hold of him, he will have no strength nor will to resist, and then, well, I did hope to live to see God show the right. End of chapter 23. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. Chapter 24 of The Trial. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona. The Trial by Charlotte Mary Young, Chapter 24. We twa hae wandered o'er the braes, and pu the gowans fine. I wandered many a weary foot, sin auld lang syne. These years had passed quietly at Stoneborough, with little change since Mary's marriage. She was the happy, excellent wife that she was made to be, and perhaps it was better for Ethel that the first severance had been so decisive that Mary's attentions to her old home were received as favors, instead of as the mere scanty relics of her former attachment. Mr. Cheviot, as the family shook down together, became less afraid of Ethel, and did not think it so needful to snub her either by his dignity or jocularity, though she still knew that she was only on terms of sufferance, and had been, more than once, made to repent of unguarded observations. He was admirable, and the school was so rapidly improving that Norman had put his father into ecstasies by proposing to send home little Dickie to begin his education there. Moreover, the one element wanting to accomplish the town improvements had been supplied by a headmaster on the side of progress, and Dr. Spencer's victory had been won at last. There was a chance that Stoneborough might yet be clean, thanks to his reiteration of plans for purification, apropos to everything. Baths and wash-houses were adroitly carried as a monument to Prince Albert, and on the Prince of Wales's marriage, his perseverance actually induced the committee to finish up the drains with all the contributions that were neither eaten up nor fired away. Never had he been more happy and triumphant, and Dr. May used to accuse him of perambulating the lower streets, snuffing the deodorized air. One autumn evening, contrary to his wont, he allowed himself to be drawn into the May drawing-room, and there fell into one of the bright, bantering talks in which the two old friends delighted, quizzing each other and bringing up stories of their life, while Ethel and Gertrude listened to and laughed at the traditions of a sunnier, gayer, and more reckless age than their own. And Ethel thought how insufficient are those pictures of life that close with the fever dream of youthful passion, and leave untold those years of the real burthen of manhood, and still more the tranquil brightness when toil has been overlived and the setting sun gilds the clouds that are drifting away. Ethel's first knowledge of outer life the next morning was the sound of voices in her father's adjoining room, which made her call out, "Are you sent for, Papa?" "Yes," he answered, and in an agitated tone, "Spencer, I'll send word." Should she mention what she had 2 years ago heard from Tom? There was no time, for the next moment she heard him hurrying downstairs. She saw him speeding up the garden. There was nothing for her to do but to dress as fast as possible, and as she was finishing she heard his tread slowly mounting, the very footfall warning her what to expect. She opened the door and met him. "Thank God," he said, as he took her hand into his own. "It has been very merciful." "Is it?" "Yes, it must have been soon after he lay down at night, as calm as sleep. The heart. I am very thankful. I had thought he would have had much to suffer." And then it appeared that his own observations had made him sure of what Ethel had learnt from Tom, but as long as it was unavowed by his friend, he had thought himself bound to ignore it, and had so dreaded the protracted suffering that the actual stroke was accepted as a loving dispensation. Still, as the close of a lifelong friendship, the end of a daily refreshing and sustaining intimacy, the loss was very great, and would be increasingly felt after the first stimulus was over. It would make Tom's defection a daily grievance, since much detail of hospital care and, above all, town work, his chief fatigue, would now again fall upon him. But this was not his present thought. His first care was, that his friend's remains should rest with those with whom his lot in life had been cast, in the cloister of the old grammar school. But here Mr. Cheviot looked concerned, and with reluctance, but decision, declared it to be his duty not to consent, cited the funeral of one of his scholars at the cemetery, and referred to recent sanitary measures. Dr. May quickly exclaimed that he had looked into the matter, and that the cloister did not come under the Act. "Not technically, sir," said Mr. Cheviot, "but I am equally convinced of my duty, however much I may regret it." And then, with a few words about Mary's presently coming up, he departed, while "that is too bad" was a general indignant outburst, even from Richard, from all but Dr. May himself. "He is quite right," he said. "Dear Spencer would be the first to say so. Richard, your church is his best monument, and you'll not shut him out of your churchyard, nor me either." "Cheviot could not have meant," began Richard. "Yes, he did. I understood him, and I am glad you should have had it out now," said Dr. May, though not without a quivering lip. "Your mother has one by her side, and we'll find each other out just as well as if we were in the cloister. I'll walk over to Coxmore with you, Richie, and mark the place." Thus sweetly did he put aside what might have been so severe a shock, and he took extra pains to show his son-in-law his complete acquiescence both for the present and the future. Charles Cheviot expressed to Richard his great satisfaction in finding sentiment thus surmounted by sense, not perceiving that it was faith and love surmounting both. Dr. Spencer's only surviving relation was a brother's son, who, on his arrival, proved to be an underbred, shrewd-looking man, evidently with strong prepossessions against the May family, whose hospitality he did not accept, consorting chiefly with Bramshaw and Anderson. His disposition to reverse the arrangement for burying his uncle in an obscure village churchyard occasioned a reference to the will, drawn up 2 years previously. The executors were Thomas and Ethel May, and it was marked on the outside that they were to have the sole direction of the funeral. Ethel, greatly astonished, but as much bewildered as touched, was infinitely relieved that this same day had brought a hurried note from Paris, announcing Tom's intentions of coming to attend the funeral. He would be able to talk to the angry and suspicious nephew without, like his father, betraying either indignation or disgust. Another person was extremely anxious for Tom's arrival, namely Sir Matthew Fleet, who, not a little to Dr. May's gratification, came to show his respect to his old fellow student, and arriving the evening before Tom, was urgent to know the probabilities of his appearance. An appointment in London was about to be vacant, so desirable in itself, and so valuable an introduction, that there was sure to be a great competition. But Sir Matthew was persuaded that with his own support, and an early canvass, Tom might be certain of success. Dr. May could not help being grateful and gratified, declaring that the boy deserved it, and that dear Spencer would have been very much pleased. And then he told Ethel that it was wonderful to see the blessing upon Maggie's children, and went back, as usual, to his dear old Tate and Brady with, "His house the seat of wealth shall be, and inexhausted treasury. His justice, free from all decay, shall blessings to his heirs convey." And Ethel, within herself, hoped it was no disrespect to smile at his having so unconsciously turned away the blessing from the father's to the mother's side. It was his great pride and pleasure that so many of Maggie's children were round him to do honor to her old friend's burial. 3 sons and 4 daughters, and 3 sons-in-law. They all stood round the grave, as near as might be to the stone that Gertrude, as a child, had laid under his care, when his silver hair had mingled with her golden locks. And with them was a concourse that evidently impressed the nephew with a new idea of the estimation in which his uncle had been held. Tom had traveled all night, and had arrived only just in time. Nobody was able to say a word to him before setting off, and almost immediately after the return, Sir Matthew Fleet seized upon him to walk up to the station with him, and, to the infinite disgust of the nephew, the reading of the will was thus delayed until the executor came back, extremely grave and thoughtful. After all, Mr. Spencer had no available grievance. His uncle's property was very little altogether, amounting scarcely to £1,000, but the bulk was bequeathed to the nephew. To Aubrey May was left his watch, and a piece of plate presented to him on his leaving India. To Dr. May a few books. To Tom the chief of his library, his papers, notes, and instruments, and the manuscript of a work upon diseases connected with climate on which he had been engaged for many years, but had never succeeded in polishing to his own fastidious satisfaction, or in coming to the end of new discoveries. To Etheldred, his only legacy was his writing desk, with all its contents, and Mr. Spencer looked so suspicious of those contents that Tom made her open it before him, and show that they were nothing but letters. It had been a morning of the mixture of feelings and restless bustle, so apt to take place where the affection is not explained by relationship, and when the strangers were gone, and the family were once again alone, there was a drawing of freer breath, and the doctor threw himself back in his chair, and indulged in a long, heavy sigh, with a weary sound in it. "Can I go anywhere for you, father?" said Tom, turning to him with a kind and respectful manner. "Oh, no, thank you," he said, rousing himself, and laying his hand on the bell. "I must go over to Overfield, but I shall be glad of the drive. Well, Dr. Tom, what did you say to Fleet's proposal?" "I said I would come up to town and settle about it when I had got through this executor business." "You always were a lucky fellow, Tom," said Dr. May, trying to be interested and sympathetic. "You would not wish for anything better." "I don't know. I have not had time to think about it yet," said Tom, pulling off his spectacles and pushing back his hair, with an action of sadness and fatigue. "Ah, it was not the best of times to choose for the communication, but it was kindly meant. I never expected to see Fleet take so much trouble for anyone. But you are done up, Tom, with your night journey." "Not at all," he answered briskly, "if I can do anything for you. Could not I go down to the hospital?" "Why, if I were not to be back till 5, began Dr. May, considering, and calling him into the hall to receive directions, from which he came back, saying, "There, now then, Ethel, we had better look over things, and get them in train." "You are so tired, Tom." "Not too much for that," he said, but it was a vain boast. He was too much fatigued to turn his mind to business requiring thought, though capable of slow, languid reading and sorting of papers. Aubrey's legacy was discovered with much difficulty. In fact, it had never been heard of, nor seen the light since its presentation, and was at last found in a lumber closet in a strong box in Indian packing. It was a compromise between an épergne and a candelabrum growing out of the howday of an unfortunate elephant, pinning one tiger to the ground, and with another hanging on behind, in the midst of a jungle of palm trees and cobras. And beneath was an elaborate inscription, so laudatory of Aubrey Spencer, M.D., that nobody wondered he had never unpacked it, and that it was yellow with tarnish. The only marvel was that he had never disposed of it, but that it was likely to wait for the days when Aubrey might be a general and own a sideboard. The other bequests were far more appreciated. Tom had known of the book in hand, was certain of its value to the faculty, and was much gratified by the charge of it, both as a matter of feeling and of interest. But while he looked over and sorted the mass of curious notes, his attention was far more set on the desk that reverently, almost timidly, Ethel examined, well knowing why she had been selected as the depository of these relics. There they were, some embrowned by a burn in the corner, as though there had been an attempt to destroy them, in which there had been no heart to persevere. It was but little, after all, 2 formal notes in which Professor Norman Mackenzie asked the honor of Mr. Spencer's company to dinner, but in handwriting that was none of the professor's, writing better known to Ethel than Tom, and a series of their father's letters, from their first separation till the traveller's own silence had caused their correspondence to drop. Charming letters they were, such as people wrote before the penny post had spoilt the epistolary art. Long, minute, and overflowing with brilliant happiness. Several of them were urgent invitations to Stoneborough, and one of these was finished in that other hand, the delicate, well-rounded writing that would not be inherited, entreating Dr. Spencer to give a few days to Stoneborough. It would be such a pleasure to Richard to show him the children. Ethel did not feel sure whether to see these would give pain or pleasure to her father. He would certainly be grieved to see how much suffering he must have inflicted in the innocence of his heart and in the glory of his happiness. And Tom, with a sort of shudder, advised her to keep them to herself. He was sure they would give nothing but pain. She had no choice just then, for it was a time of unusual occupation, and the difference made by their loss told immediately. The more, perhaps, because it was the beginning of November, and there was much municipal business to be attended to. However it might be for the future, during the ensuing week Dr. May never came in for a meal with the rest of the family, and was too much fagged for anything but sleep when he came home at night. And on the Sunday morning, when they all had reckoned on going to Coxmore together, he was obliged to give it up, and only come into the minster at the end of the prayers. Everyone knew that he was not a good manager of his time, and this made things worse, and he declared that he should make arrangements for being less taken up. But it was sad to see him overburdened, and Tom, as only a casual visitor, could do little to lessen his toil, though that little was done readily and attentively. There were no rubs between the two, and scarcely any conversation. Tom would not discuss his prospects, and it was not clear whether he meant to avail himself of Sir Matthew's patronage. He committed himself to nothing but his wish that it were possible to stay in Paris, and he avoided even talking to his sister. Not till a week after he had left home for London came a letter. Dear Ethel, I have told Fleet that I am convinced of my only right course. I could never get the book finished properly if I got into his line, and I must have peaceable evenings for it at home. I suppose my father would not like to let Dr. Spencer's house. If I might have it, and keep my own hours and habits, I think it would conduce to our working better together. I am afraid I kept you in needless distress about him, but I wanted to judge for myself of the necessity, and to think over the resignation of that quest. I must commit it to Brown. I hope it is not too great a risk, but it can't be helped. It is a matter of course that I should come home now the helper is gone. I always knew it would come to that. Manage it as quietly as you can. I must go to Paris for a fortnight to bring home my things, and by that time my father had better get me appointed to the hospital. Yours ever, T.H. May. Ethel was not so much surprised as her father, who thought she must have been working upon Tom's feelings, but this she disavowed, except that it had been impossible not to growl at patients sending at unreasonable hours. Then he hoped that Fleet had not been disappointing the lad, but this notion was nullified by a remonstrance from the knight on the impolicy of burying such talents for the sake of present help, and even proposing to send a promising young man in Tom's stead. "Not too good for poor Stoneborough," said Dr. May, smiling. No, I'm not so decrepit as that, whatever he and Tom may have thought me. I fancy I could tire out both of them. I can't have the poor boy giving up all his prospects for my sake, Ethel. I never looked for it, and I shall write and tell him so. Mind, Ethel, I shall write, not you. I know you would only stroke him down and bring him home to regret it. No, I won't always be treated like Carl, in Debit and Credit, who the old giant thought could neither write nor be written to, because his finger was off." And Dr. May's letter was the first which this son had ever had from him. "My dear Tom, I feel your kind intentions to the heart. It is like all the rest of your dear mother's children, but the young ought not to be sacrificed to the old, and I won't have it done. The whole tone of practice has altered since my time, and I do not want to bind you down to the routine. I had left off thinking of it since I knew of your distaste. I have some years of work in me yet that will see out most of my old patients, and for the rest, Wright is a great advance on poor Ward, and I will leave more to him as I grow older. I mean to see you a great man yet, and I think you will be the greater and happier for the sacrifice you have been willing to make. His blessing on you. Your loving father, R.M." What was Tom's answer but one of his cool, good letters, a demonstration that he was actuated by the calmest motives of convenience and self-interest in preferring the certainties of Stoneborough to the contingencies of London, and that he only wanted time for study and the completion of Dr. Spencer's book, enforcing his request for the house. His resolution was, as usual, too evident to be combated, and it was also plain that he chose to keep on the mask of prudent selfishness, which he wore so naturally that it was hard to give him credit for any other features. But this time Dr. May was not deceived. He fully estimated the sacrifice, and would have prevented it if he could, but he never questioned the sincerity of the motive, as it was not upon the surface, and the token of dutiful affection, as coming from the least likely quarter of his family, touched and comforted him. He dwelt on it with increasing satisfaction, and answered all hurries and worries with, "I shall have time when Tom is come," reopened old schemes that had died away when he feared to have no successor, and now and then showed a certain comical dread of being drilled into conformity with Tom's orderly habits. There was less danger of their clashing, as the son had outgrown the presumptions of early youth, and a change had passed over his nature which Ethel had felt, rather than seen, during his fleeting visits at home, more marked by negatives than positives, and untraced by confidences. The bitterness and self-assertion had ceased to tinge his words. The uncomfortable doubt that they were underlaid by satire had passed away, and methodical and self-possessed as he always was, the atmosphere of "number one" was no longer apparent round all his doings. He could be out of spirits and reserved without being either ill-tempered or ironical, and Ethel, with this as the upshot of her week's observations, was reassured as to the hopes of the father and son working together without collisions. As soon as the die was cast, and there was no danger of undue persuasion in "stroking him down," she indulged herself by a warmly grateful letter, and after she had sent it, was tormented by the fear that it would be a great offense. The answer was much longer than she had dared to expect, and alarmed her lest it should be one of his careful ways of making the worst of himself. But there was a large "private" scored in almost menacing letters on the top of the first sheet, and so much blotted in the folding that it was plain that he had taken alarm at the unreserve of his own letter. "My dear Ethel, I have been to Portland. Really, my father ought to make a stir and get Ward's health attended to. He looks very much altered, but will not own to anything being amiss. They say he has been depressed ever since he heard of Minna's death. I should say he ought to be doing out-of-doors work, perhaps at Gibraltar, but then he would be out of our reach. I could not get much from him, but that patient, contented look is almost more than one can bear. It laid hold of me when I saw him the first time, and has haunted me ever since. Verily, I believe it is what is bringing me home. You need not thank me, for it is sober calculation that convinces me that no success on earth would compensate for the perpetual sense that my father was wearing himself out, and you pining over the sight. Except just at first, I always meant to come and see how the land lay before pledging myself to anything, and nothing can be clearer than that, in the state of things my father has allowed to spring up. He must have help. I am glad you have got me the old house, for I can be at peace there till I have learnt to stand his unmethodical ways. Don't let him expect too much of me, as I see he is going to do. It is not in me to be like Norman or Harry, and he must not look for it, least of all now. If you did not understand, and know when to hold your tongue, I do not think I could come home at all. As it is, you are all the comfort I look for. I cross to Paris tomorrow. That is a page I am very sorry to close. I had a confidence that I should have hunted down that fellow, and the sight of Portland and the accounts from Massasauga alike make one long to have one's hands on his throat. But that hope is ended now, and to loiter about Paris in search of him, when it is a plain duty to come away, would be one of the presumptuous acts that come to no good. Let them discuss what they will, there is nothing so hard to believe in as divine justice, and yet that uncomplaining face accepts it. You need say nothing about this letter. I will talk about Leonard with my father when I get home. Ever yours, Thomas May. End of chapter 24. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona.